You arrive here because something inside you is restless. Something in you knows you've been giving too much of your power away. You've been speaking to be understood, explaining to be accepted, reacting to be seen. And every time you poured words into the world, a part of you felt the energy draining, the strength fading, the clarity slipping away. Today that changes. Today you step into the quiet that powerful people have mastered, the quiet that reveals intention, direction, and truth. You feel it already, the shift beginning, the awareness sharpening, the sense that silence may have been the missing piece all along. This is where your transformation starts, not with more noise but with less. Not with louder effort but with deeper presence. You are entering a new space within yourself, a calmer space, a stronger space, a space where your words become deliberate and your silence becomes unmistakable power. You've spent years trying to prove yourself with noise, thinking volume equals confidence, thinking explanations equal connection, thinking reaction equals relevance. But listen, powerful people do not compete with noise. They do not chase attention. They do not spill their energy into conversations that lead nowhere. They move with a grounded presence that commands a room before a single word is spoken. And now it is your turn to walk that path. You are being shaped in this moment. You are learning the discipline that separates influence from desperation. Your silence will become your signal. Your restraint will become your strength. Your calm will become your authority. And everything within you begins to rise. Feel the tension building inside you. The awareness that your old habits have been costing you more than you realized. The unease of recognizing how often you filled empty space out of fear. Fear of being overlooked. Fear of being misunderstood. Fear of being forgotten. But you are not here to fear silence anymore. You are here to claim it, to own it. To let silence become the armor that protects your focus and the mirror that reflects your authority. You don't need to rush. You don't need to defend. You don't need to explain yourself into exhaustion. You are learning to wait. You are learning to breathe. You are learning to stand still while the world moves around you. And now the command arrives. Stand in your stillness. Breathe deeply. Let the urge to explain fall away. Let the urge to prove dissolve. You do not need to justify your existence. You do not need to convince anyone of your worth. You know who you are becoming. You know the direction your life is pulling you toward. This is the moment you stop leaking energy. This is the moment you refuse to be pulled into reaction. This is the moment your silence becomes your strength. You are ready. Say it within yourself. Feel it resonate. I am ready. Feel the relief spreading through your chest as you release the pressure to perform, the pressure to keep talking, the pressure to fill every space. You do not owe the world constant access to your mind. You do not owe anyone your immediate response. You do not owe your energy to every voice that speaks your name. Let the relief settle into your body. Let it soften the places where you carried tension. Let it remind you that quiet is not emptiness. Quiet is alignment. Quiet is choosing yourself. Now comes the empowerment. You step into a new identity with every breath you take. The identity of someone who observes first, listens deeply, and speaks only when it matters. You move differently now, with intention, with clarity, with authority. The world will feel the shift even if they cannot explain it. They will notice the steadiness in your presence. They will sense the power behind your silence. They will recognize that you no longer scatter your energy without thought. You are becoming decisive. You are becoming focused. You are becoming someone who speaks from a place of undeniable strength. And we repeat the rise, calm again, tension again, command again, relief again, empower again, each cycle shaping you deeper into the person you are meant to become. You are not here to be loud, you are here to be effective. You are not here to seek validation. You are here to embody certainty. Every quiet moment strengthens your foundation. Every pause sharpens your mind. Every still breath builds your presence. Your silence is no longer a gap. Your silence is a force. You feel yourself expanding inside this new strength. You feel the old layers falling away. You feel the quiet confidence settling in your bones. You rise. Say it again. I rise. And as you rise, you know this is only the beginning. A deeper transformation waits just beyond this moment. You feel the future pulling you closer, asking you to step forward with intention, asking you to release the noise that once blinded your direction. You do not need the world to approve your silence. You only need to feel its truth inside you. Let each breath draw you deeper into yourself. Let each pause remind you of your strength. Let each moment of quiet sharpen your vision of who you are becoming. The world will adjust to this new version of you. The world will learn to meet you at the level of your discipline. The world will follow the tone you set. You have spent too long reacting to everything around you, but now you choose deliberate stillness. You choose to conserve your power. You choose to speak when speaking creates movement, and you choose to hold silence when silence protects your spirit. Feel how this choice steadies you. Feel how it elevates you. Feel how it clears the path ahead. You are not here to be pulled by noise. You are here to lead through clarity. This is your shift. This is your turning point. The place where you stop scattering yourself and start gathering your strength. The place where your voice becomes intentional. The place where your silence becomes respected. Stand in this moment and feel the weight of your potential. Stand in this moment and recognize the authority rising within you. Stand in this moment and know, deeply, that your life is beginning to align with the power you always carried. Your next step approaches. The next chapter calls your name. Hold this silence as you move forward. Hold this strength as you continue. Hold this rising energy as the journey deepens. You are ready. You move forward now with a new awareness settling into your mind, a quiet recognition that the strength you've been searching for has always lived inside you, waiting for this exact moment. You are not stepping into noise. You are stepping into clarity. You are stepping into the space where powerful people operate, the space where silence becomes strategy, where presence becomes language, where stillness becomes influence. Feel this shift as it anchors into you. Feel the steadiness building as you realize you no longer need to chase validation, no longer need to justify your decisions, no longer need to speak simply to feel seen. You see yourself now, and that is enough. Calm settles over you like a protective shield, a calm that does not weaken you but centers you, a calm that allows you to observe what is happening around you without being pulled into it. You begin to understand that silence is not the absence of expression. Silence is the filter that separates what matters from what doesn't. It is the space where your mind sharpens, where your intuition strengthens, where your courage takes shape. You do not need to fill this space with words. You only need to breathe into it, to trust it, to let it guide you forward. Feel the tension building again, the awareness of how much of your energy was once wasted on noise. All the moments you rushed to respond, all the times you tried to prove your worth, all the situations where you gave explanations that were never required. You did these things because you cared, because you wanted connection, because you wanted to be understood. But powerful people do not offer explanations to every voice. They protect their energy. They guard their focus. They choose their words the way warriors choose their battles, rarely, intentionally, strategically. And now the command enters. Hold your silence, stand in it, own it. Do not fear the quiet inside you. Do not fear the space between your breaths. Let the world make its assumptions. Let others project their noise onto the silence you maintain. Their noise belongs to them. Your silence belongs to you. Say less. Observe more. Rise higher. You do not need to react to everything you hear. You do not need to participate in every conversation. You do not need to explain your path to anyone who is not walking it with you. Feel the power of that truth. Let it settle deep. Then comes the relief, the realization that you are free from the pressure to perform, free from the expectation to constantly respond, free from the habit of stretching yourself thin just to be understood. You no longer chase clarity from others. You create clarity within yourself. Your silence becomes a sanctuary where your mind regains strength and your heart remembers its direction. This relief softens you without weakening you. It calms you without slowing you. It steadies you without silencing your ambition. You breathe deeper. You stand taller. You move forward with a lightness that comes from releasing obligations that were never yours. Now feel the empowerment rising again. Feel the fire building in your chest, the certainty forming behind your eyes. You are stepping into an identity anchored in restraint, purpose, and intention. Every pause you take sharpens your presence. Every moment you listen strengthens your intuition. Every breath you hold before speaking elevates the value of your voice. You are becoming someone whose words carry weight because they are not scattered. Someone whose presence commands attention because it is deliberate. Someone whose silence is felt long before their voice is heard. Let this empowerment repeat, growing stronger with each cycle. Calm again, tension again, command again, relief again, empower again. This rhythm shapes your character. This rhythm sharpens your focus. This rhythm trains your mind to respond with intention instead of impulse. You are not the person who needs noise to feel powerful. You are the person who creates power through control, through discipline, through silence. Let this truth echo inside you until it becomes part of your identity. Feel the internal shift as you recognize how much strength you hold when you do not rush to speak. Your thoughts slow down. Your awareness expands. Your decisions become clearer. You begin to see patterns you once missed, opportunities you once overlooked, and distractions you once entertained. Silence clears your path. Silence reveals your instincts. Silence cleans the lens through which you see your life. You are stepping into a mental sharpness that you have deserved for a long time. And now you rise again. Say it with conviction. I rise. Feel how the words resonate not as hope but as truth. You rise because you are no longer tied to the noise around you. You rise because you no longer surrender your energy to meaningless reactions. You rise because you now understand that power lives in stillness. Influence lives in restraint. Authority lives in presence. You rise because your silence is becoming your foundation. Each breath now carries intention. Each moment of quiet strengthens your focus. Each new second builds the future version of you that speaks only when speaking moves your life forward. You are not withdrawing from the world. You are preparing to lead within it. You are not shrinking. You are concentrating. You are not becoming passive. You are becoming precise. Stand in this realization and let it grow. Let it shape you. Let it remind you that transformation is not loud. Transformation is steady. Transformation is internal. Transformation is formed in moments like this, where you meet yourself in silence and choose to build something stronger. A deeper shift approaches. You feel it like a current moving beneath your thoughts, pulling you toward the next level of clarity. You know this journey is just beginning. You know there is more to uncover, more to release, more to claim. Hold your focus. Hold your silence. Hold the rising energy that surrounds you. The next segment waits. The transformation continues. You stand here now in the quiet with a growing certainty forming in your chest, a certainty that this silence is not empty but alive with potential. You feel the shift like a slow, rising tide, lifting you from the person you were into the person you are becoming. Every moment of stillness expands your awareness. Every breath deepens your grounding. You are learning that silence is not withdrawal. It is preparation. You are stepping into a new level of inner strength that does not need to be announced. You can feel it building beneath your thoughts, steady and undeniable. This calm is not passive. This calm is forming the discipline that powerful people rely on. You hold it now with intention. And as you hold it, tension rises again, not the tension of fear, but the tension of awakening. You begin to see how often your past was shaped by reactions that did not serve you. Times when you rushed to speak before your mind was ready. Times when you offered explanations no one requested. Times when you filled silence because you feared what it might reveal. But that fear is dissolving. You are meeting your old patterns without judgment. You are seeing them clearly. You are releasing them without hesitation. You feel the pull of growth urging you forward. You sense the new identity waiting just beyond this moment. This tension is good. This tension is transformation. Now comes the command cutting through the air with clean precision. Hold your focus. Guard your energy. Speak only with purpose. Let your silence become a decision, not a reaction. Let it become a signal to yourself that you are in control. You are not compelled by urgency. You are not driven by insecurity. You are not moved by noise. Stand tall in the space you create. Breathe into it. Own it. You do not need to rush toward validation. You do not need to chase understanding. You do not need to fight for your place. You are establishing your presence through restraint. You know what needs to be done. You know who you are becoming. This command is not pressure. This command is direction. Feel the relief that follows, smooth, steady, liberating. The relief of releasing the weight of unnecessary words. The relief of letting go of the impulse to defend yourself. The relief of realizing you do not need to explain your choices to anyone who cannot see your vision. You feel lighter. You feel clearer. You feel more grounded in your truth. The silence around you becomes supportive, not threatening. It becomes the space where your thoughts align, where your intuition speaks, where your strength gathers. This relief does not weaken your fire. It refines it. It gives it shape. It gives it purpose. You breathe deeper now. You feel the pressure lift from your shoulders. You recognize that silence is not something to escape, it is something to embrace. And now empowerment rises inside you like a steady flame. You feel the emergence of a stronger identity, one built not on noise but on clarity, not on reaction but on intention. You feel your confidence stabilize, your awareness expand, your presence deepen. This is the empowerment that comes from knowing you do not need to speak to prove your worth. You do not need to fill the room to be felt. You create impact through focus. You create movement through discipline. You create influence through calm authority. This empowerment fills you from the inside out, shaping the way you stand, the way you breathe, the way you think. You are stepping into alignment with your potential. You are stepping into the version of yourself who leads without effort. You rise into this power with ease. The rhythm repeats again. Calm, tension, command, relief, empower. Each cycle strengthens the new identity forming within you. Each cycle reinforces the truth that you are capable of extraordinary discipline. Each cycle sharpens your intention and deepens your presence. You feel your old self loosening its grip. You feel the noise within you settling. You feel your focus anchoring more firmly with every breath. This repetition is not redundant, it is the process of becoming. You are training your mind to trust stillness. You are conditioning your spirit to move with purpose. You are building the inner framework of someone who does not waste energy, someone who speaks from strength, someone who leads with clarity. You are becoming that person right now. Rise once more into the identity that is forming. You feel taller inside, more grounded, more deliberate. This rise is not dramatic. This rise is steady. You rise because you no longer fear silence. You rise because you are no longer controlled by impulse. You rise because your power is consolidating within you, gathering in places where it once scattered. You rise because this quiet is shaping your character. Say it softly but firmly within yourself. I rise. Feel the truth of it echo. Feel the truth of it settle into your bones. You rise into a stronger version of yourself with every moment you choose intention over noise. This is not the end of your transformation. This is the gateway. The next shift is waiting, just beyond this breath, calling you deeper into your own strength. Chapter 1. Silence is not weakness, it is control. You step into this chapter with a growing awareness that silence has been misunderstood your entire life. You were taught that power comes from speaking up, standing out, asserting yourself loudly in every room. But somewhere deep inside, you always knew something else was true. You sensed that the most commanding people were not the ones who filled the air with their voices, but the ones who held their presence with restraint. Today, that truth becomes clear. Silence is not a retreat. Silence is not hesitation. Silence is the first signal of self-command. When you master silence, you master yourself. When you master yourself, you master your world. Listen to the calm forming inside you. It's soft at first, like a breath settling after a long run, like a surface of water beginning to still after being shaken by wind. This calm is not here to quiet your ambition. It is here to sharpen it. It is here to separate your intention from the noise around you. You've spent years believing that louder meant stronger, that more words meant more influence, that dominance meant speaking first, speaking fast, speaking constantly. But loudness is insecurity in disguise. Loudness is the mind reaching outward because it has not yet found its anchor within. Loudness is the fear of not being heard, not being validated, not being seen. You do not need that fear anymore. You are stepping into a deeper form of strength. Feel the tension rising now, not the tension of conflict, but the tension of truth revealing itself. You begin to see how often you used words as a shield, as a distraction, as a way to avoid facing the silence that would have shown you who you really were. Noise can hide doubt. Noise can mask confusion. Noise can cover uncertainty. But silence reveals everything. Silence forces clarity. Silence demands self-respect. And that is why silence creates gravity. People are drawn to those who hold themselves with quiet assurance. People lean in when you do not rush to speak. People feel your presence when you are not competing for attention. Your silence becomes a signal of depth. Your silence becomes an anchor in a world obsessed with noise. Now comes the command. Stop reacting. Let those words settle in your mind. Stop giving your power away every time someone challenges you. Stop spilling your energy into every argument, every misunderstanding, every situation that does not deserve the fullness of your voice. Hold your ground. Stand still in the space you choose for yourself. Let silence work before your words do. You do not need to respond instantly. You do not need to match anyone's volume. You do not need to explain your choices to anyone who cannot hear them from your actions. You control yourself first. You control your tone, your pace, your attention. When you control yourself, you control outcomes. When you control yourself, you direct the energy in any room. Feel the relief pouring into you now, the sense of freedom that comes from realizing you no longer need to chase control through words. You no longer need to force influence. You no longer need to fill silence with explanations that never strengthened you. This relief is not weakness. This relief is release. You are letting go of the pressure to perform, the pressure to stand out through noise, the pressure to prove your worth through constant speech. You are learning the elegance of restraint. You are learning to let silence carry the weight your words once struggled to hold. You feel lighter. You feel clearer. You feel more centered in your power. Empowerment rises again, stronger now, more focused, more intentional. You walk differently when you understand the force of your silence. You carry yourself with a new kind of steadiness. You pause before you speak, not out of doubt, but out of command. You choose your words the way a leader chooses their next move, not rushed, not scattered, not reactive. Silence builds your presence. Silence strengthens your decisions. Silence prepares your mind for clarity. And each time you choose silence over impulse, you reinforce the identity of someone who leads themselves first. Let the rhythm repeat: calm, tension, command, relief, empower. This rhythm is shaping the way you think. It is strengthening the way you stand. It is carving away the noise of your old identity and revealing the disciplined presence beneath. You no longer confuse loudness with strength. You no longer confuse reaction with leadership. You no longer confuse constant speaking with influence. You are becoming someone who holds their power rather than leaking it. Someone who understands that silence is not the absence of control. Silence is the birthplace of it. You feel yourself shifting with every breath. You recognize that silence is where your confidence grows, where your intuition speaks, where your mind aligns with your purpose. You are no longer afraid of quiet moments. You welcome them, you use them. You let them sharpen your awareness and deepen your presence. Silence becomes your ally, your reminder, your anchor. And with that anchor, you rise into a stronger version of yourself. You rise into someone who speaks with intention. You rise into someone who commands without shouting. You rise into someone who does not need noise to prove their strength. You rise because silence is shaping you now. And as you step deeper into this chapter, you sense that the transformation has only begun. The next layer is waiting. The next shift approaches. The next rise begins with your next breath. You move forward into the next layer of this chapter with a growing sense of certainty forming inside you. You begin to understand that silence is not simply the absence of sound. Silence is the presence of focus. Silence is the space where your thoughts settle into alignment. Silence is where your true intentions rise without distortion. You feel this truth spreading through your chest, quiet but unmistakable, steady but powerful. You are beginning to reconnect with the part of yourself that never needed noise to feel strong. A deeper calm forms beneath your ribs, a calm that says, you are allowed to breathe before you respond. You are allowed to observe before you act. You are allowed to choose yourself first. This calm is not passive. It sharpens you. It clears the fog that once clouded your decisions. It pulls your attention inward, away from the chaos of external voices. You feel the difference in your posture, in your thoughts, in the way your mind moves. Silence slows your reactions so your intentions can lead. You are no longer rushing to fill gaps. You are no longer afraid of empty space. Silence becomes a tool you use to center your mind and steady your spirit. It gives you room to think before the world demands your attention again. Feel the tension rising within you as awareness deepens. Not tension from fear, but tension from awakening. You begin to notice the areas where your old habits still hold you. Moments where you rush to speak because silence once felt uncomfortable. Moments where you fill the room with explanations because it gave you a sense of control. Moments where you reacted too quickly because you felt compelled to prove something. These moments shaped pieces of your life, but they no longer define you. The tension you feel now is the pressure of growth, the stretching of your identity as you rise into someone more deliberate, someone more aware, someone more grounded in self-command. Let this tension build. Do not shy away from it. This tension is your signal that change is happening. You are confronting the instinct to speak out of insecurity. You are meeting the urge to react before thinking. You are facing the part of yourself that believed that loudness could protect you, but loudness was never protection. Loudness was a mask. Loudness was a shield. Loudness was the armor you wore before you discovered your real strength. Now you are learning to stand without that armor. Now you are learning to stand in your own presence. Now hear the command clearly. Stop reacting. Let the words cut through your thoughts with clean precision. Stop giving immediate responses that drain your strength. Stop allowing external noise to dictate your internal state. Stop letting other people's urgency become your urgency. Hold your ground. Feel the firmness beneath your feet. Feel the steadiness in your breath. You are not here to be pulled by every passing emotion. You are not here to be shaped by every passing opinion. You are here to choose your responses with intention. You are here to let silence do its work. Let silence clear the noise. Let silence reveal the truth. Let silence show you what matters before you speak a single word. These commands are not rigid demands. They are invitations. Invitations into a higher version of yourself. Invitations into discipline. Invitations into power that does not rely on noise. As you follow them, relief begins to spread through your body once more. A deep exhale, a softening of the mind, a release of old tension that lived inside your chest far too long. You realize you no longer have to respond instantly. You no longer have to match anyone's pace but your own. You no longer have to chase clarity from outside sources. You can let silence gather information. You can let silence give you space. You can let silence replenish your strength. This relief is profound. It is not a momentary comfort but a shift in identity. You are releasing the burden of always needing the last word. You are releasing the weight of constant explanation. You are releasing the pressure to fill every quiet moment. And as you release these habits, empowerment rises again. You stand taller in this new understanding. You feel more grounded in your presence. Your silence now feels like a shield, not a gap. Your silence feels like authority, not uncertainty. You begin to sense the respect that grows from controlled restraint, from measured responses, from calm leadership. Empowerment turns into momentum. You feel it building as you step into the identity of someone who observes before acting, someone who thinks before speaking, someone who leads with clarity rather than noise. You realize that silence gives you time to evaluate your emotions, to understand your motives, to notice what others miss. Silence gives you leverage. Silence gives you perspective. Silence gives you control. And with that control, you move through the world with a steadier hand and a clearer mind. Let the rhythm repeat, calm settling in, tension rising, command sharpening, relief softening, empowerment lifting. This cycle becomes the pattern shaping your self-command. Each repetition draws you deeper into the truth that silence is not a retreat from your life but a return to your power. In the quiet, you rediscover your inner discipline. In the quiet, you reconnect with your core intentions. In the quiet, you strengthen the foundation on which your future will be built. You feel yourself evolving with each breath. Silence begins to feel natural. You stand in it without fear. You use it with intention. You recognize that silence is the environment where your leadership grows. You become more confident in your presence. You become more aware of the impact your calm has on those around you. And you begin to notice that when you speak less, your words suddenly mean more. You rise again, quietly but unmistakably. You rise because silence is shaping you from the inside out. You rise because you are stepping into real self-control. You rise because you understand now that silence is not weakness, it is mastery. And as you move toward the next segment, you feel the next layer of your transformation calling, ready to deepen your power even further. You step into the final segment of this chapter with a deeper understanding settling into your spirit. You feel the shift that has been unfolding inside you, layer by layer, breath by breath. You know now that silence is not something to escape. Silence is something to command. Silence is your grounding force, your internal compass, your shield against the chaos around you. And as you move further into this truth, you begin to recognize how your entire life changes when you stop trying to control everything outside and start mastering what happens within. Self-command begins with silence. And now, you're starting to feel what real control truly means. A calm rises in you again, slow and steady, expanding from the center of your chest. This calm is different from before. It's stronger, more established, no longer fragile or unfamiliar. It feels like a foundation, something you can stand on, something that will hold your weight. This calm allows you to breathe without urgency, think without pressure, and observe without reacting. It becomes the anchor that keeps you steady when the world around you tries to pull you into noise. It becomes the reminder that you do not need to rush. You do not need to defend. You do not need to prove. You only need to stay centered and intentional. Now feel the tension rising through you once more. It sharpens you. It focuses your awareness. It reveals the patterns that still linger, the moments where old habits try to pull you back into quick reactions, into unnecessary words, into defending your choices. These impulses are not signs of weakness. They are remnants of who you used to be. They show you what you are leaving behind. And as the tension builds, you begin to understand that growth always comes with friction. Self-mastery always comes with pressure. Rising into a new identity always challenges the habits of the old one. Let this tension amplify your clarity. Let it show you the contrast between who you were and who you are becoming. Recognize the moments where loudness once felt like protection. Recognize the times when filling the air with words gave you a false sense of control. Recognize how often noise replaced strategy. And now, with sharpened awareness, you see that real power never needed that noise. Real power comes from the still mind, the quiet breath, the grounded presence. The choice to hold silence even when the world demands a reaction. This tension becomes the fuel that pushes you deeper into your new strength. And then comes the command at full force. Let it cut through your thoughts with clarity. Stop reacting. Stop surrendering your energy to every external pull. Stop allowing your emotions to decide the tone of your voice. Hold your ground. Stand tall in the space you choose to occupy. Do not let yourself be moved by noise that has no meaning. Let silence work. Let silence reveal intention. Let silence create gravity. Let silence show others that you do not operate on impulse. You operate on purpose. You operate on clarity. You operate on discipline. These commands form a new structure inside you, a structure strong enough to hold the next version of yourself. A structure built from intentional pauses, from measured breathing, from the willingness to wait before responding. You begin to understand that silence is not the opposite of action. Silence is the preparation for powerful action. Silence is the moment where your mind organizes, your emotions settle, and your purpose becomes clear. Feel the relief that follows these realizations, a relief that expands through your chest, lightening the weight you've carried for years. You realize that you no longer need to participate in every discussion. You no longer need to be understood by everyone. You no longer need to justify your choices to people who have not earned access to your inner world. This relief softens the tension in your shoulders. It releases the tightness in your thoughts. It allows your breath to deepen and your awareness to settle. Relief becomes a sign that you are finally walking in alignment with yourself. And from that relief, empowerment rises again, bold, grounded, unmistakable. You begin to feel the shift in your identity. You start moving differently. You become more intentional with your words. You begin noticing how people react when you speak less but mean more. You see how silence draws attention not because it is empty, but because it is filled with purpose. You begin to understand the influence that comes from stillness, the leverage that comes from restraint, the leadership that comes from listening first and speaking last. Each breath strengthens your presence. Each moment of silence deepens your authority. Each intentional pause reinforces your identity as someone who chooses purpose over impulse. You grow into this empowerment with every heartbeat, every quiet moment, every deliberate choice to hold your ground. Silence no longer feels like something you practice. It feels like something you embody. Let the rhythm repeat one final time in this chapter, calm settling in your chest, tension sharpening your awareness, command strengthening your discipline, relief expanding your breath, empowerment lifting your identity. This rhythm becomes the foundation of your self-control. This rhythm teaches your mind how to pause before speaking, how to center before responding, how to move with clarity rather than emotion. You are not the same person who began this CH. After you can feel it, you've shed an old version of yourself, the version that relied on noise to feel seen, the version that reacted to every external force, the version that mistook loudness for strength. You've replaced that version with someone grounded, someone intentional, someone calm, someone powerful. You rise into your new understanding of silence. You rise into self-command. You rise into an identity built on strength that does not need to announce itself. And as you step beyond this chapter, you feel the momentum building. The next lesson calls you deeper into your own growth, ready to reveal more of the power you are now learning to control. You step deeper into this chapter with a sharper awareness forming inside you. The more you explore silence, the more you realize it is not an empty space. It is a powerful container. A container for your thoughts, a container for your discipline, a container for your growth. You begin to recognize that silence is not the absence of communication, it is the refinement of it. When you choose silence, you choose clarity. When you choose silence, you choose intention. When you choose silence, you choose control. This understanding grows inside you like a steady flame, illuminating parts of your identity you never noticed before. There is a calmness surrounding you now, a calmness that feels earned rather than given. You feel it in the tempo of your breath, in the slowing of your thoughts, in the grounding of your posture. This calm is a sign that you are beginning to detach from the urgency that once controlled you. You no longer feel the need to jump into every conversation. You no longer feel the pressure to immediately answer every question. You no longer feel compelled to prove your point the moment it is challenged. This calm reminds you that you are in control of yourself, and therefore in control of how you show up in the world. But calm alone is not transformation. You feel tension rising again, pushing you to look deeper. This tension is the edge where your old habits meet your new discipline. It calls you to examine how much of your life was shaped by impulses you never questioned. The sudden replies, the quick reactions, the need to defend your decisions. These patterns were built over years, layered into your mind by repetition and expectation. And now, as silence expands inside you, these impulses surface. Not to weaken you, but to reveal what needs to be released. Allow yourself to feel this tension without resisting it. Growth always invites friction. The mind tightens before it expands. The heart hesitates before it opens. You feel the pull between who you were and who you are becoming. The older version of you still wants to jump in, speak up, assert itself quickly. But you are no longer guided by that urgency. You recognize that silence creates space for your intentions to rise. Silence gives you time to observe what others overlook. Silence allows you to see the motives behind words, rather than reacting to the surface of them. Then the command enters, strong and precise. Stop reacting. Let the instruction land with weight. You are not here to be pulled into emotional storms that drain your strength. You are here to stay anchored in your awareness. Hold your ground. Feel the stability beneath your feet. You are not required to respond simply because someone else demands it. Let silence work before you do. Let silence show you the truth behind situations. Let silence create leverage where noise once created confusion. These commands reshape your behavior from the inside. You begin to see how powerful restraint truly is. You feel yourself becoming more deliberate with your movements, more intentional with your choices, more aware of your emotions. You start to realize that mastery is not about saying the right thing at the right moment. It's about controlling what happens inside you before the moment arrives. Silence gives you that control. Silence trains your instincts. Silence sharpens your perception. Relief flows in again, warm and steady. The relief of knowing you no longer have to fight every battle. The relief of realizing not everything needs your voice. The relief of understanding that you gain power by choosing when to speak, not by speaking constantly. You feel tension drain from your shoulders as you accept that silence is not costly, it is protective. It protects your focus. It protects your emotional energy. It protects your time. It protects the direction of your life. This relief is a sign that you are stepping into a more powerful version of yourself. And with that relief comes empowerment, full, grounded, unmistakable. You begin to feel how silence strengthens your identity. You recognize that you present yourself differently when you choose stillness. You stand taller. You think clearer. You speak with more impact. People respond to you differently because your energy is focused, not scattered. Your presence starts to carry without effort. You become the person others watch, observe, and follow, not because you are loud, but because you are controlled. Silence builds confidence inside you, not the fragile confidence that needs recognition, but the deep confidence that comes from inner stability. You trust your thoughts more. You trust your intuition more. You trust your ability to handle challenges without rushing into reaction. This empowerment becomes a quiet force lifting you higher with every breath. You begin to realize that silence is not just a strategy, it is an identity. Let the rhythm repeat once more. Calm expanding, tension sharpening, command strengthening, relief flowing, empowerment rising. This rhythm shapes your mind into the kind of mind that leaders are built from. It creates a mental structure that supports discipline, focus, and emotional mastery. You no longer move through life reacting to everything around you. You move with intention. You move with presence. You move with quiet authority. You rise into this understanding. You rise into this discipline. You rise into this identity. You rise because silence is now part of your strength, not something you avoid. And as you rise, you feel the next layer of power forming within you, ready to shape the path ahead. You move further into this chapter with an expanding sense of presence settling into your body. You can feel the shift now with clarity, a shift from reacting to observing, from rushing to waiting, from noise to intention. Silence has begun to take shape inside you not as emptiness but as structure, a strong, steady framework for your decisions, a quiet foundation for your leadership. You begin to understand that silence is not something you use occasionally. Silence is something you live, something you breathe, something you become. And the more you embrace it, the more your power grows from within. A calm flow settles over your thoughts once again. This calm feels wiser now, more aware. It carries experience, reflection, and depth. It is not the calm of inaction. It is the calm of someone who has trained themselves to think clearly before moving. You feel yourself slowing down, not in your ambition but in your mind. Slowing down enough to notice what you once ignored. Slowing down enough to catch your impulses before they take control. Slowing down enough to choose intention over instinct. This calm becomes your edge. While others rush into words that weaken them, you hold still and let clarity rise. But growth always returns to tension, and now you feel it again, subtle but strong enough to shape you. This tension tests your commitment to silence. You begin noticing how frequently the world encourages noise, conversations that rush you, questions that pressure you, situations that push you toward quick explanations, people who expect immediate emotional responses. All of these pressures used to dictate your behavior. But now, as tension builds, you see them for what they are: invitations to lose control of your inner state. You recognize that silence is not just self-command, it is self-protection. Let the tension sharpen you. Let it remind you how easy it is to fall back into old patterns and how powerful you become when you resist them. You feel the contrast between your old instinct to speak and your new discipline to hold. You feel the pull of your past identity and the steady force of the person you are becoming. This tension is not a setback. This tension is your teacher. It pushes you to confront what still needs refinement. It reveals the places where noise still lives inside you. And with each moment of awareness, you rise above it. Now the command returns stronger than before. Stop reacting. You hear it not as criticism, but as direction. You understand that reactions are not signs of strength. They are signs of a mind still held by the outside world. Free yourself. Hold your ground. Even when someone tries to provoke you. Even when a situation feels urgent. Even when your emotions want to take over. Stand in your silence long enough to regain your center. Let silence work before your voice enters the space. Let silence clear your emotions. Let silence reveal your truth. Let silence carry your authority. These commands reshape the way you navigate every environment. You begin to observe how silence changes the energy around you. People notice your stillness. They feel the difference in your presence. They sense that you are not easily moved, not easily shaken, not easily manipulated. Your silence becomes a boundary, a powerful boundary. It protects your focus. It shields your purpose. It ensures that your words, when you choose to speak, come from a place of strength rather than impulse. Relief follows this realization, a deep, expansive relief. You begin to see how much energy you wasted in the past by reacting to everything. You carried the weight of explanations, the burden of defending your choices, the pressure of proving your worth. But now, silence releases you from all of that. You no longer carry the responsibility of responding to every voice. You no longer feel the need to justify your vision. You no longer demand understanding from people who cannot grasp your direction. Relief fills your lungs like fresh air. It creates space inside you to breathe, think, and rise. With that relief comes a new form of empowerment, steady, grounded, and deeply rooted. You begin to feel how silence strengthens not only your presence but your character. You start valuing your thoughts more. You start trusting your instincts more. You start choosing your moments with intention. You no longer speak to fill space. You speak to create impact. You no longer respond to relieve discomfort. You respond to create direction. This empowerment elevates you into someone others naturally respect. Someone who does not need to fight for attention, because their presence commands attention on its own. You feel yourself shifting into a new level of mastery. Silence becomes not just a practice but a lifestyle. You start applying it in conversations, in decisions, in conflicts, in moments of uncertainty. Silence becomes your instrument for clarity, your shield for emotions, your filter for distractions. You begin to see how powerful people operate, not through noise but through restraint, not through constant speaking but through intentional precision, not through dominance but through control of themselves. Let the rhythm repeat again: calm, tension, command, relief, empowerment. Each stage deepens your discipline. Each stage strengthens your presence. Each stage ingrains silence deeper into your identity. You feel the pattern building a new structure within you, shaping the way you think, the way you feel, the way you lead. With each repetition, your silence becomes more natural, more confident, more powerful. You rise once again, but this rise feels different. It feels heavier in meaning. You rise with awareness. You rise with clarity. You rise with intention. Silence is no longer something you practice. It is something you embody. It is woven into your thinking. It is shaping your path. It is solidifying your character. And as you rise, you sense that even deeper layers of power are waiting for you, ready to reveal themselves as you continue forward into the heart of this chapter. You step further into this chapter with a deeper awareness taking root within you. Silence has begun to feel less like an external practice and more like an internal shift, something that is transforming the way you move, think, and carry yourself. You feel the presence of a new identity forming beneath your old habits. You sense your mind becoming clearer, your emotions steadier, your instincts sharper. This transformation is subtle but powerful, and it begins with the recognition that silence is not a retreat from the world but a return to yourself. This return strengthens you. This return aligns you. This return prepares you for every challenge ahead. A calm settles over you again, deeper than before. It stretches across your thoughts like a horizon clearing after a storm. This calm is not just emotional, it is structural. You begin to notice how silence creates order in your mind, how it helps you separate what truly matters from the noise that once demanded your attention. You begin to see silence as a strategy, one that powerful people rely on to conserve their energy, protect their intentions, and guide their actions with precision. Your calm becomes a marker of your growth, a sign that you are stepping into a higher level of self-command. But calm always gives way to tension, and you feel it rising inside you now. This tension is the pressure of evolution. It challenges the parts of you that still cling to quick reactions, the parts that want to speak without thinking, the parts that fear being misunderstood if you do not explain yourself immediately. This tension is natural. It is the mind wrestling with old impulses. It is the heart adjusting to a new rhythm. It is the ego learning to let go of the illusion that noise equates to power. Allow this tension to surface without resisting it. Growth requires friction. Transformation requires discomfort. Rising requires shedding layers that no longer serve you. Feel this tension sharpen your awareness. You begin to see moments in your daily life where silence would serve you better than words, moments where reacting would weaken you, moments where holding still would strengthen you, moments where silence would reveal more than speaking ever could. This awareness empowers you. It shows you how to step into situations with clarity instead of habit. It reminds you that silence is not a sign of hesitation. It is the mark of someone who refuses to act without intention. The command enters again, strong and deliberate. Stop reacting. Let the words resonate through you. Reacting pulls you away from your center. Reacting gives your power to world instead of holding it within yourself. Hold your ground. Feel the stability of your silence. Feel how it anchors your emotions, your thoughts, your presence. Let silence work. Let it create the pause that reveals truth. Let it give you the time others overlook. Let it shape the moment instead of letting the moment shape you. These commands begin to rewire you. You notice how powerful it feels to pause instead of rush. You notice how control rises within you when you choose silence over impulse. You notice how quickly pressure dissolves when you refuse to react immediately. This is where self-command is built, in the space between stimulus and response, in the silence where intention forms before action, in the moments where you choose discipline over urgency. Each time you hold your silence, you strengthen the foundation of who you are becoming. Relief washes through you again, a soft, warm relief that expands your chest and eases your breath. You realize you no longer need to fill every space. You no longer need to manage every opinion. You no longer need to respond to every voice. Silence frees you from expectations that were never yours to carry. It removes the pressure to always perform, always explain, always respond. This relief is the evidence of your growth. It shows you that silence is not a loss of engagement. It is a gain of clarity, focus, and strength. This relief makes space for empowerment to rise again, stronger, bolder, more confident. You begin to feel the influence that comes from speaking less but meaning more. You begin to sense how your presence impacts others when you move with restraint. You start to see silence as a form of a leadership of self, a leadership of emotion, a leadership of direction. You understand now that silence is a sign of internal mastery, the discipline to hold your words until they are intentional, the discipline to hold your emotions until they are understood, the discipline to hold your decisions until they align with your purpose. Empowerment moves through you like a current. You notice how silence sharpens your perception of others, how it allows you to observe what people reveal unintentionally, how it helps you read situations more accurately. Silence gives you insight. Silence gives you leverage. Silence gives you control over the timing of your voice. And with each moment you choose silence, your authority strengthens, not because you force it, but because you embody it. Let the rhythm repeat again. Calm returns, grounding your thoughts. Tension pushes you toward growth. Commands anchor your discipline. Relief softens your mind. Empowerment lifts your identity. This rhythm becomes the cycle through which your power grows. It becomes the internal structure that shapes your decisions, your presence, your leadership. You are building a life directed from within, not pulled from the outside. You rise once more into this understanding. You rise into a deeper awareness of your strength. You rise into the truth that silence does not weaken you, it refines you. Silence does not diminish you, it amplifies you. Silence does not hide you, it reveals you. And as you rise, you sense that the next layer of your transformation is waiting to unfold, ready to draw you further into the power you were always meant to claim. You move deeper into this chapter with a stronger sense of presence than ever before. Silence has begun to shape the way you think, the way you feel, the way you perceive the world around you. You sense a new discipline forming beneath your thoughts, a discipline that brings structure to your emotions and clarity to your intentions. You begin to realize that silence is not something you step into, it is something you grow into. Each moment of quiet becomes a mirror reflecting your inner world, and with each reflection, you learn more about who you are and who you are becoming. A calm settles over you again, steady and grounded. It is no longer fragile or unfamiliar. It feels earned, strengthened through repetition and awareness. This calm shows you that silence creates space, space for your mind to breathe, space for your emotions to stabilize, space for your intuition to rise. You no longer rush to fill this space. You respect it, you value it. You understand that this space is where your best decisions are born. It is where your most powerful thoughts form. It is where your true identity lives. This calm becomes a quiet confirmation that you are stepping into real self-command. But growth does not exist without tension, and you feel it rising within you once more. This tension is a sign of transformation. It shows you the habits that still cling to you, the reflexes that still pull you toward immediate reaction. You recognize moments where your instinct still wants to speak quickly, defend quickly, answer quickly. These impulses surface not because you are weak, but because you are evolving. The tension reveals what you are overcoming. It reveals the patterns you are dismantling. It reveals the identity you are leaving behind. Do not resist this tension. Let it strengthen you. Let it sharpen your awareness. As you observe this tension, you begin to see the truth behind your old reactions. You realize that loudness was often a mask, covering uncertainty, covering fear, covering the desire to feel heard in a world full of noise. But you no longer need that mask. You no longer need that noise. You no longer need to shout your way through life. Silence teaches you to listen. Silence teaches you to wait. Silence teaches you to respond with intention rather than emotion. This is the shift that tension prepares you for. The shift from noise to discipline, from reaction to leadership. Then comes the command again, clear, sharp, grounding, stop reacting. The words anchor you into presence. They remind you that your power does not come from speed but from clarity. You do not win by being the first to speak. You win by being the one who speaks with purpose. Hold your ground. Let silence create the space you need. Let it reveal what matters. Let it filter out what does not. Let silence work. Let it do what words cannot. Let it shift the atmosphere. Let it show others that you do not move on impulse. You move on intention. These commands shape you from the inside out. You start to see how your internal world becomes more ordered each time you hold silence before speaking. You notice how emotions that once controlled you lose their grip when you give yourself space to breathe. You begin to trust the pause. You begin to trust the quiet. You begin to trust yourself. Silence becomes the place where your thoughts clarify and your decisions strengthen. You start to realize that mastery is not found in being loud. It is found in being grounded. Relief washes through you again, softer this time but deeper. You feel lighter as you release the weight of old patterns. You feel freer as you let go of the constant urge to explain or defend. You feel stronger as you recognize that silence gives you power you never knew you had. This relief signals the shedding of an identity shaped by noise, urgency, and reaction. You are no longer bound to that version of yourself. You rise above it. You rise beyond it. You rise into someone steadier, someone wiser, someone stronger. And with relief comes empowerment, rising like a tide through your chest. You feel the strength that comes from choosing your voice rather than having it pulled from you. You feel the confidence that comes from knowing your words carry weight because they are no longer scattered. You feel the authority that comes from moving with intention, not impulse. This empowerment steadies your posture. It sharpens your focus. It increases your presence. You begin to understand why powerful people speak less. They are not silent because they lack words. They are silent because they possess control. Empowerment grows inside you with each quiet moment you experience. You begin to notice how silence enhances your perception, how it allows you to see the truth beneath the surface of conversations, how it helps you recognize motives, emotions, and dynamics that others overlook. Silence gives you insight. Insight gives you advantage. Advantage gives you power. This chain of strength forms the backbone of your rising identity. Let the rhythm repeat again. Calm grounding you, tension challenging you, command strengthening you, relief softening you, empowerment lifting you. This rhythm becomes a discipline. It becomes the inner script you follow as you move through life. It becomes the structure that shapes your leadership. You begin to see that silence is not passive. Silence is active. Silence is deliberate. Silence is strategic. Silence is control. You rise once more into this understanding. You rise with clarity. You rise with stability. You rise with intention. Your silence is becoming a force felt, respected, undeniable. It is shaping the way you show up in every room, every conversation, every moment. And as you rise, you sense that the next segment will take you even deeper into the heart of your power, preparing you to carry this discipline into every part of your life. You move further into this chapter with a growing sense of mastery forming within you. Silence is no longer something you're trying to understand. It's something you're beginning to embody. You feel it shaping the way you hold your body, the way your thoughts settle before you speak, the way your emotions move through you without overwhelming your actions. Silence has become a space of clarity, a place where your mind can breathe and your purpose can rise. You begin to realize that silence is not the opposite of power. Silence is the preparation for power. It is the grounding force behind every strong decision you will make. A deep calm settles into you again, stronger than before. This calm feels like a second heartbeat, something steady, wide and quiet that supports every moment of your day. You sense how silence gives you the ability to slow down your reactions, to observe your thoughts, to understand your emotions before acting on them. You begin to notice parts of yourself you overlooked before, the thoughts beneath the noise, the instincts beneath the pressure, the truth beneath the impulse. Silence reveals all of it, and in this calm, you find a stability that loudness never provided. But as always, the calm leads you into tension. The tension rises because growth demands it. This tension shows you the moments where silence still feels uncomfortable, where your old habits still try to pull you into quick answers, quick reactions, quick defenses. It reminds you that becoming someone who holds silence with confidence is a journey, not a switch. You feel the tug of your past identity, the version of you that rushed to fill gaps because quiet felt vulnerable. This tension is not failure. It is evidence that you are transforming. It is the pressure that forms strength. Let this tension expand without resisting it. The tension teaches you to recognize when your mind wants to escape silence. It shows you where fear still lives, fear of being misunderstood, fear of being overlooked, fear of losing control. But you see clearly now that silence is not where fear grows, it is where fear dissolves. Silence exposes fears that noise once hid. And the more you face them, the more your old identity loses its grip on you. The tension becomes your guide, pointing you toward the places where growth is ready to happen. Then the command arrives again, firm and direct. Stop reacting. Stop letting external voices dictate your internal state. Stop giving your strength to moments that do not deserve it. Hold your ground. Feel the power that rises when you refuse to be moved by noise or urgency. Feel the stability that comes from staying still while others rush. Let silence work. Let it reveal the intentions behind words. Let it expose what is real and what is merely pressure. Let silence become the tool that shapes your responses, instead of letting situations shape you. These commands shape your behavior in every moment. You begin to see how silence creates a sense of authority, not because you are withholding words, but because you are controlling them. You notice how people respond differently when you choose silence instead of rushing to speak. You sense how your restraint brings clarity to your thoughts and steadiness to your presence. Silence becomes the foundation of your emotional intelligence. It becomes the method through which you understand yourself and others more deeply. Relief flows through you once again. A relief that washes away the pressure to always defend, always explain, always speak quickly. You realize you no longer carry the burden of constant expression. You no longer feel responsible for filling every empty space. This relief creates room inside you to breathe, to reflect, to choose. It frees you from the heaviness of unnecessary conversations and emotional reactions. Silence gives you a sense of liberation, a freedom that comes from knowing you can hold yourself steady without relying on noise. This relief deepens your understanding of who you are becoming. You begin to trust the quiet parts of yourself, the parts that think before acting, the parts that observe before speaking, the parts that understand more by saying less. And from that trust, empowerment rises again, fierce and grounded. You start to recognize the strength in your stillness. You begin to see how silence amplifies your awareness. You feel the authority that builds when you choose your words with precision. Silence becomes a form of leadership, a way of signaling that you are not controlled by impulse, but guided by intention. Empowerment fills your chest like a steady flame. You feel more confident in your presence. You feel clearer in your decisions. You feel more aligned with your direction. You begin to sense that silence gives you something loudness never could: influence. The ability to shift the energy in a room simply by choosing when to speak and when to hold back. You begin to understand that people follow those who speak with clarity, not those who speak with volume. Silence sharpens your clarity. It sharpens your impact. Let the rhythm repeat again. Calm expanding, tension rising, command strengthening, relief softening, empowerment lifting. Each cycle deepens your transformation. Each cycle reinforces the truth that silence is not weakness, it is mastery. It is endurance. It is foresight. It is discipline. This rhythm becomes the blueprint for how you will navigate challenges, decisions, and interactions. It becomes the structure through which your leadership grows. You rise once more, quietly, steadily, intentionally. You rise with a deeper understanding of your power. You rise with a clearer sense of who you are becoming. You rise with the knowledge that silence is now part of your strength, part of your identity, part of your leadership. And as you rise, you feel the final layer of this chapter approaching, ready to bring everything together and prepare you for the next stage of your journey. You step into the final segment of this chapter with a powerful awareness taking shape inside you. Silence has carried you through layers of yourself you once overlooked, revealing strengths you didn't realize you held. You feel the weight of your presence beginning to change. You feel your mind operating with more clarity, your emotions moving with more balance, your decisions forming with more intention. Silence is no longer something external to you. Silence has become part of your identity. You now understand that silence is not emptiness. It is structure. It is strategy. It is control. You feel that truth aligning your spirit as you move deeper into the core of who you are becoming. A calm rises through your entire body, slow, steady, grounded. This calm no longer feels like something you enter. It feels like something you live in. You recognize how silence brings order to your thoughts, how it clears away the fog that once clouded your direction, how it sharpens your ability to distinguish between emotion and intention. In this calm, you understand yourself in ways you once couldn't. You feel how silence protects your strength. You feel how silence centers your ambition. You feel how silence brings clarity to your purpose. This calm is not weakness. It is evidence of your rising discipline. But even now, the tension returns because growth never ends. The tension shows you the edges of your transformation. It highlights the moments where silence still challenges you, the instinct to fill the space, the urge to respond quickly, the desire to defend yourself before understanding the full picture. This tension is not here to pull you backward. It is here to pull you deeper. It is here to reveal the areas where you must continue strengthening your mind. You feel the old habits tugging at you, asking you to return to noise, but they no longer hold the same power. You face this tension with clarity now. You let it shape you rather than control you. Let this tension become your training ground. It teaches you how to hold yourself steady even when silence feels unfamiliar. It shows you how to remain confident even when others misunderstand your quiet strength. It helps you recognize that silence is not something fragile. It is something forged through moments exactly like these. Moments where you choose discipline over impulse. Moments where you choose self-command over reaction. Moments where you choose to rise above what once controlled you. Tension becomes the fire that strengthens your foundation. And then the command arrives one final time in this chapter. Stop reacting. Say it inwardly with firmness. Stop giving your power to noise. Stop abandoning your clarity for speed. Stop allowing the outside world to shape your inner state. Hold your ground. Feel how strong your silence truly is. Feel how it anchors you when everything around you pulls for a reaction. Feel how it clears your emotions and strengthens your posture. Let silence work. Let it reveal what words cannot. Let it filter out distractions. Let it draw the truth to the surface. Let silence carry your authority before you even speak. These commands are not temporary instructions. They are the foundation of your rising identity. You begin to understand how silence shapes every part of your life. It sharpens your decisions. It strengthens your relationships. It elevates your leadership. It protects your energy. It clarifies your mind. You feel the power that grows from waiting before you speak, from breathing before you respond, from thinking before you act. You feel yourself stepping into a higher level of emotional intelligence, a deeper level of control, a stronger level of presence. Relief flows through you like a warm wave, a relief that washes away years of pressure to fill every silence, to explain yourself endlessly, to talk your way into being understood. You recognize now that you don't need to force understanding. You don't need to prove your value through noise. Silence proves it for you. Silence makes your presence undeniable. Silence frees you from the constant demand to perform. This relief opens space inside you for new confidence to grow. A confidence that comes from knowing you can hold yourself steady, no matter what rises around you. That relief becomes the soil where empowerment grows again, full, strong, unbreakable. You begin to realize how powerful you feel when you choose your voice with intention, when your words are shaped by clarity instead of emotion, when your presence carries weight without effort. This empowerment changes the way you walk into rooms. It changes the way you handle conflict. It changes the way you make decisions. You become someone others listen to because your silence signals depth. You become someone others respect because your restraint signals strength. You become someone others follow because your presence signals leadership. You feel this empowerment circulating through your body, steady, grounded, unstoppable. You begin to understand that silence is not just a skill. Silence is a form of self-respect. It shows that you value your energy. It shows that you control your emotions. It shows that you trust your own judgment. You rise into this understanding with clarity and conviction. Silence has become your ally, your anchor, your power, and you now stand inside that power with certainty. Let the rhythm repeat one last time, calm grounding you, tension strengthening you, command focusing you, relief softening you, empowerment lifting you. This rhythm becomes the heartbeat of your discipline. It becomes the structure that will guide you through challenges, decisions, relationships, and leadership. This rhythm shapes your identity. This rhythm shapes your future. You rise at the end of this chapter with a sense of authority you did not have before. You rise with clarity in your mind and steadiness in your breath. You rise knowing that silence is not weakness, it is control. It is mastery. It is the edge that powerful people have used their entire lives. And now it belongs to you. You feel it becoming part of your thinking, part of your behavior, part of your presence. And as you rise into the closing moment of this chapter, you sense that something even deeper awaits in the next one. Another layer of power ready to unfold. Another dimension of strength ready to be revealed. You feel the story shifting, guiding you forward, pulling you toward the next evolution of who you are becoming. Chapter 2: The Psychology of Quiet Authority. You step into this chapter carrying the strength you built in silence, ready to understand how it transforms the way the world responds to you. There is a psychology behind quiet authority, a natural human instinct that pulls people toward those who speak less but act with intention. You have seen it before, even if you did not have the words for it. The way a calm person commands attention without raising their voice, the way their presence shifts the energy in a room, the way their silence creates meaning. You are now beginning to internalize that this type of authority is not about dominance. It is about depth. It is about control. It is about the power that grows when you no longer chase attention but move with purpose. A calm settles into your mind as you realize that human beings are wired to respond to silence in profound ways. When you speak less, you create space. And in that space, people begin projecting their assumptions, their interpretations, their curiosity. Silence becomes a canvas on which their minds paint meaning. And more often than not, they paint the best possible version of you: competent, composed, confident. People fill your silence with strength because silence signals certainty. Silence suggests that you are not desperate to be understood, and that confidence draws them in. You feel this calm expanding through your chest as you understand that silence is not a void. It is an influence. But where there is calm, there is tension rising. This tension is the realization that society has conditioned you to believe the opposite, that authority comes from words, from commands, from verbal dominance. You were taught to speak quickly, speak loudly, speak often, as if influence requires constant expression. Yet deep inside, you always sensed something different. You felt the quiet leaders holding more respect than the loud ones. You noticed how the room leaned toward the person who spoke with intention, not volume. This tension reveals the gap between what you were taught and what you instinctively knew, and you feel it tightening your awareness, calling you to step into the truth you once ignored. Lean into this tension. It's the sign that you are unlearning noise and learning authority. You begin to recognize how people behave around those who listen more than they speak. When you are quiet, others reveal more. They show their intentions, their fears, their assumptions. They display who they are without you having to ask. Silence becomes your tool for insight. You begin to see the psychology clearly. People respect those who do not compete, those who hold their ground without fighting for attention. People are drawn to someone who does not need to assert themselves constantly. And this tension reminds you that your old habits are dissolving as your new identity forms. Then the command enters, quiet but sharp. Hold your calm presence. Let it speak for you before your words do. Let it shape the way others perceive you. Calm presence beats verbal dominance every time. You do not need to raise your voice to raise your influence. You do not need to overpower conversations to guide them. You do not need to demand attention to command it. Hold your ground in silence and watch how it shifts the behavior of the people around you. Authority is felt, not announced. Authority rises from the inside and speaks through your presence long before you open your mouth. This command settles into you with a sense of relief, a relief that tells you authority was never something you had to perform. It was something you had to allow, something you had to uncover, something you had to embody. You feel a release in your chest as you understand you no longer need to compete with noise. You no longer need to explain yourself to be respected. You no longer need to prove your value through constant speech. Authority grows in silence because silence reveals control. This relief washes through you like a steady wave, calming the parts of you that once rushed to fill empty space. And with that relief comes empowerment, deep, grounded, rising from your core. You begin to feel how silence rewires the perception others have of you. You see how your quiet presence signals confidence. You notice how people lean in, how they listen more closely, how they take your words more seriously because they are not scattered. You begin to feel the shift in your identity, the shift from someone who needed to be heard to someone who chooses when to be heard. This empowerment builds your internal strength. It reinforces the truth that authority does not require noise. It requires clarity. It requires intention. It requires restraint. The empowerment grows as you recognize that you are no longer reacting from insecurity. You are no longer trying to prove who you are. You know who you are becoming. You are becoming someone people listen to without demanding it. You are becoming someone whose presence carries meaning. You are becoming someone who influences through steadiness, through focus, through deliberate silence. This identity rises inside you with every breath, reinforcing your self-command. Let the rhythm repeat, calm grounding you, tension sharpening you, command strengthening you, relief washing through you, empowerment lifting you. This rhythm becomes the pattern through which you absorb the psychology of quiet authority. You begin to understand that this is not theory. This is not concept. This is human nature. People respect the person who does not try to control the room with words. They respect the person who controls themselves. You rise into this truth with intention. You rise knowing that authority is not something you demand. It is something you emanate. You rise understanding that silence is one of the strongest signals of self-command. And as you rise at the end of this segment, you can feel the next layer calling you forward, ready to show you how quiet authority shapes your relationships, your leadership, and the way the world responds to your presence. You move forward into the next layer of this chapter with a clearer understanding forming inside you. Quiet authority is not a trick, not a tactic, not a temporary shift in behavior. It is a psychological truth woven deep into human perception. People are trained by instinct to notice the one who is calm when everyone else is loud. They are drawn to the one who listens when everyone else is fighting to be heard. They are influenced by the one who speaks sparingly yet decisively. You are beginning to sense how silence reshapes the way others interpret your presence, how it transforms the way they respond to your leadership, how it positions you as someone they naturally look toward for direction. A calm settles into your thoughts again, anchoring you in the quiet confidence that silence creates. This calm gives you the space to observe the world around you without being pulled by its noise. You notice details you once missed, shifts in tone, subtle expressions, motives hidden beneath words. While others are caught in the rush of speaking, you are gathering information. While they chase attention, you gather clarity. This calm presence becomes your advantage, the quiet force that strengthens your awareness and deepens your understanding of people. You begin to realize that silence is not passive. Silence is perception sharpened. But calm always gives way to tension, and you feel it rising now, the tension between who you were and who you are becoming. You remember times when you believed that speaking more made you appear more confident, times when you believed that louder meant stronger, times when you used words as a shield to hide uncertainty. This tension surfaces to remind you of the habits you are shedding, the identity you are outgrowing, the noise you are no longer controlled by. You feel the pull of those old instincts, reacting quickly, interrupting, filling space, but you also feel the strength of your new discipline resisting them. This tension reflects your evolution. Let this tension deepen your awareness. It shows you the difference between attention-seeking and authority. Loudness demands attention. Calmness earns it. People trust the one who stays centered. They listen to the one who speaks last. They respect the one who thinks before responding. They follow the one who carries themselves with intentional stillness. This tension reveals how much your old identity relied on noise, and it pushes you further into the quiet strength you are shaping now. Then comes the command, precise and unwavering. Hold your calm presence. Let it be the signal that you are not controlled by urgency. Let it show others that your mind is disciplined, your emotions steady, your voice intentional. Authority is felt long before it is heard. You do not need to assert dominance through volume or force. Your stillness is enough. Your silence is enough. Your calm under pressure is enough. People instinctively respect those who do not rush to prove themselves. They sense stability in your restraint. They sense wisdom in your pauses. They sense confidence in your quiet. This command releases a wave of relief through you. The pressure to always have an answer dissolves. The pressure to respond instantly fades. The pressure to dominate conversations disappears. You no longer feel the need to perform confidence. You are building real confidence. You no longer feel the need to explain yourself endlessly. You are learning to trust your presence. This relief softens your internal resistance. It allows you to relax into the truth that authority cannot be forced. It must be embodied. And from this relief grows empowerment, stronger and more grounded than before. You begin to internalize the reality that silence shapes how people perceive you. It gives them space to consider your presence. It makes them curious about your thoughts. It raises the value of your words. A person who talks constantly is predictable, easy to ignore, easy to dismiss. But the person who speaks with intention becomes someone others listen to, someone others watch closely, someone others consider carefully. Silence increases your impact by increasing people's attention. You feel this empowerment rising as you recognize that your voice no longer comes from insecurity but from clarity. You are no longer speaking to fill space. You are speaking to create direction. You are no longer seeking validation. You are expressing conviction. You are no longer trying to be heard. You are choosing when to be heard. These shifts create a new identity within you, an identity aligned with quiet authority. You feel it forming with every breath, every moment of silence, every intentional decision. Let the rhythm repeat, calm grounding your attention, tension stretching your awareness, commands sharpening your discipline, relief easing your mind, empowerment lifting your identity. This rhythm is shaping the psychology of quiet authority inside you. You are beginning to understand how silence becomes a language, how it communicates confidence, how it influences without effort. You begin to see how people respond to someone who does not need to fight for space. You begin to recognize that your energy speaks louder than your words ever could. You rise once again into this understanding. You rise with the knowledge that quiet authority is not about saying less. It is about meaning more. You rise into the truth that people listen to those who listen first. You rise into the identity of someone who does not chase attention, because attention naturally follows those who carry themselves with intention. You rise into the person who influences through presence, not performance. And as you rise at the end of this segment, you feel the next layer preparing to unfold, ready to guide you into how people interpret your silence, how assumptions form in your favor, and how your presence becomes a powerful signal long before you speak. You continue deeper into this chapter, carrying with you the awareness that silence is shaping not only how you operate but how others perceive you. Quiet authority is not a performance, it is a psychological force. And now you begin to understand why people instinctively respond to those who speak less but act more. Human beings look for cues, for signals, for signs of confidence that do not need to be announced. When you hold yourself in silence, you signal that you trust your own mind. You signal that you are not rushed. You signal that you are not dependent on approval. This unspoken confidence becomes magnetic. It draws people into your orbit without you having to demand a thing. A calm rises in you once more, a calm that feels deeper and more refined than before. It is the calm of someone who knows they do not need to perform. The calm of someone who no longer fears the pause between words. The calm of someone who understands that silence is not a gap to fill, but a space to hold. You notice how this calm settles your breathing, your posture, your focus. You stand differently. You think differently. You carry yourself with a quiet steadiness that others notice even if they cannot explain why. This calm is the core of quiet authority, the foundation of influence that does not need volume to be felt. But tension rises again, as it must. Tension reminds you of the moments in life where you felt pressure to speak quickly to avoid silence. Moments where the quiet felt uncomfortable, where you rushed to explain yourself, where you filled space because you feared being misinterpreted. You recognize how deeply ingrained those patterns are. The tension presses against your new identity, challenging your commitment to stillness. It reminds you that growth requires resisting old impulses, requires standing firmly in the discomfort that once shaped your reactions. This tension is not a setback. It is proof that transformation is underway. Let this tension push you toward clarity. People fill silence with assumptions. This is human nature. And here is the truth. When you hold silence with confidence, their assumptions work in your favor. Silence allows them to imagine depth. Silence allows them to interpret strength. Silence allows them to sense stability. The mind cannot help but search for meaning, and when you hold yourself with calm presence, that meaning becomes positive. You begin to realize how powerful it is to let others project competence onto you instead of explaining yourself into exhaustion. This tension sharpens that understanding. Then the command comes again, firm and grounded. Hold your calm presence. Let silence become a deliberate choice, not a moment of hesitation. Let it show others that you are not controlled by urgency or emotion. Authority is felt, not announced. You do not need to broadcast your confidence. You need only embody it. People instinctively respect the one who is sure of them. Selves, and nothing communicates self-assurance more clearly than intentional silence. When you choose the moment to speak, rather than reacting to the pull of the room, you show that you are not governed by the environment. You govern your presence within it. The command softens into relief as understanding sinks deeper. You realize you no longer need to overcorrect or over-explain. You no longer need to fill gaps to feel safe. You no longer need to chase certainty from others. Silence gives you room to process, to think, to step back from emotional triggers. It frees you from the weight of unnecessary conversations. It frees you from the pressure to meet every expectation. Relief flows through you as you begin trusting silence as a tool rather than fearing it as an absence. You breathe easier. You feel lighter. You feel in control. And from that relief emerges empowerment, clear, grounded, undeniable. You recognize that your silence changes the behavior of others. People slow down around you. They choose their words more carefully. They listen more closely. They give weight to what you say because they know you do not speak without intention. Quiet authority rewires the social space around you. It elevates you without you having to lift your voice. It increases your influence without you saying more. You begin to stand in this empowerment, understanding that your silence is not taking away your voice. It is amplifying it. Empowerment lifts your identity into alignment with your potential. You begin to see yourself as someone who does not chase significance because significance grows naturally from your presence. You begin to feel that you are becoming someone people listen to without demanding it. This shift is not imagined, it is real. Your perception is changing. Your energy is changing. Your leadership is changing. You no longer move with the frantic pace of seeking approval. You move with the slow, deliberate force of someone who trusts themselves deeply. Let the rhythm repeat, calm anchoring you, tension strengthening you, command focusing you, relief freeing you, empowerment lifting you. This rhythm trains your mind to understand the psychology behind silence. It becomes the inner structure that shapes how you show up in every conversation, every interaction, every decision. Quiet authority is not a trait of the few. It is a skill, a discipline, a mindset available to anyone willing to master themselves before they attempt to influence others. You rise into this truth once more. You rise with a clearer sense of your power. You rise with the understanding that silence is not empty, it is intentional. You rise knowing that authority does not come from force, it comes from presence. Silence becomes the ground you stand on, the air you breathe, the signal of your strength. And as you rise at the close of this segment, you feel the next part calling you forward, ready to take you deeper into how quiet authority shapes respect, perception, and the influence you carry into every part of your life. You move deeper into this chapter with a sharpened awareness of how silence shifts human behavior. You begin to see that quiet authority is not merely a personal practice, it is a social force. When you hold yourself with calm restraint, people cannot help but respond differently. They pause, they reflect, they measure their words. They become more careful, more respectful, more attentive, and they do this instinctively without you having to command anything. This is the psychology of quiet authority. Your presence influences others long before your voice ever enters the room. A deep calm settles over you as you understand this truth more fully. The calm feels earned, like something you stepped into consciously rather than stumbled upon. This calm reflects the confidence growing inside you, confidence rooted in the realization that influence is not always expressed through speech. Influence often begins in the silence between words. You begin to feel how stillness sharpens your observations, how it heightens your intuition, how it strengthens your sense of self. This calm becomes a sign that you are learning to lead from the inside out, not the outside in. But as this calm deepens, tension rises again, quiet but undeniable. You feel the old instinct to speak quickly tugging at you. You feel the urge to fill silence with reassurance. You feel the pull of familiar habits telling you that quiet moments need to be explained. This tension is your reminder that transformation is not linear. It is layered. It is challenging. It is a constant test of your commitment to the identity you are building. And you welcome this tension, because it reveals where the work is still happening inside you. Allow yourself to lean into this tension without resisting it. It shows you how deeply the world has conditioned you to fear quiet moments, to fill space, to prove yourself, to rush toward validation. But you are no longer living according to those patterns. You are becoming someone who understands that silence is not a vacuum. Silence is a signal. It communicates strength, clarity, and self-possession. When you embrace silence, you embrace the ability to shape perception without saying a word. The tension pushes you to hold this truth more firmly. Then the command arrives, precise, steady, transformative. Hold your calm presence. Do not shrink from silence. Do not fear the pause. Let the silence become your advantage. Let it become your anchor. Let it shape how others interpret your strength. Authority is felt, not announced. Every moment you choose calm over chaos, intention over impulse, silence over noise, you signal to the world that you are in control. You do not need to assert dominance because dominance is not the goal. Command of self is the goal. And when you command yourself, others naturally feel your authority. This command settles into your spirit and brings a wave of relief with it. Relief at the realization that you do not need to chase influence. Relief that you do not need to fight for attention. Relief that you do not need to prove your worth through endless explanations. You are free from that pressure now. You feel the tension dissolve from your chest as you understand that leadership begins with presence, not performance. Your silence becomes a place of rest, a moment where you regain strength, clarity, and direction without needing external approval. This relief is soft but powerful. From that relief rises empowerment, strong, steady, and deeply rooted in your new identity. You begin to feel how your silence shapes the energy of every interaction. People listen more closely. They interpret your pauses as thoughtfulness. They assume depth because your restraint signals intention. They lean in, curious about your perspective because you do not offer it lightly. This empowerment is not about superiority, it is about self-respect. You are learning to value your voice by not using it carelessly. You are learning that influence grows when words are chosen with precision. Quiet authority becomes clearer the more you experience it. You see how people begin adjusting to your pace instead of you adjusting to theirs. You see how they wait for your input rather than speaking over you. You see how your silence causes them to think more deeply before responding. This shift is not accidental, it is psychological. When someone speaks less, others project significance onto their silence. They assume intention. They assume meaning. They assume strength. And you stand inside that projection comfortably now, letting it elevate your presence. Let the rhythm repeat, calm grounding your mind, tension sharpening your awareness, command reinforcing your discipline, relief soothing your emotions, empowerment lifting your identity. This rhythm becomes the structure of quiet authority within you. It teaches you how to regulate your internal world so that your external world responds in turn. Quiet authority is not about withdrawing from life. It is about engaging with life from a position of clarity, choosing your actions with purpose and your words with intention. You rise once again into this understanding, feeling your identity shift in real time. You rise as someone who does not rely on noise for influence. You rise as someone who allows silence to strengthen their presence. You rise as someone who leads through steadiness, not urgency. You rise into the truth that people listen to those who listen to themselves first. And as you rise at the end of this segment, you can feel the next layer forming, ready to show you how your silence not only influences perception, but reshapes the dynamic of every relationship, every conversation, and every environment you step into. You step further into this chapter and begin to recognize the deeper mechanics behind quiet authority. It is not just a social response. It is a psychological pattern that repeats across every culture, every environment, every group of people. Humans instinctively respect those who remain calm under pressure. They instinctively trust the ones who think before they speak. They instinctively look toward the person who does not rush, does not panic, does not scramble for attention. You are becoming that person now. And as you grow into this identity, you begin to understand how silence rewires the way people interpret you. A deep sense of calm fills your mind as you absorb this truth. This calm is different from the silence you first practiced. It feels fuller, more intentional, more grounded. You no longer use silence as a shield, you use it as a choice. A deliberate decision to observe before reacting. A strategic moment to process before responding. A conscious step to gather clarity before taking action. This calm does not shrink your presence. It expands it, giving your thoughts room to form with strength instead of urgency. You begin to feel how silence shapes your energy in ways loudness never could. And yet the tension returns. It always does because tension is part of transformation. The tension appears in moments when you feel pressure to speak quickly, when people expect instant reactions, when silence feels unfamiliar to those around you. You notice how others sometimes rush to fill the quiet you hold. You see their discomfort, their impatience, their assumptions. This tension shows you how rare your new discipline is. It shows you how deeply others rely on noise to feel safe. You feel the pull to fall back into old habits, to fill the space, to ease their discomfort, to make the moment smoother. But you resist, because you understand that silence not only shapes perception, it reveals it. Let this tension strengthen you. It shows where your boundaries must grow. It shows where your discipline still needs reinforcement. It shows where your identity is evolving. Tension pushes you to recognize the power you now hold. When you stay silent, people reveal themselves. They show their motives. They expose their fears. They uncover their intentions. Silence becomes a filter that separates what is real from what is reactive. And as you hold that silence with calm presence, you begin to see truth in ways you never saw before. Then the command cuts through the tension, steady, focused, undeniable. Hold your calm presence. Do not abandon your silence because others fear it. Do not rush your voice because someone else is uncomfortable with the pause. Authority is felt, not forced. Your calm presence becomes a signal that you are not governed by external pressure. You are governed by internal clarity. Let others feel the weight of the quiet you hold. Let them adjust to your rhythm. Let your silence reshape the dynamic, instead of letting their urgency dictate your behavior. As this command settles into your mind, relief washes over you. Relief that comes from realizing you do not need to participate in every conversation. You do not need to match every emotional tone. You do not need to respond on anyone else's timeline. Silence frees you from urgency. Silence frees you from emotional entanglement. Silence frees you from the impulse to explain or justify yourself. This relief allows you to breathe deeper, think clearer, and step back from patterns that once drained your energy. From that relief rises empowerment, steady, confident, unmistakable. You feel how choosing silence gives you the advantage. You notice how people start questioning themselves instead of questioning you. You see how they begin interpreting your silence as confidence rather than hesitation. People fill silence with assumptions, and when your silence is intentional, their assumptions become reflections of your strength. They begin to view you as composed. They begin to view you as thoughtful. They begin to view you as someone who carries authority naturally. This empowerment grows with every quiet moment you choose intentionally. Quiet authority becomes more than a concept now, it becomes a living experience. You watch how people shift their tone when addressing you. You notice how they pause before interrupting you. You observe how they wait for your reactions instead of demanding them. Your silence influences the tempo of conversations. Your silence shapes the emotional atmosphere. Your silence creates a gravitational pull that draws respect without a single word. This is the psychology behind your rising influence. People cannot help but take someone seriously when that person takes themselves seriously. Let the rhythm repeat again, calm settling into your core, tension refining your discipline, command strengthening your identity, relief loosening the last remnants of old habits, empowerment elevating your presence. This rhythm becomes the heartbeat of your quiet authority. It teaches you how to use silence not as avoidance but as leadership, not as retreat but as strategy, not as emptiness but as intention. You rise into this understanding with newfound strength. You rise knowing that silence is not weakness, it is the most powerful signal of control. You rise with the awareness that people follow the one who does not fight for attention, but holds their presence with confidence. You rise because your identity is shifting into someone people listen to without demanding it. You rise because quiet authority is becoming part of your character, your influence, your leadership. And as you rise at the end of this segment, you feel the next level calling you. The next part of this chapter will take you deeper into how silence amplifies your impact and how quiet authority evolves into a force that shapes every interaction you enter. You move further into this chapter with a clearer sense of how silence transforms not only perception, but influence itself. Quiet authority is not a surface-level trait. It is not something you imitate for effect. It is something that emerges from within you as your confidence deepens, as your discipline strengthens, as your identity shifts into alignment with who you are becoming. Silence is beginning to feel natural now, not as a withdrawal but as a chosen stance, a stance of power, a stance of clarity, a stance of presence. And as you continue, you start to see how silence reshapes the environment around you in ways loudness never could. A calm rises in you, deeper and more anchored than ever before. This calm feels like a breath you have been waiting to take for years. It feels like truth settling into your bones. You begin to recognize how silence creates psychological space, space for you to think, space for others to observe, space for meaning to form without force. People lean into this space. They listen differently. They pay closer attention. They calibrate themselves around your energy. Your calm presence becomes a subtle but powerful signal that you do not need to chase anything. You do not need to compete. You do not need to rush. You are centered. You are steady. You are in command of yourself. But even now, tension rises, a familiar edge that challenges your growing discipline. This tension often appears when you encounter people who react quickly, speak loudly, or push aggressively for your attention. Their noise may tempt your old instincts. Their urgency may try to pull you out of your calm. Their expectations may pressure you to respond before you are ready. This tension is valuable. It reveals the difference between your rising identity and their unchanged habits. It shows you how far you've come. It tests your commitment to silence as a form of authority rather than a momentary technique. Let yourself feel this tension fully. It teaches you that quiet authority is not about withdrawing from challenge. It is about meeting challenge with intention. You realize that silence can feel uncomfortable to those who are not used to it. Some will try to force conversation. Some will interpret your quiet as a mystery. Some may even mistake your stillness for hesitation. But this tension reveals their misunderstanding, not your weakness. You hold your silence because you choose to, not because you lack words. And in that choice, you reclaim control. Then the command returns, clear, steady, unshakable. Hold your calm presence. Do not mirror the noise around you. Do not rush because others are rushing. Do not try to match energy that does not serve your direction. Let your stillness be your strength. Authority is felt, not announced. When you hold your silence, people adjust themselves around you. They slow down. They think before speaking. They watch your reactions. They begin to consider your perspective before you even give it. Authority emerges from the contrast between your steadiness and their urgency. As this command settles in your chest, relief flows through you again. Relief in realizing you do not need to meet the world at its highest volume. Relief in knowing that your silence is not misunderstood when your presence is strong. Relief in understanding that you no longer need to over-explain or justify anything to maintain your position. You feel the release of emotional tension that comes from refusing to enter battles that were never yours to fight. Silence lifts the weight of unnecessary noise. It lifts the burden of constant expression. It lifts the pressure to perform. You breathe easier because you are no longer exhausting yourself trying to be heard above the crowd. Your silence speaks for you. From that relief rises a surge of empowerment, deep, quiet, undeniable. You begin to feel how people look to you in moments of uncertainty. You begin to notice how silence positions you as the one who is evaluating, considering, understanding. Your presence becomes the calm center in a storm of distraction. This empowerment is not about superiority. It is about stability. When others drift into emotional reactions, you anchor the moment. When others get loud, you stay grounded. When others lose clarity, you maintain direction. This is the heart of quiet authority. Your influence grows because your presence is consistent. You start to recognize that your silence reveals something powerful. You are not threatened by anyone. People sense this. They sense that you do not react out of fear. You do not scramble for validation. You do not dilute your energy by speaking too much. Your silence becomes a message. I am secure within myself. And security is magnetic. People trust the one who trusts themselves. They listen to the one who listens first. They respect the one who does not need approval to stand strong. Let the rhythm repeat again. Calm anchoring your body, tension sharpening your awareness, command strengthening your discipline, relief softening your spirit, empowerment lifting your identity. This rhythm is turning silence into a natural part of your leadership. It is shaping the way you interact with the world. It is deepening your understanding of how authority forms from within before it is recognized from the outside. You rise into this truth once more. You rise with the understanding that quiet authority shifts the atmosphere in any room. You rise with the confidence that you do not need to speak often to be influential. You rise into a new level of self-command, where your silence becomes the foundation of your strength. And as you rise at the end of this segment, you feel the momentum building for the next part. An exploration into how silence transforms communication itself, how it gives weight to your words, and how it shapes the emotional dynamics of every interaction you enter. You step into this next segment with a heightened awareness simmering beneath your thoughts. You feel the truth taking shape inside you. Silence is not merely the absence of words, it is the presence of meaning. It is the presence of intention. It is the presence of control. The more you embrace silence, the more you begin to understand how human beings respond to it. Silence amplifies your presence. Silence sharpens your impact. Silence changes how people hear you, how they interpret you, and how they position themselves in relation to you. Quiet authority is not about doing more. It is about being more. A calm expands through your body as you realize how silence alters communication at its core. When you speak less, your words become heavier. They land with more weight. They carry more significance. You begin to notice how people lean in when you talk, how they anticipate your sentences, how they consider your opinion more seriously simply because you do not waste your voice. This calm becomes a reminder that silence is not withholding, it is refining. You are learning to distill your thoughts into clarity rather than spilling them in fragments. This calm is the foundation from which true authority emerges. Yet tension rises again, pushing you to confront deeper truths about your identity. You feel the pull of your old desire to explain everything. You feel the instinct to soften quiet with unnecessary speech. You feel the urge to reassure others through words rather than presence. This tension is your teacher. It reveals the parts of you that still fear silence. It shows you where your confidence is still growing roots. It reminds you that your transformation is ongoing, that you are still strengthening the mental muscles required to hold silence with maturity and intention. Do not resist this tension. Let it stretch you. Let it sharpen your self-awareness. Lean into this tension and observe how people behave when you stop filling every space. They begin to reveal themselves. Some will open up more than they intended. Some will rush to cover the quiet because they feel vulnerable inside it. Some will project meaning onto your silence, assuming depth, assuming certainty, assuming confidence. Silence pulls truth out of others while revealing what is still unsettled in you. The tension you feel is a sign that you are learning to handle this new dynamic, a dynamic where your silence influences the emotional temperature of the moment. Then the command arrives, steady, powerful, undeniable. Hold your calm presence. Allow silence to do its work. Resist the urge to interrupt your own authority. When you remain quiet, you give others the space to show themselves. You gain information. You gain understanding. You gain control. Authority is felt, not proclaimed. Speak only when your voice serves a purpose, and let silence lead the rest. This command shapes the way you show up in conversations. It teaches you how to navigate moments with intention. It reminds you that your energy sets the tone long before your words do. This command dissolves into relief as you begin to understand how liberating silence truly is. You no longer feel responsible for carrying every conversation. You no longer feel the pressure to fill every pause. You no longer feel obligated to respond immediately or perfectly. You are free from the urgency that once made communication stressful. Silence gives you time. Silence gives you space. Silence allows you to breathe. This relief flows through your mind and softens your inner world. You begin to see that quiet authority is not hard, it is honest, it is natural, it is aligned with who you are becoming. And from that relief emerges empowerment, rich, grounded, rising with clarity. You begin to feel how silence elevates your communication. When you choose to speak, your words come from intention rather than instinct. They come from clarity rather than confusion. They come from strength rather than insecurity. People feel the difference. They hear the confidence in your tone. They sense the steadiness in your pace. They recognize the weight behind your choices. This empowerment becomes part of your identity. You begin seeing yourself as someone who does not scatter their influence, but channels it through precision. Quiet authority shifts the entire dynamic of your interactions. You start to see how silence encourages others to reveal their thoughts fully, how it gives you the opportunity to read their emotions beneath the surface, how it turns conversations into opportunities for insight rather than battles for dominance. You become the person who understands more than you say, the person who observes more than you reveal, the person whose presence alone shapes the direction of the moment. People instinctively respond to this balance of restraint and awareness. Let the rhythm repeat, calm steadying your mind, tension refining your discipline, command shaping your behavior, relief easing your heart, empowerment lifting your identity. This rhythm becomes ingrained in the way you communicate. It becomes the blueprint for your leadership. It becomes the quiet confidence behind every interaction you enter. Each cycle strengthens your sense of control. Each cycle deepens your understanding of yourself. Each cycle sharpens your awareness of how your silence affects the world around you. You rise into this truth with a sense of purpose. You rise with the awareness that your voice no longer needs to fight to be heard. You rise with the understanding that silence has given you a new way of leading, subtle, steady, powerful. You rise because your identity is shifting into someone who influences through presence rather than performance, someone who communicates through calm clarity, someone who holds authority without needing to declare it. And as you rise at the end of this segment, you feel the chapter unfolding into its next depth. ready to explore how quiet authority not only influences perception, but reshapes the emotional balance of your relationships, the respect you command, and the role you carry in every environment you enter. You step into this next segment with a deeper sense of self forming inside you. Quiet authority is no longer just an idea, it is becoming your lived experience. You feel its effects in the way people address you, in the way conversations unfold, in the way your presence shapes the rhythm of the room. Silence is changing the dynamic. Silence is changing you. And now you begin to see how this quiet power influences the emotional balance of every relationship you enter. Humans are emotional creatures, and emotions respond instantly to presence, especially the kind of steady, grounded presence you are learning to embody. A calm rises within you, smooth and unbroken. This calm is the anchor that holds you steady while the emotions of others rise and fall around you. You begin to realize how rare calmness is in a noisy world. Most people operate on impulse. They react quickly, speak quickly, decide quickly. They move through life with emotional turbulence that spills into every interaction. But your calm presence disrupts that pattern. It slows the moment. It stabilizes the energy. It communicates confidence without you having to say a word. This calm becomes your quiet advantage. But as always, tension surfaces. This tension appears when your calm presence challenges the emotional habits of others. Some people are not used to someone who listens instead of rushing. Some are unsettled by someone who doesn't match their emotional volume. Some try to provoke a reaction from you because they equate reaction with engagement. You feel this tension as a pull, a familiar tug that encourages you to abandon your silence and mirror their behavior. But you resist. You sense that this tension is the very place where authority grows. It forces you to stand firm in the identity you are building. Lean into this tension. It teaches you how silence reshapes emotional interactions. When someone speaks to you in frustration, your silence creates space for their emotion to soften. When someone approaches you with uncertainty, your calmness gives them clarity. When someone pushes aggressively, your lack of immediate reaction disarms them. You are beginning to realize that quiet authority is not just about words, it is about emotional leadership. You influence the interaction not through dominance but through steadiness. This tension shows you that silence is not passive. Silence is guidance. Then the command comes sharp, grounded, steady. Hold your calm presence. Do not let someone else's chaos become your chaos. Do not let someone else's urgency become your urgency. Do not let someone else's emotions dictate your voice. Authority is felt, not announced. Hold your silence long enough for the truth to reveal itself. Hold your silence until your emotions align. Hold your silence until your presence sets the tone. You do not need to match their volume. You need only maintain your own center. This command brings a wave of relief. You begin to realize that you no longer have to fight emotional battles to maintain your position. You no longer need to react to be respected. You no longer need to explain yourself to be understood. Relief comes from knowing that silence is a tool for emotional clarity. It gives you time to choose your response instead of being dragged into reaction. Relief softens the grip of old habits. It tells your mind, you are in control. It tells your heart, you do not need to rush. It tells your identity, you are becoming stronger. And from this relief rises empowerment, subtle, powerful, deeply anchored. You begin to see how people's emotions recalibrate in response to your silence. If they were angry, they cool. If they were confused, they clarify. If they were scattered, they center. Your presence becomes the emotional compass in the interaction. You lead not by force, but by stability. You influence not by intensity, but by consistency. This empowerment becomes part of your identity. You feel it in the way you stand. You hear it in the tone of your own voice. You notice it in the way others look at you before they speak. Quiet authority begins influencing your relationships at every level. People confide in you differently because they sense safety in your stillness. They respect your boundaries more because your silence signals self-respect. They value your words because you do not offer them casually. They treat your presence with seriousness because you treat your presence with intention. Silence becomes the filter that teaches others how to interact with you. When you refuse to respond emotionally, they learn to bring calmness to you. When you refuse to react impulsively, they learn to communicate more clearly. When you hold your ground, they learn to adjust theirs. Let the rhythm repeat, calm grounding your emotions, tension revealing your growth edges, commands sharpening your discipline, relief easing your inner world, empowerment strengthening your influence. This rhythm becomes the emotional framework of quiet authority. It teaches you how to navigate relationships without being controlled by the energy of others. It shows you how to maintain your presence even when someone else loses theirs. It strengthens your identity as someone who can withstand pressure without collapsing into reaction. You rise into this understanding with confidence. You rise knowing that quiet authority changes the emotional landscape of your life. You rise knowing that you no longer need to force your presence. You only need to hold it. You rise with the awareness that people instinctively respect those who remain calm when emotions escalate. You rise into the identity of someone people turn toward when they seek clarity, not noise. Someone who influences through stability. Someone who leads through presence. And as you rise at the end of this segment, you sense the next layer forming, ready to show you how quiet authority shapes not only emotions and perception, but the power dynamics in every environment you enter. The next part will explore how silence becomes the foundation for leadership that people trust. You move into the final segment of this chapter with a deep, grounded understanding of how silence shapes perception, emotion, and influence. Now you begin to see how quiet authority reshapes power dynamics themselves. There is a reason why people instinctively trust the calm person in a moment of uncertainty. There is a reason why leaders who speak less often carry more weight when they finally do speak. There is a reason why the one who holds silence with confidence becomes the reference point for the entire room. Humans gravitate toward stability. They look for someone whose presence feels anchored, someone who is not moved by chaos, someone who feels in control, even when everything else is shifting. This chapter has been shaping you into that person, and now that shift becomes unmistakable. A calm rises through you once again, but now it feels different, bigger, fuller, more complete. This calm is not only internal, it radiates outward. It changes the atmosphere around you. You begin to feel how silence expands your presence. When you are quiet, people notice your posture. They notice your breathing. They notice your steadiness. They sense something powerful, something that does not need to announce itself. You now understand that calm presence beats verbal dominance. Presence makes people listen before you speak. Presence positions you as someone they trust without needing justification. This calm becomes your foundation in every environment you step into. But tension returns again, as it always does in moments of growth. This tension is not chaos, it is refinement. It shows you the internal tug-of-war between your new identity and the patterns of your past. Part of you remembers the version that relied on explanations to feel valid. Another part of you remembers the insecurity that wanted approval through words. This tension is the friction between who you used to be and who you are stepping into now. And tension is necessary. It highlights the exact edges where your transformation is still taking shape. You do not avoid it. You allow it. You learn from it. Lean into this tension and notice how power dynamics shift. Around silence, when you are quiet, people reveal more of themselves. They show their insecurities. They show their assumptions. They show their intentions. Silence exposes truth because most people cannot sit inside it without revealing something. You begin to see how quiet authority gives you informational advantage. You learn more while speaking less. You gain insight while others try to fill the quiet you hold. You understand more deeply what drives people, because your silence creates openings for them to show their real selves. Then the command comes, strong, clean, deliberate. Hold your calm presence. Let your silence establish the tone of the room. Do not rush your voice to ease someone else's discomfort. Authority is felt, not announced. You do not need to claim leadership. You need only embody it. People instinctively follow the one who is not controlled by impulse. They trust the person who observes before acting. They respect the one who can remain grounded when emotions escalate. Hold your ground. Let others adjust to your pace. Let silence be the force that guides the interaction. As this command sinks into your consciousness, relief spreads through your body. Relief in knowing you no longer need to fight for your place. Relief in understanding that leadership grows naturally from inner stability. Relief in recognizing that your presence carries its own weight without needing constant expression. You no longer seek authority through performance. You create authority through consistency. Silence frees you from the exhausting cycle of trying to prove yourself. It reminds you that real power does not come from speaking. It comes from being centered enough to speak only when necessary. This relief softens the last traces of insecurity that once clung to your voice. And from that relief emerges empowerment, deep, steady, unshakable. You feel yourself stepping into a new identity, one shaped by intention rather than impulse, by presence rather than noise. You begin to see how people respond when you speak now. Their eyes focus. Their posture shifts. Their attention sharpens. They listen because they know you are not speaking to fill space. You are speaking to create direction. Your words carry weight because your silence gives them value. This empowerment becomes a living force inside you, shaping the way you lead, the way you communicate, the way you exist. Quiet authority transforms your role in any environment. You become the steady point others orient themselves around. You become the person whose reactions matter, not because you demand importance, but because your restraint gives meaning to your presence. People come to you with questions. They look to you in moments of uncertainty. They trust your judgment because your behavior shows that you are not controlled by emotional swings or external chaos. Your calm becomes contagious. Your silence becomes instructive. Your presence becomes influence. Let the rhythm repeat one final time, calm grounding your mind, tension refining your strength, command shaping your discipline, relief releasing old weight, empowerment elevating your identity. This rhythm has carried you through the psychology of quiet authority. It has shown you how silence changes perception, how silence influences emotion, how silence shapes leadership. Through this rhythm, you have learned that authority is not something you demand, it is something you grow into. You rise into the final realization of this chapter. You rise with a deeper sense of self. You rise knowing that silence is no longer a tool you practice, it is a part of your being. You rise understanding that your presence carries influence even before you speak. You rise into the identity shift that this chapter promised. You are becoming someone people listen to without demanding it. And as you rise into this truth, you feel the pull of the next chapter waiting for you, ready to challenge you, ready to refine you, ready to strengthen your command of yourself even further. The journey continues, and each step forward brings you deeper into the person you were always meant to become. Chapter 3: Why Overexplaining Destroys Power. You step into this chapter carrying the strength of silence and the steadiness of quiet authority, ready to confront one of the most subtle habits that steals power from people without them ever realizing it: the habit of over-explaining. You've done it before, maybe often. You've justified your decisions, defended your intentions, clarified your choices, softened your voice so others would understand you. You explained yourself not because it was necessary, but because you were afraid of being misunderstood. You explained yourself because you wanted approval. You explained yourself because silence felt risky. But today that pattern breaks. Today you understand that every time you over-explain, you give away a piece of your power. And your life is too important to lose power through unnecessary words. A calm settles into your thoughts as you absorb this truth. You begin to see that over-explaining does not come from confidence, it comes from insecurity. It comes from the fear of being judged. It comes from the desire to be accepted. It comes from the urge to make others comfortable at your own expense. When you explain too much, you are not clarifying, you are apologizing. And apologizing for your own decisions weakens your presence. This calm becomes a mirror, reflecting moments where your words outgrew your certainty, moments where your explanations diluted your authority. Calm helps you face these memories without judgment. Calm helps you understand that you can rise beyond them. But tension comes quickly. You feel it as a tightening in your chest, a subtle pull toward old instincts. You feel the urge to justify yourself, the urge to soften your choices with extra words, the urge to make your decisions palatable to others. This tension shows you how deeply over-explaining has been woven into your behavior. It reveals the places where you once believed your voice needed permission. It exposes the internal fear that silence might be misinterpreted. This tension is necessary. It tells you exactly where the old identity still holds on. It challenges you to break the pattern that once controlled your voice. Lean into this tension. Let it show you the truth you once ignored. Explaining is asking for approval. Every unnecessary explanation is a request for validation. It tells the world, I'm not sure if this is enough on its own. It tells the world you fear being doubted. It tells the world you do not trust your own choices fully. But powerful people do not speak from fear. They speak from clarity. They speak from conviction. They speak when they choose to, not when insecurity drives them. This tension teaches you that the more you explain, the more uncertainty you reveal, and uncertainty weakens perception. Then the command drops firm and unshakable. You owe no explanation. Say it within yourself. Let it echo. Let it dissolve the old reflex that made you justify your decisions to anyone who questioned them. You owe no explanation for your goals. You owe no explanation for your boundaries. You owe no explanation for your growth. Your decisions are your own. Your path is your own. You are not here to defend your life to people who are not walking it with you. Move forward. Do not stall your progress waiting for approval you do not need. Do not dilute your direction trying to convince others why it matters. Move forward with the certainty that your choices are valid simply because you chose them. The command melts into relief as you begin to understand that clarity does not require explanation. The weight of unnecessary justification begins to fall off your shoulders. You no longer feel the pressure to make everyone comfortable. You no longer feel the need to protect others from discomfort caused by your growth. Relief washes through you as you realize you can choose without defending. You can decide without apologizing. You can move without announcing your reasoning. This relief brings freedom, the freedom to live your life without filtering every action through the expectations of others. From that relief emerges empowerment, a deeper, richer empowerment than before. You begin to see how powerful people behave. They allow their results to speak. They do not explain their vision, they build it. They do not defend their decisions, they execute them. They do not seek permission, they claim responsibility. You feel this empowerment rising inside you, shaping your posture, strengthening your presence. You begin to understand that over-explaining does not increase understanding. It reduces the perceived certainty behind your choices. When you speak less, people assume more, and they assume strength when silence follows clarity. Empowerment teaches you that confidence needs no defense. Confidence is not loud. Confidence is not argumentative. Confidence is not desperate to be validated. Confidence is a steady pulse, a clear intention, a quiet decision that stands on its own. You feel this confidence anchoring into your identity. You rise into the understanding that your choices do not need explanation to hold value. They hold value because they align with your path. They hold value because they are rooted in your truth. They hold value because you are the one making them. This empowerment fuels your next steps, your next decisions, your next evolution. Let the rhythm repeat, calm centering your mind, tension revealing the reflexes you are shedding, command strengthening your discipline, relief clearing your internal space, empowerment lifting your identity. This rhythm transforms the way you speak. It transforms the way you decide. It transforms the way you carry yourself. You begin to operate from intention instead of insecurity. You begin to speak from confidence instead of justification. You begin to let your actio ns define your voice. You rise into this new identity with clarity. You rise as someone who does not explain themselves out of fear. You rise as someone who does not dilute their power with unnecessary words. You rise understanding that you owe no explanation for your evolution. And as you rise at the end of this segment, you feel the next layer of truth forming, ready to guide you deeper into the habits that once weakened your certainty and the power you unlock when you let your decisions speak for themselves. You move deeper into this chapter with a sharper awareness taking shape inside you. Over-explaining was never about clarity. It was about fear. Fear of being misunderstood, fear of disappointing others, fear of being judged. You explained because you doubted that your decision alone carried enough weight. You explained because silence made you feel exposed. But now you begin to see a deeper truth. Every time you over-explain, you undermine the very certainty you are trying to project. You give people room to question you. You give them space to doubt you. You reveal insecurity you didn't need to reveal. And as this realization settles in, your perspective begins to shift. A calm washes over your mind as you recognize that your decisions do not need commentary. Decisions are statements of identity. You choose what aligns with your path, and that choice alone is enough. This calm comes from letting go of the need to justify yourself. It comes from understanding that the world does not need your reasoning, it needs your direction. You begin to feel how liberating this is. You begin to feel how silence elevates your authority. You begin to see that when you speak less, people assume more. They assume confidence. They assume certainty. They assume you know exactly what you are doing. But tension rises again because breaking an old habit is never easy. You feel the instinct to soften your decisions with explanations. You feel the urge to add extra sentences to make others more comfortable. You feel the old reflex wanting to justify why you chose a certain path. This tension is familiar, almost automatic. It shows you how deeply over-explaining has been embedded into your communication. But now, instead of obeying it, you observe it. You begin to see the difference between a thoughtful explanation and an insecure one. You feel the pull of that old identity, and you recognize that you are no longer this person. You are rising into someone who no longer needs approval to move forward. Lean into this tension. It teaches you something vital. Powerful people let results speak. They do not exhaust their energy proving themselves at the beginning of the journey. They let the outcomes justify the path. They let the progress validate the decision. They let the success become the explanation. You realize that every explanation weakens the impact of your direction. It signals uncertainty. It signals hesitation. It signals that you are still looking outward for permission. But when you hold your silence, when you move forward without justification, people feel the weight of your conviction. They respect your choice because you respect it first. Then the command enters clean, sharp, unmistakable. You owe no explanation. Say it within yourself with absolute certainty. You owe no explanation for protecting your peace. You owe no explanation for choosing growth. You owe no explanation for moving in a direction others do not understand yet. Move forward. Do not wait for consensus. Do not seek agreement. Do not anchor your decisions in the opinions of those who are not living your life. You move forward because your intuition guides you. You move forward because your purpose is calling you. You move forward because your future is built by action, not justification. This command brings relief, like a release of pressure you've carried for years. You begin to understand that most explanations are emotional, not logical. They were attempts to be liked, attempts to avoid discomfort, attempts to soften your strength. But strength does not need softening. Confidence does not need clarification. And your path does not need permission. Relief comes from recognizing that you can reclaim your time, your energy, and your voice by choosing silence instead of justification. You feel lighter as the weight of unnecessary explanation falls away. And from that relief rises empowerment, steady, rising, undeniable. You begin to feel the power in your decisions. You feel the strength in your silence. You feel the authority that comes from someone who moves without asking for approval. This empowerment changes the way you communicate. Your words become shorter. Your statements become clearer. Your tone becomes firmer. You begin to see that confidence is not expressed by speaking more but speaking less and meaning every word. Powerful people do not defend their identity. They demonstrate it. Quiet empowerment begins shaping the reactions of those around you. People respond differently to someone who does not over-explain. They take your decisions more seriously. They trust your direction more quickly. They adjust their tone when they realize you are not seeking validation. Your silence becomes a signal that your decision is final, that your direction is chosen, that your confidence is real. This empowerment reinforces your identity shift. You no longer speak to avoid misunderstanding. You speak when your words matter. Let the rhythm repeat, calm clarifying your thoughts, tension marking where the old habits still live, command strengthening your resolve, relief soothing the emotional weight, empowerment elevating your presence. Each cycle deepens your transformation. Each cycle sharpens your communication. Each cycle teaches you how to hold your power instead of leaking it. You rise into this truth now. You rise with the understanding that over-explaining destroys power because it communicates uncertainty. You rise with the awareness that your decisions do not need approval to be valid. You rise into the identity of someone who moves decisively, confidently, intentionally. And as you rise at the end of this segment, you feel the next layer gathering momentum, ready to show you how over-explaining weakens authority and how your silence strengthens the way people perceive your competence. You move deeper into this chapter with increasing clarity. The truth is beginning to settle into you. Every time you over-explain, you are subtly telling the world that you are unsure of yourself. You may not say it directly, but the energy behind your words speaks for you. When you justify, when you elaborate beyond necessity, when you wrap your decisions in layers of reasoning, you reveal doubt. And people respond not to your intentions, but to your energy. They hear your uncertainty before they hear your message. In this segment, you learn why this matters, why unnecessary explanations weaken authority, and how reclaiming your voice begins with reclaiming your certainty. A deep calm settles over your thoughts as you understand that strength is simple, confidence is simple, clarity is simple. It is insecurity that complicates everything. You begin to notice how many of your past explanations came from a place of emotional discomfort. You wanted to ease someone's reaction. You wanted to avoid conflict. You wanted to be liked. But true power never bends itself to be liked. True power exists without needing to soften its edges. In this calm, you begin to see that simplicity is not weakness. It is confidence expressed cleanly and without hesitation. Then tension rises, pressing against you like a reminder of old habits. You feel the familiar pull to elaborate, to offer more detail, to make others comfortable with your choices. It's subtle, automatic, almost invisible until you notice it. This tension is not the enemy. It is the proof of how deeply past conditioning shaped you. Society encouraged you to justify yourself. People around you expected explanations. You learned that speaking more meant being understood. But now you see the flaw in that thinking. The more you explain, the more unsure you appear. The more unsure you appear, the less respect you command. The tension reveals every moment you sacrificed your strength for reassurance. Lean into this tension and study it. Over-explaining is not communication, it's self-doubt disguised as clarity. It's the mind seeking protection instead of expressing certainty. You begin to realize that some of the most powerful people in the world speak in simple sentences, clear statements, direct truths. They do not decorate their decisions with explanations. They do not justify their direction to anyone. They speak and the matter is settled. Why? Because certainty is magnetic. Certainty is respected. Certainty closes the gap that explanations widen. You feel this truth rising inside you, challenging you to adopt a new way of expressing your thoughts. Then the command enters, clean, forceful, and uncompromising. You owe no explanation. Let those words become a boundary in your mind. You owe no explanation for your ambitions. You owe no explanation for your pace. You owe no explanation for choosing yourself. And when someone questions your direction, your confidence does not come from words, it comes from your energy. Move forward. Do not pause your progress to speak your fear into the world. Do not shrink your decisions to make others comfortable. Do not step backward to explain what was never theirs to understand. Move forward. That is your duty now. This command dissolves into relief, soft and grounding. You feel the weight lifting off your shoulders, the weight of believing you needed to earn understanding from everyone around you. You begin to understand that over-explaining is emotional labor that drains your strength. You did not owe the world that labor. You did not owe them that vulnerability. You did not owe them the internal workings of your decisions. Relief comes from taking that energy back. Relief comes from knowing your silence is valid. Relief comes from recognizing that you get to choose who has access to your reasoning, and most people never earn that access. From that relief rises empowerment, firm and growing. You feel yourself standing straighter. Your thoughts sharpen, your presence deepens. You begin to communicate differently, not from insecurity, but from intention. Your voice becomes cleaner. Your statements become shorter. Your decisions become clearer. People respond to you differently because you respond to yourself differently. You start to see how power is communicated through restraint, not excess. How your silence holds more confidence than your explanations ever did. This empowerment becomes a new layer of your identity. You begin to notice something important. Explaining invites debate. Explaining invites doubt. Explaining opens the door for others to challenge your authority, but clarity closes that door. Confidence closes that door. Silence closes that door. You are no longer negotiating your own decisions with the world. You are leading your life instead of defending it. You feel the difference as it spreads through you, the difference between asking for acceptance and choosing your path with certainty. This empowerment teaches you that authority is not something you seek externally. It is something that grows internally until the world can feel it. Let the rhythm return, calm centering your thoughts, tension revealing the pattern, command strengthening your resolve, relief washing through your spirit, empowerment lifting your identity. Each repetition reinforces the truth you are learning. Each cycle strips away another layer of the voice that once doubted itself. Each breath pulls you deeper into the version of yourself who does not over-explain because they do not need approval to act. You rise into this understanding, step by step. You rise knowing you can choose simplicity without losing clarity. You rise knowing your decisions are valid without explanation. You rise with the awareness that your certainty is enough. And as you rise at the end of this segment, you feel the next layer building, ready to show you how over-explaining weakens the perception of your confidence and how silence becomes the armor that protects your authority. You move forward in this chapter carrying a deeper awareness of how over-explaining quietly dismantles the authority you are building. You begin to recognize how many moments in your life were weakened not by what you did, but by what you said afterward. You apologized for taking space. You justified your decisions. You softened your boundaries to make them acceptable to others. And each time you did, you felt a subtle drop in your own strength. This chapter is teaching you to reclaim that strength, to reverse that pattern, to take back the authority that was lost through unnecessary words. Over-explaining was a habit born from fear, but your future is built on clarity, not fear. A calm settles inside you as you begin to observe your past from a place of awareness instead of judgment. You see the exact moments where you explained too much, trying to be understood, trying to be liked, trying to avoid conflict. You see how those explanations did not strengthen the situation, they weakened it. They took away the certainty from your decisions. They signaled that you were not fully confident in your own choices. This calm helps you see how human the tendency is, but it also prepares you to rise beyond it. Calm is the starting point for every identity shift, and this one is no different. Then tension rises, subtle, familiar, instructive. The tension reveals how deeply the need to explain is rooted in your past conditioning. You were taught to smooth things over. You were taught to justify your direction. You were taught that being understood was more important than being grounded in your truth. This tension is the moment where those old beliefs collide with your new sense of authority. You feel the pull to offer more words. You feel the instinct to cushion your decisions. You feel the reflex that wants to fill silence with explanation. That pull is the past trying to keep its grip on you, but you are learning to let that tension build without folding under it. Lean into this tension and observe it closely. Over-explaining weakens the perception of your confidence because it shows the world that you are doubting yourself. It signals that you are unsure whether your choice stands on its own. When you explain too much, you open the door for others to question you, challenge you, push against your boundaries. You give them access to your uncertainty. Meanwhile, those who speak less project more certainty. They do not justify, they do not defend, they make decisions and move. You begin to understand that people trust decisive energy, not elaborated reasoning. They trust what is grounded, not what is padded with explanation. Then the command cuts through the tension with clarity. You owe no explanation. Let those words become a shield in your mind. You owe no explanation for wanting more out of life. You owe no explanation for stepping into your strength. You owe no explanation for walking away from anything that limits you. The command is not telling you to be silent always. It is telling you to stop diluting your authority. When your decision is clear, speak it clearly. When your direction is chosen, walk it with conviction. Move forward. Stop waiting for permission to live the life that belongs to you. The command shifts into relief as your mind absorbs its truth. You begin to feel how freeing it is not to explain yourself. You begin to understand how much time you have wasted justifying decisions to people who were never part of your purpose. Relief arises from finally releasing the belief that others need to approve your path. You feel your chest expand, your breath deepen, your posture straighten. You no longer carry the emotional fatigue of over-explaining. You no longer carry the need to convince others. You realize that clarity feels better than justification. Silence feels better than insecurity. Relief clears the noise from your mind and restores your focus. From this relief grows empowerment, steady, quiet, and transformative. You begin to understand that silence is not avoidance. Silence is strength. It is a declaration, I trust myself. When you stop explaining, you communicate certainty. You communicate boundaries. You communicate confidence. People read your silence as composure, not confusion. They read your clarity as stability. They respond to your certainty because certainty is rare in a world filled with hesitation. This empowerment begins shaping how you speak, how you choose, how you hold yourself. You rise into the version of yourself who no longer negotiates their decisions. As this empowerment grows, you start to notice how your relationships shift. People begin treating you differently. They respect your choices more because you respect them first. They question you less because you give them fewer opportunities to doubt you. They sense the boundary in your silence and respond accordingly. Quiet authority begins taking shape. You begin to realize that saying less is not about withholding. It is about elevating. It is about giving your words weight. It is about showing the world that you do not need to justify your direction, because your direction speaks for itself. Let the rhythm repeat, calm centering your awareness, tension revealing old conditioning, command strengthening your decision-making, relief releasing emotional weight, empowerment elevating your presence. This rhythm is carving away the reflex to explain yourself. It is instilling a new instinct, to choose your words with intention, to hold silence with confidence, to move with clarity instead of hesitation. Each cycle leaves you stronger, more certain, more aligned with the identity you are building. You rise into this new identity with purpose. You rise understanding that over-explaining destroys power because it reveals doubt. You rise with the knowledge that confidence needs no defense. You rise knowing that people trust those who move with certainty. And as you rise at the end of this segment, you feel the path ahead forming, ready to lead you deeper into the psychology behind why explanations weaken authority and how your silence becomes the strongest signal of your self-belief. You move deeper into this chapter with a sharper understanding of the psychological cost of over-explaining. It doesn't just weaken how others see you, it weakens how you see yourself. Every time you justify your choices, you teach your mind that your decisions need permission. Every time you offer extra context, you tell your confidence that it is not enough on its own. And with each unnecessary explanation, you reinforce a belief that you must earn acceptance instead of embodying certainty. But today, that belief begins to break. Today, you take back the authority that was quietly drained from you through excessive words. A calm settles into you like a steady breath. This calm shows you that confidence is not a performance. Confidence is a posture, internal, unforced, quiet. When you trust your choices, you do not feel the need to decorate them with explanations. You do not feel the urge to prove your competence. You do not chase validation. The calm you feel now is the beginning of inner certainty, the kind of certainty that becomes visible in your silence. You begin to sense the truth. Explanation is often the mind's attempt to negotiate with insecurity, but you are learning to negotiate with strength. Then tension rises, tight, familiar, revealing. You feel the pull of old habits waiting to reclaim space, moments where you once believed it was necessary to justify yourself, conversations where you explained more than required, thoughts where you questioned your own decisions, prompting you to speak more than your confidence could support. This tension shows you exactly what you are outgrowing. It shows you who you used to be, someone who feared misunderstanding, someone who feared judgment, someone who feared disappointing others. Now you see those fears clearly. You face them without running. This tension becomes a sign that your transformation is becoming real. Lean into this tension. It teaches you a profound truth. When you over-explain, you shift the power dynamic. You hand control of the conversation to the other person. You turn your decision into a negotiation. Your reasoning becomes a foundation they can challenge. Your explanation becomes an entry point for their doubts. But when you speak with clean clarity, without justification, you close that door. You signal that your decision is rooted in self-belief. You signal that your commitment is firm. You signal that you are not waiting to be validated before you move. People instinctively respect that certainty because certainty is rare. Then the command returns, simple, direct, transformative. You owe no explanation. Let the words settle into your bones. You owe no explanation for your goals, your standards, your boundaries, your speed, your ambition, your path. You owe no explanation for doing what is right for your growth. Move forward, not later, not after approval, not after justification. Move forward now because confidence is built through action, not explanation. Every time you hold your silence, every time you state your decision without adding extra words, you train your mind to trust itself again. The command melts into relief. A wave of softness moves through you, releasing the pressure to make your choices palatable to everyone else. You begin to see how exhausting it was to over-explain, how draining, how unnecessary. Relief comes from letting go of that burden. You no longer have to manage the emotions of others through your explanations. You no longer have to anticipate their thoughts or cater to their reactions. Relief opens space inside you, space for clarity, space for presence, space for self-respect. You feel your breath deepen. You feel your energy return. You realize that life becomes lighter when you carry fewer unnecessary words. And from that relief rises empowerment, steady and unmistakable. You begin to speak differently now. Your words grow cleaner. Your statements become shorter. Your decisions become more direct. You no longer dilute your authority with extra explanations. You allow your choices to stand on their own legs. This empowerment shifts how people respond to you. They take your decisions more seriously because you present them with certainty. They assume you know what you're doing because you behave like someone who knows. Your silence is not emptiness, it's confidence. Your clarity is not sharpness, it's leadership. Empowerment also opens your eyes to a powerful truth. People respect those who respect their own decisions. When you over-explain, people question you more. When you speak clearly, people accept more. When you defend yourself too much, people sense vulnerability. When you hold your ground, people sense strength. Your communication becomes a mirror reflecting your internal world. The more certain you are within yourself, the more certain people become about you. Over-explaining was giving others access to your uncertainty, but that access is closed now. Let the rhythm return, calm grounding you, tension testing your evolution, command strengthening your resolve, relief releasing weight from your shoulders, empowerment lifting your identity. This rhythm redefines how you communicate. You begin to understand that restraint is not silence, it is strategy. Certainty is not loud, it is anchored. Authority is not defended, it is demonstrated. You rise into this truth with intention. You rise knowing that over-explaining destroys power because it shows that you are unsure of your own voice. You rise knowing that confidence needs no defense. You rise understanding that powerful people do not explain their way into acceptance. They let their results speak for them. And as you rise at the end of this segment, you feel the next layer approaching, a deeper exploration into how your silence, your certainty, and your restraint become tools of influence in a world where most people give away their power through too many words. You step into this next segment with a new level of clarity forming inside you. You've begun to see how over-explaining weakens your sense of self, how it dilutes your presence, how it leaks the strength you were meant to carry. But now you go deeper. Now you begin to understand why your silence, your restraint, and your certainty shift the entire dynamic of your interactions. Over-explaining is not just a habit, it is a signal. And when you send the wrong signal, people treat you according to the energy you project. This segment shows you how to send a different signal, a stronger one, a more intentional one. A calm settles into your mind as you recognize how powerful energy truly is. People respond not to the words you speak, but to the tone behind them. They respond to your posture, your breathing, your pauses. They interpret meaning from what you choose not to say. And when you carry yourself with quiet certainty, you communicate without effort. Calm confidence removes the need for validation. Calm presence eliminates the urge to justify. Calm energy signals to others that you know exactly what you are doing. You feel this calm rising inside you, reminding you that confidence is not proven, it is lived. But tension rises again. You feel it as a subtle discomfort, a pull toward familiar habits. You feel the instinct to clarify your choice just a little. You feel the urge to soften your stance with extra words. You feel the desire to make things easier by explaining yourself. This tension is the echo of your past identity. It represents years of conditioning that taught you to speak more when you felt uncertain. It reveals the moments where you believed you needed to earn approval through justification. And now that you recognize this reflex, you can dismantle it. Tension is the reminder that you are on the threshold of something new. Lean into the tension and look at what truly happens when you over-explain. Each time you add unnecessary detail, you shift control away from yourself and toward the listener. You give them more room to question you. You give them more angles to challenge. You give them insight into your uncertainty. Instead of strengthening your message, you weaken it. Instead of reinforcing your authority, you erode it. People do not need your reasoning, they need your certainty. They follow clarity, not complexity. They trust the one who moves decisively, not the one who talks endlessly. And once you see this dynamic, you become determined to rise above the reflex of over-explaining. Then the command comes, sharp and exact. You owe no explanation. Feel how those words settle into you, not as rebellion but as empowerment. You owe no explanation for choosing peace. You owe no explanation for choosing progress. You owe no explanation for choosing a direction that others may not understand yet. Move forward. Your decisions do not need permission. Your choices do not need translation. Your goals do not need an audience. Move forward. Do not dilute your purpose by pausing to justify choices that were meant to elevate your life. The command flows into relief, soft, deep, liberating. You begin to realize how exhausting it was to justify so much. You were carrying the emotional weight of other people's expectations. You were holding a burden that was never yours. Relief washes through you as you release the need to explain yourself. You feel your chest loosen. You feel your breath deepen. You feel yourself returning to your own center. Relief is the sign that your voice is no longer tied to approval but to purpose. You are learning to stand in your decisions without seeking agreement. And from that relief rises empowerment, strong, rising, unmistakable. You begin to feel the quiet force of restraint, the power that comes from saying less but meaning more, the authority that comes from speaking only when your words carry intention. You start to notice how your silence creates presence, how your clarity creates impact, how your decisions land differently when you do not cushion them with justification. People listen more closely. They respect more quickly. They trust more deeply. Empowerment becomes part of your posture, steady, calm, rooted. You begin to understand something essential. Silence suggests certainty because certainty does not need explanation. When you hold your words, you hold your power. When you speak sparingly, your voice becomes sharper. When you stop over-explaining, your decisions become final. People sense that finality. They respond to it. They adjust to it. Because your restraint shows that you are not searching for validation. You are grounded in self-belief. Quiet strength influences more than loud reasoning ever could. Let the rhythm return, calm stabilizing your energy, tension revealing the last traces of the old habit, command strengthening your conviction, relief clearing the emotional debris, empowerment lifting your identity. Each cycle refines your communication. Each cycle sharpens your presence. Each cycle conditions you to trust yourself without adding unnecessary words. You begin to move differently, slower, more intentional, more aware of the weight your voice carries. You rise into this new identity with clarity. You rise knowing that over-explaining destroys power because it fractures your certainty. You rise with the understanding that confidence needs no defense. You rise recognizing that powerful people do not beg to be understood. They allow their actions to reveal truth. You rise because your silence has become a statement of strength, not fear. And as you rise at the end of this segment, you can feel the next layer approaching, ready to show you how mastering restraint in your communication elevates your authority in every environment you step into. You step into this next part of the chapter with a deeper understanding of how silence sharpens authority. But now you move into the heart of the habit itself, the emotional instinct behind over-explaining. Because this habit was never about clarity, it was never about communication. It was about seeking relief from discomfort. When you felt uncertain, you explained. When you feared misunderstanding, you explained. When you sensed judgment, you explained. And every time you did, you traded a piece of your power for a moment of emotional ease. But that transaction weakened you. And now, you begin to reclaim what was lost. Calm settles into you like a slow, grounding wave. You begin to see that the world does not reward those who explain themselves endlessly. The world respects those who stand firm in their decisions. The world listens to those who speak with intention, not insecurity. This calm shows you that certainty is not something you wait to feel. It is something you choose. And when you choose certainty, over-explaining becomes unnecessary. Calm reveals that your life operates more smoothly when you hold your center, when you let your choices speak for themselves, when you trust your direction without broadcasting your reasoning. Then tension rises, not as resistance but as reflection. You begin remembering the conversations where you offered long explanations, hoping to avoid conflict. You recall the times when you overshared your reasoning, hoping someone would approve. You feel the memory of moments where you talked yourself out of your own power, diluting your clarity, weakening your boundaries, unraveling your confidence. This tension is not here to shame you. It is here to show you how far you've come. It is here to push you toward a stronger identity, where explanations are no longer your default response to discomfort. Lean into this tension and observe it closely. You begin to notice something important. Over-explaining is an emotional leak. It reveals more of your internal world than others need to see. It exposes your uncertainty, your hesitation, your overthinking. And the more you reveal, the more others learn how to influence you, question you, or push you off balance. Over-explaining turns your inner landscape into open territory for others to navigate. But when you keep your reasoning concise, when you hold your silence with intention, when you create boundaries around your voice, people no longer access your doubts. They only see your direction. Then the command enters clean, sharp, unshakable. You owe no explanation. Let those words become a mantra in your mind. You owe no explanation for your dreams. You owe no explanation for your boundaries. You owe no explanation for your rest, your effort, your priorities, your pace. Move forward. Do not pause your progress to validate your decisions with commentary. Do not give others the power to approve what was never their responsibility. Move forward knowing that clarity does not require explanation. Direction does not require permission. Power does not require defense. This command melts into relief, warm and steady. You begin to feel the emotional freedom that comes from choosing silence. You no longer feel drained by long conversations meant to justify your choices. You no longer carry the weight of making everyone comfortable with your direction. You finally understand that people do not need to agree with your choices for your choices to be valid. Relief opens space in your mind and heart, a space where your confidence can breathe, where your intuition can lead, where your voice can grow stronger without being smothered by explanation. And from that relief rises empowerment, powerful, grounded, undeniable. You begin to see how your communication has changed. Your statements are cleaner. Your boundaries are clearer. Your tone carries more authority because you no longer dilute it with unnecessary additions. You speak from certainty instead of insecurity. You speak from intention instead of anxiety. You speak when it matters, and your silence becomes the punctuation that gives your words weight. Empowerment becomes the new language your presence speaks. Now you notice something deeper. When you stop over-explaining, people stop trying to control you. They recognize your clarity. They sense your confidence. They understand that you cannot be swayed by outside noise. They begin to trust your decisions because you demonstrate trust in yourself. They stop searching for weaknesses in your reasoning because you no longer reveal them through excessive words. This shift is powerful. It elevates your presence in every environment you enter, from personal relationships to professional spaces to moments of leadership. Let the rhythm return, calm grounding you, tension testing the edges of your old identity, command strengthening your new discipline, relief releasing emotional heaviness, empowerment lifting your energy. This rhythm is training your mind to communicate from a place of power. It is teaching you that restraint is not silence, it is strategy. It is showing you that certainty is not loud, it is intentional. It is reminding you that you do not need to perform confidence, you need only embody it. You rise into this truth with a steadiness that wasn't present before. You rise knowing that over-explaining destroys power because it opens the door to doubt. Your doubt, their doubt, doubt in your decisions. You rise understanding that powerful people let their results speak. They do not defend their direction, they demonstrate it. You rise with the awareness that you are becoming someone whose decisions require no justification, someone whose actions create clarity, someone whose silence communicates confidence. And as you rise at the end of this segment, you feel another shift building, one that will take you deeper into how unnecessary explanations shape the way people perceive your strength, and how controlling your words allows you to command the narrative of your life. You move into this next part of the chapter with a heightened sense of awareness. You've begun to dismantle the habit of over-explaining from the inside out, but now you step into the deeper truth. Over-explaining doesn't just weaken your internal confidence, it changes how people perceive your strength. Every word you offer beyond what is necessary reshapes the image others hold of you. It makes them question your certainty. It makes them doubt your competence. It makes them see hesitation where you intended clarity. In this segment, you begin to reclaim the power of perception by learning when to speak, when to hold back, and how your restraint builds authority. A calm settles over your thoughts as you begin to understand how perception works. Humans read energy long before they process language. They interpret confidence through your tone, your posture, your silence, your pauses. They measure strength not from the length of your explanation, but from the certainty behind your decisions. This calm teaches you something essential. The less you say, the more intentional your presence feels. When you choose silence over elaboration, you allow people to fill the gap with their own assumptions, and those assumptions, more often than not, work in your favor. Calm becomes the container that holds your authority. But tension rises again, sharp and revealing. You feel your old impulses returning, the instinct to justify your emotions, the urge to provide context for your choices, the desire to make people understand your intentions. This tension reminds you how deeply these patterns run. You are unlearning years of conditioning that taught you to talk your way into acceptance. This tension shows you the emotional attachment you once had to being understood, but now you feel the shift. You no longer seek understanding at the cost of your power. You no longer sacrifice clarity to satisfy doubt. This tension is the friction between your old self and the one rising within you. Lean into it and notice the truth. Over-explaining sabotages your image because it signals that your belief is fragile. When you over-elaborate, you appear unsure. When you provide unnecessary details, you appear hesitant. When you offer layers of justification, you appear insecure. And people do not follow uncertainty. They do not trust hesitation. They do not respect insecurity. But when you speak cleanly, without extra commentary, you send a different message. A message that says, I trust myself. A message that says, my decision stands. A message that says, my confidence is not up for debate. Then the command lands with force. You owe no explanation. Let that truth echo through you. You owe no explanation when your clarity is enough. You owe no explanation when your decision is firm. You owe no explanation when your direction aligns with your purpose. Move forward. Do not dilute your strength to soothe someone else's confusion. Do not break your certainty to validate someone else's expectations. Move forward because every step you take in silence trains others to adjust to your confidence, rather than expecting you to adjust to their doubt. The command softens into relief, warm and steady. You begin to feel how peaceful it is when you stop over-explaining. Your mind relaxes. Your body loosens. Your emotions settle. You are no longer carrying the weight of being perfectly understood. You realize that misunderstanding is not always your burden to fix. Relief teaches you that you can speak your truth without accompanying it with a performance. You can make decisions without broadcasting your reasoning. You can honor your path without shrinking it. To win approval, relief feels like freedom, the freedom to trust yourself. And from that relief rises empowerment, quiet, strong, unwavering. You begin to see how silence shapes perception more powerfully than words ever could. People listen differently now. They choose their words more carefully around you. They ask fewer questions because your restraint signals confidence. You start to notice how your presence influences the emotional tempo of the room. You begin to see how your decisions carry more weight because you no longer talk them into weakness. Empowerment becomes part of your identity. It shows in the steadiness of your voice, the clarity of your choices, the firmness of your boundaries. This empowerment reveals something else. People treat you according to the level of certainty you project. If you speak like someone who doubts themselves, they will doubt you too. If you speak like someone who needs approval, they will assume your decisions are negotiable. But when you speak like someone who knows who they are, who knows what they want, who does not explain beyond necessity, people feel that. They adjust to that. They align with that. Your authority becomes self-sustaining because it comes from within rather than from reaction. Let the rhythm settle in again, calm rooting you, tension refining you, command strengthening you, relief freeing you, empowerment elevating you. This rhythm is shaping your communication into a tool of influence. It is turning your silence into a form of leadership. It is teaching you that your power grows when your words are intentional. It is training your mind to trust the strength that rises when you stop seeking approval. You rise into this truth now. You rise knowing that perception shifts the moment you stop explaining yourself unnecessarily. You rise knowing that your authority increases when your words decrease. You rise with the awareness that confidence is communicated through clarity, restraint, and action, not through justification. You rise into the identity of someone who no longer negotiates their strength through words, someone who lets their choices create their image, someone who builds respect through presence rather than explanation. And as you rise at the end of this segment, you feel the final layer of this chapter waiting, ready to seal the lesson, ready to deepen your transformation, ready to teach you how to hold this power fully as you move through the world. You step into the final segment of this chapter carrying a new level of clarity, a deeper understanding of your own voice, and a rising awareness of how your silence reshapes the world around you. You've seen how over-explaining weakens authority, how it signals insecurity, how it invites unnecessary doubt. Now you step into the final truth. Power is preserved through restraint. Power is amplified through intention. Power is communicated through certainty. In this closing segment, all the layers of this chapter come together to solidify your new identity. Someone who leads through clarity. Someone who moves without defending. Someone who trusts themselves enough to speak only when it matters. A calm settles over you like a protective shield. It is not the calm of avoidance or indifference. It is the calm of alignment. It is the calm that comes from moving with purpose instead of fear. You begin to recognize how silence creates internal order. It organizes your thoughts, strengthens your decisions, and sharpens your focus. This calm allows you to see how much noise you once carried inside, noise that made you explain, justify, defend. Now, you see how unnecessary that noise was. You feel the power of simplicity settling into your bones. You speak less, but you speak with more presence. You speak clearly, not defensively. Calm becomes the new foundation of your voice. But tension rises again, one final time, not to pull you back, but to test your new strength. This tension reminds you that over-explaining once served a purpose. It was your way of feeling seen. It was your way of protecting yourself. It was your way of staying connected to others. But now you see how those explanations cost you clarity, confidence, and control. The tension tests your resolve. It asks, will you return to old habits when discomfort rises? And deep within you, the answer is becoming clear. You feel the new identity taking root. You feel the old reflex losing its hold. This tension reveals your transformation more powerfully than calm ever could. Lean into this tension and see what it teaches. You begin to understand that people trust those who trust themselves. When you over-explain, you show that you are not sure whether your decision stands on its own. But when you remain steady, when you say only what is essential, your certainty becomes contagious. People begin to align with your confidence because your energy shows no room for negotiation. Silence becomes your armor. Restraint becomes your strength. Clarity becomes why. Our message: you begin to understand that the less you try to convince others, the more they will believe you. Then the command enters, not as a whisper this time, but as a declaration. You owe no explanation. Say it again. Let it anchor into the deepest part of your identity. You owe no explanation for choosing a better life. You owe no explanation for choosing discipline over comfort. You owe no explanation for protecting your time, your energy, your peace. Move forward. That is your direction now. Not backward into justification, not sideways into insecurity. Forward, into strength, into clarity, into the evolution of your life. Move forward with the knowing that your confidence is enough. Move forward with the knowing that your silence is powerful. Move forward with the understanding that your certainty is your authority. The command dissolves into a wave of relief, warm, expansive, grounding. You feel the weight of your past explanations lifting off of you. You breathe differently. You stand differently. You think differently. Relief shows you how much space over-explaining occupied in your mind. It shows you how much energy it drained from your spirit. It shows you how much unnecessary pressure you placed on yourself to manage perceptions. Relief gives you that energy back. Relief returns your breath to its natural rhythm. Relief reminds you that simplicity feels like truth. And from that relief rises empowerment, deep, steady, undeniable. You feel the shift in your identity as it settles into place. You notice how your thoughts form with more direction. You notice how your emotions respond with more balance. You notice how your decisions feel cleaner, stronger, clearer. Empowerment teaches you that restraint is not silence born from fear. It is silence born from strength. You begin to move through the world with the awareness that your power grows when you protect your energy. You speak when the moment requires it, and that moment is chosen, not forced. This empowerment illuminates a truth that changes everything. Powerful people let results speak. They do not defend their path, they walk it. They do not explain their ambition, they build it. They do not justify their decisions, they demonstrate them. You begin to feel the resonance of this truth in your own life. You feel the shift from needing to convince others to simply moving with intention. You begin to notice that your silence is not emptiness, it is focus. Your clarity is not stubbornness, it is leadership. Your restraint is not withdrawal, it is control. Let the rhythm return one last time. Calm grounding your spirit, tension reminding you how far you've come, command sharpening your discipline, relief cleansing your thoughts, empowerment lifting your identity. This rhythm becomes the final imprint of the chapter, the structure that supports your new self-belief, the cadence that reminds you how powerful you are when you trust your own voice enough to use fewer words. You rise into the closing truth of this chapter. You rise as someone who no longer seeks approval through explanation. You rise as someone whose decisions stand without defense. You rise as someone who communicates through clarity, not complication. You rise knowing that your authority grows when your explanations disappear. You rise because you finally understand that confidence needs no defense and your path needs no permission. And as you rise, the chapter closes with a steady, powerful shift inside you, preparing you for the next evolution of your voice, your presence, and your leadership. Chapter 4: Silence in Conflict, the Ultimate Advantage. You enter this chapter stepping into one of the most misunderstood forms of power, how silence becomes your greatest advantage in conflict. Most people believe conflict is won through verbal strength, sharp argument, or emotional intensity. But the reality is far simpler. Conflict is won through control, not control of the other person, control of yourself. Silence becomes the ground you stand on when emotions rise around you. Silence becomes your shield, your strategy, your strength. And as you move into this chapter, you begin to understand how silence disarms aggression, drains emotional opponents, and keeps you centered while others lose themselves. A calm spreads through your body like a quiet wave. This calm is not weakness, it is preparation. It is the steady breath before action. When conflict appears, calm people see what others miss. They see the real intention behind the words. They see the emotional instability hidden within loudness. They see the moves forming beneath the surface. Calm is your clarity in chaos. Calm is your anchor when pressure mounts. Calm is the beginning of dominance. Not dominance over others, but dominance over your own impulses. You feel this calm settling in your chest, slowing your breath, sharpening your awareness. Then tension rises tight, sudden, electric. You feel the instinct to react. You feel the urge to defend yourself. You feel the impulse to respond quickly to match the energy being thrown at you. This tension is the natural human response to confrontation. It's the pull toward emotional chaos. But tension is also the doorway to power. It is the space where you choose who you are becoming. In the past, you may have stepped into conflict emotionally, trying to win through argument, trying to prove a point, trying to clarify your intentions. Now you begin to see that silence gives you something far more valuable: control. Lean into this tension and notice what happens when you do not react. Notice what happens when you hold your silence. Emotional opponents begin to tire themselves out. Their aggression loses momentum. Their intensity starts to collapse under its own weight. Chaos feeds on reaction. When you do not feed it, it starves. Stillness frustrates chaos because chaos expects escalation. Chaos expects noise. Chaos expects emotional engagement. But you are rising beyond that. You begin to understand that silence drains the power of the person trying to provoke you, because they cannot build momentum without your participation. Then the command enters, firm, steady, absolute: hold your silence. Let them reveal themselves. Let them expose their emotional instability. Let them waste their energy. You choose your response, not them, not their tone, not their anger, not their impatience. You choose your response. And when you choose from strength, not impulse. This command becomes your internal structure. It reminds you that silence is not avoidance, it is advantage. It is the move that gives you time, clarity, and emotional ground when others lose theirs. The command softens into relief, a warm, steady relief that reminds you that you do not have to match anyone's intensity. You do not have to fight every battle. You do not have to prove yourself in moments of aggression. Relief shows you that silence is a form of emotional freedom. You step back internally, creating space between their emotion and your identity. Relief teaches you that you are not responsible for the emotional storms of others. You feel the tension release from your shoulders. You feel the heaviness leave your breath. You feel yourself returning to center, grounded and unshaken. From this relief rises empowerment, clean, sharp, undeniable. You begin to see conflict differently now. You are no longer pulled into emotional battles that drain your strength. You are no longer overwhelmed by loud voices. You are no longer intimidated by intensity. Empowerment comes from stillness, stillness that makes others rethink their approach, stillness that exposes their emotional imbalance, stillness that communicates, "I am not moved by this moment." This quiet empowerment gives you leverage. It gives you perspective. It gives you influence. And then you step into the rhythm peak, sharp, fast, commanding. Lines that lock you into the mindset of calm dominance. Hold. Breathe. Watch. Stay still. Let them burn their energy. Let them reveal their weakness. Let the storm exhaust itself. You do not move. You do not react. You do not break. Your silence is strength. Your stillness is control. Your presence is power. Stand firm. Stay centered. Choose clarity. Choose patience. Choose control. You decide when to speak. You decide when to move. You decide who you become. This rapid-fire rhythm awakens something inside you, a strength that does not rely on noise or reaction, a strength that commands without attacking, a strength that stands unshaken while others crumble under their own emotion. You begin to see yourself in conflict as someone who no longer fights to be understood, someone who no longer reacts to provocation, someone who remains grounded while others unravel. Let the rhythm settle back into calm. Your breath steadies. Your awareness sharpens. You see the truth of conflict with new eyes. Emotional restraint wins long games. People who cannot control themselves cannot control outcomes. But you are learning control at its highest level. Silence is not rooted in fear. Silence is rooted in mastery. Silence is the language of someone who refuses to be dragged into emotional chaos. You speak with presence, not panic. You hold your ground when others lose theirs. As this segment closes, you rise with the understanding that silence is your strategic advantage. Silence centers you. Silence disarms aggression. Silence gives you the power to choose your response from a place of strength. And as you rise into this quiet mastery, you feel the next segment building, ready to take you deeper into how silence controls momentum, protects your energy, and changes the outcome of every conflict you face. You move deeper into this chapter, carrying the calm control you began to build. Now you start to understand something crucial. Silence doesn't just protect you in conflict, it shapes the entire dynamic. When someone comes at you with intensity, with emotion, with pressure, they expect you to meet them on that battlefield. They expect noise, they expect speed, they expect reaction. But when you stay silent, everything shifts. They lose their footing. They lose their rhythm. They lose the advantage they thought they had. Silence is not retreat, it is strategic disruption. A calm settles into your mind as you recognize how silence alters the energy between two people. In conflict, most people escalate because they feel threatened. They defend because they feel exposed. They attack because they feel unheard. But when you remain silent, you step out of that pattern. You do not become part of their emotional storm. Instead, you observe it. You watch it unfold while staying grounded. Calm becomes your armor, your clarity, your emotional shield. This calm isn't passive, it's intentional. It tells your nervous system, "I am in control." It tells your mind, "I choose how I respond." It tells your opponent, "You cannot pull me into your chaos." Then tension rises, subtle but powerful. This is the tension of restraint, the tension of holding your silence when everything inside you wants to react, the tension of choosing stillness when the moment demands intensity. This tension is where discipline is formed. It's where emotional mastery is built. You feel the pull to defend yourself, to explain, to argue, to match their energy. But you resist. You hold the silence even when it feels heavy. That heaviness is not weakness, it is transformation. It is proof that you are rising beyond your old identity. Lean into this tension. It teaches you how people reveal themselves when you don't react. Someone who arrives with aggression will often push harder when met with silence, until they run out of emotional momentum. Someone who expects you to defend yourself will stumble when you stay quiet, because their power depended on your reaction. Silence creates a mirror. It reflects their emotional state back to them. Without your energy fueling the fire, they begin to see the chaos of their own behavior. Silence forces truth to the surface. Then the command drops clear, steady, undeniable. Hold your silence, hold your center, hold your breathing. You choose your response, not their anger, not their tone, not their attempt to provoke you. Hold, let them exhaust themselves. Let them reveal their intention. Let the conflict slow down until you can see it with clarity. This command roots itself inside you like a new instinct. When conflict comes, you do not jump. When pressure rises, you do not break. When emotion swells, you do not drown, you hold. The command softens into relief. Relief washes into your chest as you realize you no longer need to fight every battle. You no longer need to defend yourself against every accusation. You no longer need to justify your every move. Silence frees you from the emotional grip of others. It gives you distance. It gives you breath. It gives you control. Relief enters your mind as you understand you are stronger when you don't respond immediately, stronger when you wait, stronger when you step back internally before stepping forward externally. You feel the emotional weight lifting, replaced by steady confidence. From that relief rises empowerment, deep, anchored, unmistakable. You begin to feel your presence expanding in conflict. Silence makes you unpredictable. Silence makes you unreadable. Silence makes you powerful in ways words never could. While your opponent burns energy, you conserve yours. While they reveal everything, you reveal nothing. While they lose control, you gain more. Empowerment rises because silence changes the balance of power. The one who speaks least holds the most control. You see this clearly now. You feel it in your posture. You feel it in your breath. You feel it in your rising confidence. And then the rhythm peaks again. Rapid-fire lines of calm dominance, sharpening your instinct. Stay still. Stay grounded. Stay aware. Let them push. Let them rush. Let them spill their emotion. You do not join them. You do not chase them. You do not bend. Silence first. Breath second. Response last. You hold the ground. You hold the moment. You hold yourself. This is dominance. This is restraint. This is control. These rapid lines ignite a new presence within you, one rooted in strength, not force. One rooted in clarity, not chaos. One rooted in emotional intelligence rather than emotional reaction. You begin to understand how silence transforms conflict from a battlefield into a strategic game. You're no longer trying to win by overpowering. You win by outlasting. You win by staying centered. You win by refusing to be dragged into someone else's emotional arena. Let the rhythm ease back into calm. Your awareness sharpens. You understand now that every conflict has two battles, the outer battle of words and the inner battle of emotional control. Most people lose the inner battle before the outer one begins. But not you. You choose patience. You choose presence. You choose silence. And with that choice, you gain an advantage almost no one sees until it's too late. As this segment closes, you rise with a deeper understanding of your own strength. You rise knowing that silence is not weakness, it is strategy. You rise knowing that silence protects your energy and exposes theirs. You rise knowing that conflict is not won by reaction but by restraint. And you feel the next segment building, ready to show you how silence not only protects you but actively shifts the outcome of every confrontation you face. You move deeper into this chapter with a growing awareness of how silence shifts the entire emotional battlefield. By now, you understand that silence doesn't just prevent escalation, it redirects it. It reshapes it. It disarms the person who expected resistance and instead found steadiness. In this segment, you learn how silence becomes a psychological advantage, how it gives you time to see the truth beneath someone's words, and how it allows you to respond from strength while others drown in their own reaction. A deep calm settles over you, stronger than before. This calm feels like clarity opening inside your mind. In conflict, calm is not a feeling, it is a decision. A decision to hold yourself when everything around you tries to pull you outward. A decision to breathe when others push. A decision to stay still when noise demands movement. You begin to understand that calm is a form of leadership. In conflict, someone always leads. It will either be the one who reacts first or the one who reacts last. Your calm ensures that you are the one guiding the moment, not the one being swept away by it. Then tension rises because conflict always tests your discipline. You feel the instinct to defend yourself. You feel the desire to interrupt. You feel the pull to correct what was said. This tension is the emotional trigger that once drove your reactions. It wants your attention. It wants your energy. But you've learned to pause. You've learned to watch. You've learned to recognize the space between stimulus and response. Tension is no longer a command. It is a signal. It tells you, this is the moment where silence will give you the advantage. Lean into this tension with awareness. Notice how others behave when faced with your stillness. People who rely on emotional intensity begin to unravel. People who expect verbal battles lose their direction. People who try to manipulate through pressure find themselves speaking into a void. Silence forces them to confront their own emotional state without your participation. It is in this space, this quiet space, that truth surfaces. You begin to see their motives. You begin to see their fears. You begin to see their patterns. Silence reveals everything they tried to hide beneath their words. Then comes the command, steady, decisive grounding. You choose your response, not your history, not your impulses, not their emotion. You choose your response. Feel the weight of that truth. In conflict, silence gives you the time to separate emotion from intention, impulse from intelligence, reaction from strategy. You choose your response when you are ready, not when someone else demands it. This command becomes the anchor of your presence. It reminds you that silence is not passive. Silence is preparation. The command softens into relief, a relief that fills your lungs and loosens your shoulders. You begin to feel how liberating it is to not match someone's energy. You realize you no longer have to raise your voice when someone raises theirs. You no longer have to defend yourself when someone attacks emotionally. Silence frees you from their urgency. It frees you from their expectations. It frees you from the emotional trap that conflict creates. Relief tells you that you have matured past the version of yourself who reacted, because they didn't yet know their power. And from that relief rises empowerment, calm, composed, unshakable. You begin to feel how silence shifts the psychological advantage to you. When you do not react, you keep your thinking clear. When you do not argue, you keep your energy intact. When you do not explain, you keep your direction firm. You become the stable point in the conversation, the one who cannot be provoked, the one who cannot be manipulated, the one who cannot be pulled into emotional chaos. This empowerment elevates you. It sharpens your presence. It signals to others, I am grounded, I am aware, I am not controlled by this moment. And now the rhythm peak arrives, short, sharp, commanding. These lines ingrain calm dominance into your instinct. Do not rush. Do not fold. Do not fire back. Hold still. Hold steady. Hold your breath. Let the noise fade. Let the chaos burn out. Let their energy collapse. You are not moved. You are not shaken. You are not controlled. Your silence speaks. Your presence leads. Your awareness wins. Stand firm. Stay ready. Choose clarity. Choose strength. Choose control. This rapid-fire sequence awakens something powerful in you, the understanding that silence is not passive, but active. Silence is you taking control of the emotional tempo. Silence is you holding the frame of the interaction. Silence is you choosing not to play the game that others try to drag you into. You begin to see how every moment of silence strengthens your position while weakening the emotional grip of your opponent. Let the rhythm soften back into calm. You feel your awareness expand. You feel your breath deepen. You see how conflict becomes easier to navigate when you are not reacting from fear or frustration. You begin to understand how silence gives you perspective that others lack. While they speak themselves into exhaustion, you maintain clarity. While they escalate, you evaluate. While they reveal everything, you reveal nothing. As this segment closes, you rise with the understanding that silence is not just an emotional advantage, it is a strategic one. Silence turns conflict into information. Silence turns aggression into exposure. Silence turns pressure into opportunity. You rise knowing that in any confrontation, the person who controls themselves controls the outcome. You move into the next layer of this chapter with a sharper understanding of how silence becomes strategy. By now, you've seen how silence exposes motives, disrupts emotional momentum, and gives you the psychological advantage. But there is another level to this power, how silence protects your energy. Conflict is expensive. It drains people who enter it recklessly. It weakens those who speak without thinking. It consumes emotional reserves and mental clarity, but silence shields you. Silence keeps your energy intact while others waste theirs. This segment teaches you why the quietest person in conflict often walks away the strongest. A calm settles into your mind like a steady, controlled breath. You begin to recognize how valuable your energy truly is. Every reaction costs something. Every emotional response takes something from you. But silence allows you to conserve strength. Silence allows you to stay grounded. Silence allows you to observe without spending energy trying to defend yourself. Calm becomes the guardrail that keeps you centered, even in the presence of noise. This calm shows you that conflict does not need to throw you off balance. You can stay still. You can stay solid. You can stay yourself. Then tension rises, subtle, persistent, familiar. You feel the pull to jump into the battle. You feel the urge to correct someone's misunderstanding. You feel the emotional impulse to fix the situation with explanation or defense. This tension is how conflict traps people. It tempts them to engage before they have clarity. It pulls them into a fight they didn't need to enter. But now you see the pattern. You recognize the urge. And instead of obeying it, you watch it. You let the tension rise without reacting. This is control. This is resilience. This is emotional evolution. Lean into this tension with awareness. When you remain silent in conflict, something powerful happens. The pressure shifts. It moves away from you and onto the other person. They begin to wonder why you are not reacting. They begin to question the strength of their own arguments. They begin to feel exposed because you are giving them nothing to push against. Silence becomes a psychological weight, one that they carry, not you. This shift is not about dominance. It is about staying grounded while their emotional energy depletes itself. Then the command comes clear and steady. Hold your silence. Hold your energy. Hold your direction. You choose your response. You do not give away your power just because someone else lost control of theirs. Hold. Let your silence speak the boundaries you no longer need to verbalize. Let your silence communicate that you will not be moved by impulse. Let your silence show that you will not be dragged into someone else's emotional storm. This command becomes the structure supporting your new approach. Silence first, response second. Command softens into relief. Relief spreads through you as you realize you don't have to fight every accusation. You don't have to correct every misunderstanding. You don't have to prove your character every time someone questions it. Silence gives you permission to step back. Silence gives you permission to remain calm. Silence gives you permission to choose peace over participation. Relief washes through your body as the weight of unnecessary conflict lifts off your shoulders. You breathe easier. Your thoughts clear. Your emotions settle. And from that relief rises empowerment, quiet, strong, deeply rooted. You begin to see how much power exists in not reacting. Emotional opponents burn themselves out. They reveal too much. They overexplain. They lose control. Meanwhile, you conserve energy. You stay grounded. You stay aware. His empowerment shows you that silence is not passive. It is powerful endurance. It is strategic patience. It is the kind of leadership that does not need to shout to be felt. You begin carrying yourself differently. You walk with a calm steadiness that others notice. You speak slowly, deliberately, intentionally. You move through conflict like someone who has mastered themselves. And then the rhythm peak arrives again, rapid-fire lines sharpening your instinct. Stay calm. Stay centered. Stay still. Let them react. Let them rush. Let them reveal everything. You reveal nothing. Hold the ground. Hold your breath steady. Hold your silence like a blade. You are the anchor. You are the steady point. You are the one who sees clearly. They waste energy. You conserve power. They burn out. You remain. This is your advantage. This is your edge. This is your control. These lines awaken a deeper level of confidence, one rooted in your ability to remain unmoved. You begin to see conflict not as something to fear, but as something you can navigate with precision. You are not destabilized by noise. You are not manipulated by emotion. You are not controlled by urgency. Silence gives you the power to rise above the chaos while others get trapped inside it. Let the rhythm soften into calm once more. You breathe deeply. You stand taller. You understand now that silence creates psychological gravity. People feel it even when they cannot explain it. Silence signals strength. Silence signals awareness. Silence signals emotional intelligence. You are becoming the person who does not need to dominate conflict to win it. You simply remain centered until the moment reveals its truth. As this segment closes, you rise with newfound control. You rise understanding that silence protects your energy, keeps you grounded, and gives you the advantage. You rise into the identity of someone who responds on their terms, not emotionally, not impulsively, not reactively. And you feel the next segment forming, ready to show you how silence in conflict not only protects you but positions you as the stronger force in every confrontation ahead. You step into this next segment with a deeper understanding of how silence steadies you in conflict. Now you explore a new dimension of its power. Silence reveals the truth of the situation while protecting your own. When people speak in anger, they reveal their fears. When they speak in frustration, they reveal their insecurities. When they speak in chaos, they reveal their lack of control. But when you stay silent, you reveal none of yours. Silence becomes your veil, your shield, your emotional armor. It keeps your intentions hidden while exposing everything around you. A calm rises inside you as you begin to realize how rare emotional neutrality is in conflict. Most people rush to fill space. They rush to defend themselves. They rush to respond. But calm creates space for clarity. Calm slows the moment down. Calm helps you see beyond the words being spoken. The calm you feel now is not just emotional, it's strategic. Your silence gives you time to analyze the tone, the body language, the emotional shifts hidden beneath the surface. You're no longer reacting blindly. You're seeing clearly. Then tension rises. Tension always appears when silence is your chosen response. You feel the pull of the ego wanting to defend itself. You feel the old habit of over-explaining trying to resurface. You feel the urge to speak just to relieve the discomfort of the moment. But tension is not the enemy. Tension is the pressure that refines you. It shows you just how much your old identity relied on immediate reaction. It tests your commitment to becoming someone stronger, sharper, more controlled. This tension is your proving ground. Lean into this tension with awareness because it reveals something most people never learn. In conflict, the first person to lose emotional control loses influence. Anger clouds thinking. Loudness exposes insecurity. Over-explaining reveals uncertainty. But silence communicates none of these weaknesses. Silence communicates strength. Silence communicates patience. Silence communicates a level of self-possession that few possess. When you remain quiet, the other person often reveals more than they intended, sometimes everything they intended to hide. Then the command enters, steady, clear, unmovable. Hold your silence, hold your center, hold the truth that you are not obligated to react. You choose your response. This command reminds you that your silence is not empty, it is full of awareness, full of intention, full of discipline. In conflict, silence is not withdrawal. Silence is observation. Silence is positioning. Silence is the space where your strongest responses are formed and your weakest impulses are dissolved. The command transitions into relief. Relief moves through your chest like warm air. You realize you no longer need to rush your reactions. You no longer need to someone else's tone. You no longer need to step into their storm. Relief shows you the freedom of understanding that silence is permission. Permission to think. Permission to breathe. Permission to stay grounded. Permission to respond only when you are ready, not when you feel pressured. Relief teaches you that you do not need to be fast to be powerful. You need only be intentional. And from this relief rises empowerment, quiet at first, then unmistakable. You begin to see how silence shifts the conversation on your terms. When you do not react, you maintain control of the emotional tempo. You force the other person to slow down, to reconsider, to question their assumptions. Empowerment comes from recognizing that silence places you in a higher position, not by dominance but by discipline. You are not tangled in the emotion of the moment. You rise above it. You see what others cannot. You choose from clarity while they choose from chaos. Now the rhythm peak enters, rapid, sharp, commanding, training your instincts for conflict. Do not rush. Do not justify. Do not fold. Stay still. Stay aware. Stay grounded. Let them speak. Let them push. Let them reveal. You reveal nothing. Your silence is armor. Your silence is clarity. Your silence is strategy. Breathe slow. Think sharp. Respond only when ready. This is control. This is strength. This is who you are becoming. These lines ignite a deeper fire within you, a calm fire that does not burn wildly but steadily. You begin to understand that conflict is not won by overpowering emotion with emotion. Conflict is won by absorbing nothing and observing everything. You are no longer swayed by tone, no longer triggered by intensity, no longer pushed out of alignment by aggression. Silence becomes your unbroken shield. Let the rhythm settle back into calm. You feel yourself grounded again, clear, intentional, present. You begin to see conflict as something you navigate, not something you absorb. You understand that your silence gives you insight that others miss. You begin to see the deeper emotional patterns beneath people's behavior. Silence reveals who they are, and your restraint reveals who you are becoming. As this segment closes, you rise with a quieter, sharper strength. You rise with the knowledge that silence protects your truth while revealing the truth of those around you. You rise understanding that conflict is not about who speaks the loudest, it's about who stays centered the longest. And you feel the next segment approaching, ready to teach you how silence shifts power dynamics and elevates your influence in every confrontation. You enter this next segment prepared to explore a deeper truth. Silence does not only protect you in conflict, it elevates you. It shifts how people perceive you. It alters the power dynamic. In conflict, perception is everything. People instinctively look for the one who appears strongest, most grounded, most in control. They look for the one who is not intimidated, the one who is not reactive, the one who stands firm. Silence positions you as that person. Silence makes you the steady point when emotions swirl. Silence turns the moment in your favor, even before you've spoken a single word. A calm settles into your mind, expanding through your body like stability taking shape. Calm is not absence, it is presence. It is the evidence of inner order. When you stay calm in conflict, you signal strength without ever announcing it. Calm tells the world, I am not overwhelmed. Calm tells your opponent, your emotion does not move me. Calm teaches your own mind, I am in control. This calm is starting to feel natural to you now. It is becoming a part of your identity, a quiet power you carry into every moment of pressure. Then tension rises again, the familiar tension between your old habits and your new discipline. You feel the urge to interrupt. You feel the desire to defend. You feel the impulse to fill the space with explanation. This inner tension is important. It reveals the emotional pathways that once controlled you. It shows you the instinct to fix the conflict with noise. It shows you the reflex to restore balance by reacting. But you are evolving. You do not react out of fear anymore. You rise into awareness instead of falling into old patterns. This tension is the doorway to mastery. Lean into this tension and watch what happens when others confront your silence. They begin to question themselves. They begin to interpret your stillness as confidence. Some may even view it as dominance. Silence creates space, and space makes people reflect. In that reflection, doubt appears. In that doubt, their emotional momentum collapses. Silence becomes the psychological tool that reverses the power dynamic. They expected resistance. They expected defense. They expected reaction. Instead, they find a calm wall that does not crumble, and the emotional weight shifts from you to them. Then the command lands, strong, grounded, unchecked. Abel, hold your ground, hold your silence, hold your presence. You choose your response. This command reminds you that power in conflict is not about speaking first. It is about speaking last, speaking clearly, speaking with authority. You do not rush. You do not chase clarity. You do not fight for control. You hold it through restraint. You own it through discipline. You maintain it through silence. You choose the moment when your voice enters the scene. And that moment carries weight because you were not pulled into reacting. The command melts into relief. Relief spreads through your chest as you realize you no longer need to defend your strength. You no longer need to convince anyone that you are not intimidated. You no longer need to speak quickly just to fill the silence. Relief teaches you that power does not require performance. It teaches you that the strongest person in conflict is often the one who speaks the least. You feel lighter, clearer, more grounded. This relief shows you how much energy you used to waste trying to prove control instead of simply holding it. From that relief rises empowerment, solid, unwavering, deeply rooted. You begin to feel your influence growing in conflict. You begin to notice the shift in how people respond to you. They choose their words more carefully. They measure their tone. They hesitate before escalating. They sense your presence, not because you force it, but because you hold it. Empowerment comes from realizing that silence makes people pay attention. Silence makes them respect you. Silence makes them question their own behavior. You become someone whose reactions are valuable, whose words are chosen, whose presence shapes the moment. Now the rhythm peak arrives, sharp, clean, commanding, etching calm dominance into your instincts. Stand firm. Hold steady. Stay grounded. Do not rush. Do not fold. Do not break. Let silence lead. Let silence speak. Let silence shift the energy. You hold the frame. You hold the pace. You hold the moment. Their emotion is theirs. Your calm is yours. Your silence is strength. Your presence is power. You decide who you are here. You decide how this ends. These rapid-fire commands deepen the power pulsing through you. You begin to understand that silence does not make you passive. It makes you calculating. It makes you intentional. It makes you the one who sees the bigger picture. Most people stumble through conflict blindly, guided by emotion. But you observe, you evaluate, you decide. You choose from clarity instead of chaos. Let the rhythm soften back into calm. You feel the emotional noise fade from your mind. You feel your presence settle into your body. You feel the truth sinking in. Silence shifts power. Silence places you in the seat of control. Silence elevates your authority. You do not need to dominate with words. You dominate with stillness. You dominate with awareness. You dominate with restraint. As this segment comes to a close, you rise with a new understanding of conflict, one rooted in calm, one guided by silence, one empowered by presence. You rise knowing that silence makes you the anchor while others drift. You rise knowing that silence positions you as the one who leads, not the one who follows impulses. And you feel the next segment forming, ready to teach you how silence not only shifts power but sets the stage for decisive, powerful responses when the moment is finally right. You move into this next segment carrying the strong foundation you've built: calm, restraint, emotional clarity. But now you learn something even more powerful. Silence is not just a defensive tool. It is not just protection. Silence is preparation. It sets the stage for your response to carry maximum impact. When you speak after silence, your words hold weight. They land deeper. They shape the direction of the conflict instead of being swept up in it. Silence gives your voice gravity. And gravity is something few people ever learn to command. A calm rises through you as this truth settles in. You begin to understand that when you remain silent, you're not doing nothing. You are watching, you are calculating, you are letting the emotional dust settle. Calm allows you to see the conflict without distortion. Calm gives you the space to identify what matters. Calm stops you from saying anything you might regret, anything said from impulse, anything that weakens your position. This calm becomes your strategy, your lens, your advantage. But tension rises once again, the tension of choosing not to speak when every emotional part of you wants to. You feel the familiar pull to correct someone's accusation. You feel the tug to defend your character. You feel the heat of wanting to clarify the situation. This tension is the ego fighting for expression. The ego hates silence because silence feels like surrender, but this is the lie the ego tells you. Silence is not surrender, it is control. It takes strength to hold silence in the face of provocation. It takes strength to wait when others demand reaction. This tension teaches you patience, discipline, and mastery over your impulses. Lean into the tension and observe what silence creates. It creates space, space for your opponent's emotion to cool, space for your mind to sharpen, space for the truth to rise above the noise. In conflict, timing is everything. Most people speak at the wrong moment, when their emotions are high, when their clarity is low, when the situation is still unstable. But you are becoming someone different, someone who chooses their moment, someone who understands that a delayed response is often the most powerful response. Silence is your preparation for precision. Then the command comes, steady and absolute. You choose your moment, you choose when to speak. You choose how your words land, you choose the frame of the conversation. This command becomes the center of your influence. You no longer speak to react, you speak to direct. You no longer speak to defend, you speak to clarify. You no longer speak to prove your strength, you speak to demonstrate it. Your silence is the pause that gives your voice purpose. Your silence is the force that sharpens your message. The command fades into relief. Relief spreads through your body as you realize you do not need to fight for dominance. You do not need to speak quickly to be heard. You do not need to interrupt to maintain control. Silence removes pressure. Silence removes urgency. Silence removes the emotional weight of conflict. Relief tells you that your voice becomes clearer when you stop rushing to use it. Relief reminds you that a powerful response is built on patience, not panic. You feel lighter, more grounded, more centered. And from that relief rises empowerment, deep, strong, undeniable. You begin to step into a new level of authority over yourself. You begin to see how silence transforms you into someone people cannot provoke easily, someone who cannot be manipulated, someone who cannot be thrown off balance. Empowerment rises as you recognize that silence gives you time to gather truth, not emotion. And truth, when spoken at the right moment, cuts through conflict with precision. You're becoming someone who doesn't just survive conflict, you command it. Then the rhythm peak arrives, fast, firm, fierce, etching decisive calm into your instinct. Wait, watch, hold, let them speak, let them rush, let them show their hand. You show nothing. You choose your moment. You choose your timing. You choose your tone. Precision over impulse. Clarity over chaos. Strength over speed. Your silence builds pressure. Your silence builds presence. Your silence builds power. Speak only when it counts. Speak only when it matters. Speak only when you choose. These lines shape your new mindset. You begin to feel the strength of controlled timing. You start to understand how silence amplifies your influence. When you finally speak, the message lands harder because the silence before it created tension, focus, and respect. This is how powerful people operate. They do not flood the conversation with noise, they deliver impact. Let the rhythm descend back into calm. You feel clarity rising. You feel your emotional awareness settling. You feel your presence expanding. Silence has become more than a technique. It's becoming a way of thinking, a way of responding, a way of holding yourself in the world. You're learning to navigate conflict with more intelligence than force, more depth than defense. As this segment closes, you rise with a new understanding. Silence is the preparation that gives your responses power. Silence shapes the moment before your words shape the outcome. Silence elevates your presence so your voice can lead. You rise knowing that conflict does not require constant engagement. It requires strategic restraint. And you feel the next segment forming, ready to reveal how silence not only prepares your response, but amplifies your authority when you finally choose to speak. You enter this next segment ready to understand one of the most transformative truths about silence. When you finally speak after holding your ground, your voice carries a different kind of power. Silence is not just a pause, it is pressure. It builds anticipation, focus, and tension in the space around you. And when your words finally break that silence, they land with weight. They land with clarity. They land with authority. This is how powerful people speak, not often, not impulsively, but intentionally. Silence makes your voice sharper, stronger, and far more impactful than noise ever could. A calm rises through you as you begin to appreciate the gravity of your presence. Your calmness becomes the foundation for everything that follows. Calm says, I am focused. Calm says, I am aware. Calm says, I choose my responses, not my reactions. This calm becomes the signal that you hold yourself to a higher standard in conflict. While others rely on volume, you rely on clarity. While others rely on speed, you rely on timing. While others release their emotions, you refine yours. Calm becomes the baseline that strengthens every word you choose to speak. But tension rises, as it always does, before you reclaim more of your power. This tension is not conflict itself. It is the internal pull you feel when silence stretches. The mind wants to fill that space. The ego wants relief. Emotion wants release. You feel the urge to speak sooner than necessary, to answer before you're ready, to defend before the moment has fully formed. This tension is the test. It asks, will you fold into reaction or will you rise into control? You feel the pressure, but now you have the discipline to withstand it. Lean into this tension and observe its effect on others. When someone expects a quick reaction and you offer none, their mind begins to race. They replay their own words. They question their assumptions. They wonder what you're thinking. Silence creates an internal response inside them far more powerful than anything you could say aloud. They become aware of their own emotions, their own tone, their own missteps. Silence forces them inward. And when the other person begins looking inward during conflict, the power shifts entirely to you. Then the command arrives, sharp, controlled, unwavering. Choose your moment. Wait for the truth to surface. Wait for the emotion to fall away. Wait until your words can shape the moment instead of joining its chaos. You do not speak to satisfy urgency. You speak to deliver clarity. This command becomes the discipline you lean on. It reminds you that conflict is not a race. It is not about speed. It is about precision. You do not win by reacting. You win by choosing the moment that amplifies your impact. The command dissolves into relief, warm, steady, liberating. Relief washes over you as you understand that you no longer need to hold conversations together with noise. You do not need to meet aggression with aggression. You do not need to defend yourself just because someone tries to provoke you. Silence releases the emotional demand placed on you. It gives you distance from the heat of the moment. Relief teaches you that it's okay to pause, okay to breathe, okay to gather your strength before you speak. Your silence is a sign of maturity, not hesitation. And from that relief rises empowerment, deep, resonant, undeniable. You begin to feel the power that builds inside the quiet, The longer you remain grounded, the more influence you gain. You feel the shift in how people look at you when you finally speak. They listen. They lean in. They consider your words more carefully. Silence created that respect, not your explanation, not your argument, not your defense. Silence made your voice rare, and rarity is valuable. You do not waste words anymore. You do not scatter your voice. You speak with intention, and intention makes you powerful. Then the rhythm peak strikes again, sharp lines of calm dominance strengthening your inner command. Hold the silence. Feel the power build. Let the moment slow. Let the truth rise. Do not rush. Do not break. Do not react. Your silence is pressure. Your silence is clarity. Your silence is control. Speak only when ready. Speak only when clear. Speak only with purpose. Your timing is strength. Your voice is weapon. Your calm is mastery. This is how you win the moment. These lines ingrain the instinct of deliberate communication into your mind. You begin to feel a new level of confidence growing inside you, a confidence rooted not in how much you say, but in how little you need to. Silence becomes your preparation. Silence becomes your leverage. Silence becomes the force that makes your words matter. Let the rhythm soften into calm once more. You breathe slowly. You stand taller. You begin to sense how different you are becoming in conflict. You have shifted from reacting to choosing, from defending to observing, from speaking quickly to speaking intentionally. Your silence is no longer a gap. It is your strategy. It is your advantage. And now you feel the truth rising inside you. Silence amplifies your authority, not by accident but by design. Silence sharpens your clarity. Silence elevates your presence. Silence gives your voice the power to influence, not just respond. When you speak after holding silence, you speak from strength, not fear, not frustration, not emotional impulse. Strength. As this segment closes, you rise into the identity of someone who commands conflict with presence, not volume. You rise knowing that silence is not emptiness. It is amplified power waiting to be used at the right moment. And you feel the final segment forming, ready to bring this entire lesson together, showing you how to move through conflict with unbreakable control. You arrive at the final segment of this chapter carrying a new understanding of power, real power, the kind that isn't loud, isn't frantic, isn't reactive. You learned how silence disarms aggression, how it exposes truth, how it shifts emotional momentum, how it elevates your presence. Now you learn the final layer. Silence gives you unbreakable control over yourself. And the moment you control yourself, conflict can no longer control you. This is the point where silence transforms from strategy to identity, where it becomes how you step into the world, how you ground yourself under pressure, how you lead every confrontation with calm authority. A deep, steady calm settles into your chest. This calm is not something you perform, it is something you are. You've trained yourself to hold your breath steady while others lose theirs. You've learned that quiet is not a void but a vantage point. You feel the difference in your posture. You feel the difference in your focus. You feel the difference in your presence. Calm is not an emotion here. It is a choice, a command, a state you return to again and again until it becomes natural, automatic, unshakable. Then tension rises, one last time. This tension appears whenever you step into a moment where silence is your advantage. You feel the pull to revert to your old habits. You feel the ego wanting to defend, wanting to respond quickly, wanting to prove something. You feel that tightening pressure that says, "Speak now." But this tension is not a threat. It is proof of your evolution. It is the contrast between the person you used to be and the person you have become. The tension you feel now shows you that you have outgrown impulsive reactions. You see clearly that silence isn't withholding, it's leading. Lean into this final tension and study what happens when silence becomes your anchor. Emotional opponents begin to lose their footing. Aggression without response becomes embarrassment. Manipulation without engagement becomes weakness. Pressure without reaction becomes clarity. Silence turns the conflict inward, back onto the person who started it. They are forced to examine themselves because you have removed the distraction of your reaction. Quiet does not make you invisible, it makes you powerful. Silence forces others to reveal everything, while you reveal nothing. Then the command arrives, clean, steady, absolute. You choose who you become in conflict, not the moment, not the emotion, not the pressure, not the other person. You choose. This command becomes the core of your identity. You no longer ask, how do I win this argument? Or how do I defend myself? Instead, you ask, who do I want to be right now? And the answer is clear. You choose to be calm. You choose to be centered. You choose to be in control of your voice and your reactions. This command strengthens you from the inside out. The command melts into relief, a powerful, grounding relief. You feel how much energy you used to waste trying to be heard, trying to be right, trying to respond before you even understood the situation. With silence, everything slows, everything becomes easier. Relief washes over you as you realize you do not have to fight the moment. You do not have to tense your mind. You do not have to carry their emotion inside your body. Silence gives you distance. Relief gives you breath. Clarity returns. Strength returns, you return. From that relief rises empowerment, the final, strongest form of it. You begin to understand that silence creates emotional authority. People sense that you are not easily moved. They sense that you operate from awareness rather than impulse. They sense that your mind does not collapse under pressure. Empowerment rises as you feel yourself becoming someone others cannot provoke, someone who cannot be thrown off balance, someone who leads the emotional tone of the interaction simply by staying collected. You begin to feel what true dominance is, not control over them, but control over yourself. Now the final rhythm peak arrives, sharp, fierce, anchoring your identity in calm dominance. Stand still. Stand firm. Stand tall. Do not rush. Do not break. Do not bow. Your silence is strength. Your breath is power. Your stillness is command. You choose your moment. You choose your tone. You choose your truth. Let them push. Let them shout. Let them unravel. You stay grounded. You stay focused. You stay unshaken. This is your authority. This is your advantage. This is you rising. These lines carve the mindset of conflict mastery into your identity. You feel them settle into your body as truth. You feel them shaping your instincts. You feel them rewriting the version of you that once reacted quickly, emotionally, urgently. You are no longer that person. You are someone who holds the moment steady, someone who refuses to give away power through unnecessary words, someone who leads with silence and speaks only with clarity. Let the rhythm fade into calm one last time. This calm is the echo of everything you've learned. It is the grounding you bring into every conflict from now on. You understand that silence is not retreat, it is readiness. Silence is not weakness, it is wisdom. Silence is not avoidance, it is strategy. You have built the discipline to stand in the storm without being moved by it. As this chapter closes, you rise with a new level of confidence, quiet confidence, steady confidence, unbreakable confidence. You rise with the understanding that silence is your ultimate advantage in conflict. Silence protects your energy. Silence reveals truth. Silence shifts power. Silence prepares your voice. Silence centers your mind. And now, you are ready to move into the world carrying this mastery, ready for the next chapter, the next transformation, the next evolution of your inner leadership. Chapter 5, The Discipline of Saying Less. You step into this chapter with a new understanding of silence, but now you begin to train something deeper, discipline, because silence is not just a moment. Silence is a skill. Silence is a practice. Silence is a decision you make again and again until it becomes part of who you are. The world rewards those who can control their impulses, manage their reactions, and speak only with intention. That is the discipline you are building now, the discipline of saying less. This chapter becomes your training ground, the space where silence evolves from instinct to mastery. A calm settles across your thoughts as you realize that not every thought deserves air. Not every emotion deserves expression. Not every opinion needs to be shared. Calm teaches you to pause before you speak. Calm shows you the gap between impulse and action. Calm becomes the lens through which you see your own mind with clarity instead of urgency. This calm is not silence itself. It is the path toward mastering silence. You feel it grounding you, steadying you, making space for the discipline you are about to build. Then tension rises, the tension of restraint. You feel the instinct to speak quickly, to fill the air, to add words where none are needed. You notice how automatic it once was to explain, to react, to narrate your thoughts without intention. This tension is the old self pulling at you, the part of you that was conditioned to speak before thinking, to justify before understanding, to release emotion through words without asking if those words were necessary. The tension does not mean you are failing. It means you are changing. It is the resistance that shapes your strength. Lean into this tension with curiosity. You begin to observe how often you speak from habit rather than purpose. You notice the conversations where silence could have served you better. You notice the moments where fewer words would have protected your energy, preserved your presence, strengthened your boundaries. You realize that discipline is not about suppression. It is about intentional expression. Saying less does not mean you silence your voice. It means you elevate it. You choose quality over quantity, purpose over impulse, clarity over noise. Then the command drops: steady, focused, transformative. Say less, hold your words. Let your silence guide your presence. Not every thought needs to be spoken. Not every emotion needs to be verbalized. Not every truth needs to be delivered in the moment it appears. Say less because the more selective you are with your voice, the more powerful your voice becomes. Say less because discipline earns respect. Say less because energy is preserved through restraint. This command roots itself into your identity. You feel it shaping your instincts. The command shifts into relief. Relief flows through you as you release the pressure to comment on everything. You realize you don't need to respond immediately. You don't need to offer opinions constantly. You don't need to fill silence with noise. Relief shows you that less speaking means less regret. Less explanation means less exhaustion. Less verbal clutter means more mental clarity. You feel your mind lighten, your breath deepen, your body soften. Relief comes from understanding that silence is not self-denial, it is self-respect. And from relief rises empowerment, quiet, intentional, unmistakable. You begin to feel how discipline enhances your presence. When you speak less, people notice more. When you hold your words, people listen more closely. When you choose silence, you choose energy conservation, emotional strength, mental clarity. Empowerment grows as you realize that your voice is no longer scattered. It is focused. It is precise. It is meaningful. You are not withholding, you are honing. You are shaping yourself into someone whose words carry weight because they are not used carelessly. Now the rhythm peak arrives, short, sharp, commanding, training your discipline into instinct. Pause. Breathe. Hold. Let the moment settle. Let the impulse fade. Let clarity choose your words. Not emotion. Not habit. Not fear. Say less. Mean more. Protect your energy. Guard your voice. Choose intention. Choose presence. Choose strength. You decide who you become. You decide how you speak. You decide when silence leads. I decide who I become. These lines carve discipline into your mindset. You begin to see that saying less is not about restriction. It's about refinement. It's about training your mind to elevate above impulse. It's about teaching yourself to value your voice so highly that you use it with precision, not frequency. This discipline builds strength in you that others will feel before you ever say a word. Let the rhythm soften back into calm. You begin to sense how your entire presence shifts when you choose restraint. Your body relaxes, your breathing steadies, your thoughts become clearer. You feel in control not only of your voice but of your mind. You begin to understand that discipline is not something you practice occasionally. It is a daily decision, a daily commitment, a daily declaration. And as this segment closes, You rise with the understanding that silence is not accidental. Silence is trained. Silence is built. Silence is chosen. You rise knowing that the discipline of saying less is the foundation for every powerful transformation you will make next. You rise with the affirmation echoing inside you. I decide who I become. You step further into this chapter with the awareness that discipline isn't something you practice only in moments of conflict. It's something you live with daily. Saying less is not an occasional decision. It is a continuous shaping of your character. Every day presents opportunities to speak impulsively, to overshare, to react quickly, to spill energy through unnecessary words. And every day you gain strength when you choose restraint. Discipline is repetition. Discipline is intention. Discipline is identity. You are shaping your inner world one silent moment at a time. A calm rises within you as you begin to notice the spaces between your thoughts. Thoughts come and go, but calm gives you the ability to choose which ones deserve expression. Calm teaches you that not all thoughts require release. Not all emotions need to become sound. Calm becomes your internal filter, the place where you evaluate your impulses with clarity instead of urgency. Silence begins here, not in your voice, but in your mind. And as this calm expands, you begin to feel more grounded, more centered, more in control of what you allow to escape into the world. Then tension appears, the tension of habit. You feel how natural it once was to speak without intention. You feel how quickly your mouth wanted to move before your mind had settled. You feel the familiar pull to add more than necessary. This tension is important. It reveals the inner patterns you're unlearning. It shows you the moments where discipline is most needed, not when everything is calm, but when your emotions are rising, when your ego is stirring, when your impulses are loudest. This tension is the place where discipline is formed. Lean into this tension with awareness. Notice the conversations where silence gives you space to understand yourself better. Notice the moments when speaking less allows you to listen more deeply. Notice how restraint reveals truths you would have missed if you rushed to fill the air. You begin to see that discipline is not about withholding, it's about alignment. It's about ensuring that your words are connected to your purpose, not your impulses. Every time you say less, you protect your energy. Every time you say less, you strengthen your presence. Every time you say less, you elevate your identity. Then the command arrives, simple, sharp, grounding. Hold your words. Let your silence guide your discipline. Let intention choose what you say. You do not speak because the moment pressures you. You speak because the moment requires you. The command becomes a powerful internal anchor. It reminds you that speaking less doesn't mean speaking never. It means speaking consciously. It means speaking with awareness. It means speaking from strength, not reaction. Hold your words until they serve a purpose. The command shifts into relief. Relief sweeps through you as you realize you no longer have to be the person who fills every silence. You no longer have to share every thought. You no longer have to explain your every move. Relief comes from understanding that discipline frees you from emotional clutter and mental noise. It teaches you that life becomes lighter when your voice is no longer weighted down by unnecessary expression. Relief reminds you that your energy is precious, and silence protects it. And from that relief rises empowerment, steady, quiet, deeply rooted. You begin to recognize how people respond to disciplined speech. They listen more closely. They respect your boundaries more naturally. They notice the intention behind your words because you've removed the excess. Empowerment comes from realizing that your voice becomes a tool, not a leak, a weapon, not a weakness, a signal of strength, not insecurity. You begin to carry yourself differently because you are no longer spilling your energy into unimportant moments. The rhythm peak arrives, rapid lines that sharpen your discipline and reinforce restraint. Pause. Listen. Hold. Think before speaking. Feel before reacting. Choose before responding. Not every thought deserves air. Not every feeling needs a voice. Protect your energy. Preserve your presence. Say less. Mean more. Let silence lead. Let clarity choose. Let purpose guide you. You are building discipline. You are shaping identity. You are becoming powerful. I decide who I become. These lines embed the discipline of silence into your nervous system. They transform restraint from something you add, tempt into something you embody. Discipline begins to feel natural, like a muscle you've strengthened over time. You start recognizing how silence improves your relationships, your decisions, your inner peace. You speak less because you no longer seek validation through your words. You speak less because you're aligned with your purpose. Let the rhythm soften back into calm. You feel the quiet confidence that comes with speaking intentionally. You feel the mental space opening inside you. You feel the freedom that comes from mastering your impulses instead of being mastered by them. The discipline of saying less is becoming part of your identity now. It is shaping the way you move through the world. It is helping you evolve into someone whose presence communicates more than their speech ever could. As this segment closes, you rise with a growing sense of mastery. You rise knowing that silence is not emptiness, it is direction. It is practice. It is precision. You rise remembering the affirmation that anchors this chapter. I decide who I become. You move deeper into this chapter with a sharpened awareness. Discipline is not just a choice you make once. It is a choice you make repeatedly, moment after moment, until your identity transforms. The discipline of saying less becomes a daily practice, a constant refinement of who you are becoming. And the truth reveals itself here. People who speak with intention are respected. People who speak with restraint are trusted. People who speak with purpose are remembered. You are training yourself to be that person, someone whose silence holds weight and whose words carry meaning. A calm steadiness expands within you as you begin to understand why restraint matters. Calm shows you that the world is full of noise. People speak without thinking. They speak to fill space. They speak to avoid discomfort. But you are learning to be different. Calm reminds you that your presence is stronger when your voice is controlled. Calm anchors you in the truth that your words should reflect your direction, not your impulses. In this calm, you begin to sense a deeper kind of strength, a strength rooted not in expression, but in awareness. Then tension rises, not to stop you, but to refine you. You feel the internal friction between your old habits and your new discipline. You notice moments where you want to jump into conversations just to be heard. You feel the urge to explain yourself more than necessary. You sense the impulse to react quickly instead of responding intentionally. This tension is the evidence of your growth. It shows you exactly where discipline must be sharpened. It is your training ground, the forge where your new identity is being shaped. Lean into this tension with clarity. Observe your impulses without judgment. Notice how often speaking is simply a reflex, not a choice. Notice how many words serve your insecurity rather than your purpose. Notice how easily energy can be wasted on conversations that do not move your life forward. When you begin to observe your own patterns, you gain the power to change them. You realize that saying less is not deprivation, it is elevation. It is the removal of noise so your true voice can be heard clearly, confidently, intentionally. Then the command enters, firm, focused, transformative. Discipline your voice. Hold your thoughts. Speak with intention. Let silence be the space where your strength grows. The command reminds you that saying less is a daily exercise in self-control. It is the sharpening of your focus. It is the protection of your energy. Every moment you resist the urge to speak impulsively, you strengthen your internal leadership. Every moment you choose restraint, you prove something important to yourself. I am in control of my voice. I am in control of my choices. I decide who I become. The command softens into relief, like tension melting out of your body. You feel the freedom that comes from no longer needing to respond to everything. You feel the peace that comes from not carrying the weight of over-explaining. You feel the mental quiet that comes from eliminating unnecessary words. Relief teaches you that silence reduces stress. Relief teaches you that restraint preserves energy. Relief teaches you that you are not responsible for filling every moment with sound. There is strength in holding back. There is confidence in simplicity. there is freedom in less. And from that relief rises empowerment, steady, intentional, unwavering. You begin to feel the dignity that comes with speaking selectively. You feel the confidence that comes from knowing your words matter because they are not scattered. You see how your discipline improves your relationships. People lean in more when you speak. They listen with greater attention. They respect your boundaries. They sense the difference in your presence. Empowerment grows because you are no longer using your voice to seek approval. You are using it to express truth. The rhythm peak arrives, rapid, sharp, energizing, embedding discipline deeper into your identity. Pause first. Think second. Speak last. Choose your moment. Choose your words. Choose your impact. Not every impulse deserves action. Not every thought deserves sound. Not every feeling needs release. Discipline yourself. Restrain yourself. Refine yourself. Say less. Mean more. Preserve your power. Protect your energy. Honor your growth. Honor your direction. I decide who I become. These lines reinforce your new way of operating. You begin to feel silence not as withholding but as wisdom. Restraint not as restriction but as leadership. You begin to speak with intention, with purpose, with clarity. Your identity shifts from someone who reacts to someone who responds. Someone who speaks from strength rather than insecurity. Someone who knows the value of a held tongue. Let the rhythm settle back into a deep calm. This calm becomes your base, your training ground, your internal home. You begin to notice that discipline feels less like effort and more like alignment. You feel grounded in your silence. You feel powerful in your restraint. You feel confident in your ability to choose your voice. Saying less no longer feels like withholding. It feels like mastery. As this segment closes, you rise with a sharpened sense of who you are becoming. You rise knowing that discipline is not built in grand moments, but in small, intentional choices. You rise recognizing that silence shapes your character as much as it shapes your communication. You rise repeating the affirmation that guides your transformation. I decide who I become. You move deeper into this chapter, stepping into the truth that discipline is not only about control, it is about creation. When you choose to say less, you create space. Space for clarity, space for self-awareness, space for emotional intelligence, space for intentional expression. Silence is not a void, it is a canvas. And the less noise you create, the more power you have to shape your inner world. You begin to understand that discipline is not punishment, it is a gift. It is the structure that supports your highest self. A calm steadiness rises within you as you begin to see silence as a daily commitment. Calm shows you how many moments in your day are filled with unnecessary words, small complaints, emotional reactions, quick opinions, habitual responses. Calm invites you to examine those moments, not to judge yourself, but to understand them. Calm gives you the ability to slow down the automatic behaviors that once drained your energy. It teaches you that silence is not just held externally, it begins internally. The more you calm your thoughts, the more you refine your voice. Then tension appears, the tension between habit and discipline. You feel the old tendencies tugging at you. You feel the compulsion to respond immediately. You feel the desire to share thoughts before they've fully formed. You feel the urge to jump into conversations without intention. This tension marks the transition point of your growth. It is the place where discipline is tested and strengthened. It is where you choose between who you were and who you're becoming. Lean into this tension with awareness. Notice how speaking less forces you to hear yourself more clearly. Notice how restraint gives you access to deeper layers of thought. Notice how silence makes you more observant of your own patterns. You begin to realize that every word you don't say saves energy, preserves focus, strengthens presence. Your discipline sharpens your perception of yourself, of others, of your path. You begin to understand that quiet is not empty, it is insightful. Then the command comes, simple, direct, powerful. Speak only with purpose. Let discipline guide your expression. Protect your voice from waste. You speak not to react, but to communicate. not to fill silence but to honor meaning. This command becomes the filter you place between impulse and action. It reminds you that your voice is not a tool to be used casually. It is a force to be used consciously. Speak only when your words create understanding, not noise. Speak only when they reflect the person you choose to become. The command flows into relief. Relief sweeps through your body as you realize you no longer need to keep up with the pace of external noise. You are not required to match the speed at which others speak. You are not required to animate every moment with sound. Relief frees you from the pressure to constantly participate. It shows you that your silence is a sign of strength, not detachment. Relief softens you, allowing you to release the old belief that your value lies in your volume. Your value lies in your awareness. And from this relief rises empowerment, strong, centered, unmistakable. You begin to see how discipline transforms your communication. You speak less and yet you express more. You speak less and yet your presence grows. You speak less and why? Yet your words carry more authority. Empowerment comes from recognizing that you are no longer driven by impulse. You are led by intention. You feel the dignity of self-control shaping your identity. You feel the maturity of silence carving depth into your existence. Then the rhythm peak arrives, quick, sharp, decisive, reinforcing the discipline you are building. Slow down. Think clearly. Choose wisely. Not every moment needs your voice. Not every feeling deserves a sentence. Not every thought must escape. Hold your ground. Hold your breath. Hold your energy. Speak only when aligned. Speak only when clear. Speak only with purpose. Say less. Mean more. Your discipline builds respect. Your restraint builds power. Your silence builds identity. I decide who I become. These rapid lines strengthen your ability to act with precision. You begin to feel discipline becoming instinctive. You notice when your voice wants to move without intention and you stop it. You notice when your emotions want release through sound and you pause. You notice when silence can serve you more than speaking and you choose silence. This is the transformation being etched into your nerves, discipline as a reflex, restraint as a strength. Let the rhythm soften again into calm. You feel a new form of confidence rising, the kind that doesn't need to be displayed to be real. You feel yourself becoming someone who speaks with awareness, not excess. Someone who listens more deeply. Someone whose silence carries authority. You realize now that discipline is not about silence alone. It is about sovereignty over your voice. As this segment closes, you rise with the understanding that the discipline of saying less shapes your character one decision at a time. You rise becoming more focused, more intentional, more grounded. You rise repeating the affirmation that fuels your evolution. I decide who I become. You move further into this chapter carrying a new sharpness, a new awareness of how your words shape the world around you, and more importantly, the world within you. The discipline of saying less is not only about communication. It is about identity. It is about the way you stand in your own presence. It is about the way you conserve your mental and emotional resources. Every moment you choose silence, you reclaim a piece of yourself that was once scattered into unnecessary conversations, explanations, and reactions. This segment teaches you how restraint becomes daily strength. A deep calm begins to expand inside you, not a passive calm, an intentional one. Calm that comes from knowing you don't need to respond to everything. Calm that rises when you realize that silence protects your energy while impulsive words drain it. Calm that shows you how much room you have to grow when you stop wasting your voice on things that do not deserve it. This calm becomes your inner grounding point, the place you return to before you speak. It feels like standing on solid ground after years of walking on shifting sand. Then tension appears again, the tension of wanting to be heard, the tension of wanting to defend yourself, the tension of wanting to jump into conversations just to feel involved. You feel that familiar pull, the urge to add one more sentence, one more explanation, one more piece of commentary. This tension is the echo of your old identity, the version of you that believed speaking more meant being more. But now you see the truth. Speaking less means being stronger. The tension is your teacher, showing you exactly where your discipline must grow next. Lean into this tension with full awareness. Notice how often noise is just insecurity wearing a disguise. Notice how often talking becomes a way to avoid sitting with your own thoughts. Notice how often explanations become a way to seek validation. Discipline teaches you to sit through the discomfort without releasing it through words. Discipline teaches you to hold still, breathe, and let the impulse fade. You begin to see that not every moment requires your voice. Not every discomfort requires expression. Not every silence needs filling. You grow by learning to let the moment breathe. Then the command comes firm, grounding, clear. Protect your energy. Not every conversation deserves access to your voice. Not every person deserves the gift of your attention. Not every moment warrants your reaction. Protect your energy through silence. This command reminds you that your voice is sacred. It is not meant to be thrown into every situation. Silence becomes the guardian of your strength. You conserve your focus. You preserve your emotional space. You speak only when it aligns with your purpose, not your habits. The command softens into relief, warm, steady, freeing. You begin to feel how much lighter life becomes when you stop carrying the weight of constant expression. Relief washes through you as you realize you are no longer obligated to narrate your thoughts. You are no longer required to justify your decisions. You no longer need to perform your personality through words. Relief shows you that restraint is not restriction, it is liberation. In saying less, you open space to feel more, notice more, understand more. And from that relief rises empowerment, deep, powerful, grounded. You begin to feel how others respond to your restraint. They take you more seriously. They listen more attentively. They treat your words with more respect because your silence has given those words value. People know that when you speak, you mean it. They understand that your voice carries intention, not impulse. This empowerment strengthens your presence. You become someone whose silence is felt, whose words matter, whose discipline commands respect. Then the rhythm peak hits, sharp, fast, decisive, etching the discipline of restraint deeper into your identity. Hold your voice. Hold your center. Hold your energy. Do not rush. Do not spill. Do not scatter your power. Choose your words. Choose your timing. Choose your impact. Not everything needs a response. Not every moment needs sound. Silence is protection. Silence is strength. Silence is clarity. Say less. Mean more. Respect your voice. Respect your energy. Respect your evolution. I decide who I become. These lines train your instinct toward intentionality. You begin to feel the discipline of saying less becoming second nature. You pause where you once reacted. You breathe where you once rushed. You listen where you once spoke. You hold your internal ground with a confidence you've earned through practice. Let the rhythm ease back into calm. You feel quiet confidence taking hold of you, confidence that does not demand to be seen through sound. Confidence that comes from knowing you can observe without reacting. Confidence that builds through restraint, precision, and presence. You stand in this calm as someone who no longer wastes words because you no longer waste energy. As this segment closes, you rise with the realization that discipline is not something you force. It is something you become. You rise knowing your silence is not emptiness. It is wisdom. You rise understanding that restraint builds respect, and respect builds identity. You rise anchored in the affirmation that guides your transformation. I decide who I become. You enter this next segment with a deeper sense of self-awareness. You've begun to see how silence strengthens your presence, how restraint protects your energy, how intention elevates your voice. Now you learn another truth. Discipline is not only for moments of conflict. It is for every interaction, every decision, every environment you walk into. The discipline of saying less shapes how people experience you. It shapes the level of respect you command. It shapes the quality of your relationships. It shapes the strength of your leadership. This is where silence becomes your standard. A calm steadiness fills you as you begin to understand how much clarity comes from speaking less. Calm shows you the difference between thoughtful speech and habitual speech. Calm reveals how many conversations you once entered without intention. Calm highlights how much energy you wasted explaining, defending, or responding when silence would have served you far better. This calm is not emptiness. It is focus. It is the foundation that allows you to move through the world deliberately instead of reactively. Then tension rises, the tension of watching your old patterns fade away. You feel the old urge to jump into conversations quickly, to solve problems with words, to soothe discomfort with explanations. You feel the instinct to fill quiet moments. This tension is natural. It is the pull of familiarity. It is the voice of your past identity asking for one last chance to speak loudly, impulsively, without intention. But tension is also the training ground of discipline. It shows you exactly when to pause. It shows you when to breathe. It shows you when silence is the stronger choice. Lean into this tension with awareness. Notice how people begin to reveal themselves when you speak less. Notice how listening gives you access to details, emotions, motives you once missed. Notice how silence teaches you more than speaking ever could. You begin to realize that when you say less, you see more. You see patterns. You see intentions. You see emotional currents underneath conversations. You become more intuitive, more perceptive, more attuned to the world around you. The discipline of restraint sharpens your mind. Then the command arrives, crisp, grounded, powerful. Listen first, speak last. Let the world reveal itself before you choose your voice. You do not interrupt clarity. You do not rush understanding. You do not spill energy into every moment. You listen. You observe. You decide. This command becomes your internal compass, guiding your behavior in every interaction. It reminds you that your voice gains power not by being used constantly, but by being used intentionally. Listening becomes your advantage. Silence becomes your preparation. The command dissolves into relief. Relief moves through your body as you realize you no longer have to carry the pressure of dominating conversations. You no longer need to prove your knowledge through constant talking. You no longer need to fill silence to feel comfortable. Relief comes from letting go of the belief that contribution equals speech. True contribution begins with understanding, and understanding requires silence. Relief softens your posture. It deepens your breathing. It makes space for clarity to rise in your mind. From that relief rises empowerment, quiet, intentional, undeniable. You begin to feel the dignity in speaking with restraint. You begin to feel the authority that comes from choosing your words carefully. You begin to feel the respect that grows when others recognize that your speech comes from thought rather than impulse. Empowerment shows you that silence is not absence, it is depth. People sense the difference in your presence. They feel your steadiness. They recognize your discipline. Your silence becomes a form of leadership. Then the rhythm peak ignites, sharp, deliberate, commanding, reinforcing the discipline you're cultivating. Listen more. Speak less. Observe deeply. Hold your words. Hold your energy. Hold your direction. Let silence teach you. Let silence protect you. Let silence sharpen you. Not every moment needs your voice. Not every question needs your answer. Not every feeling needs your reaction. Discipline builds strength. Discipline builds respect. Discipline builds identity. Say less. Mean more. Own your presence. Own your voice. Own your evolution. I decide who I become. These lines deepen the instinct within you. They train your awareness. They sharpen your discipline. They remind you that mastery is not loud. Mastery is intentional. Mastery is the ability to control yourself in a world that encourages noise. You begin to feel this mastery forming inside you, quiet, steady, powerful. Let the rhythm ease into calm once more. Your breath slows, your shoulders relax, your thoughts clear. You feel yourself settling into a new version of who you are becoming. Someone who communicates from purpose, not impulse. Someone who doesn't waste energy on unimportant conversations. Someone who listens more than they speak, and because of that, understands more than most people ever will. As this segment closes, you rise with certainty. You rise knowing that the discipline of saying less is shaping you into someone strong, someone measured, someone respected. You rise ready to continue refining this power. And rising with you is the affirmation that guides every step. I decide who I become. You move into this next segment with a deeper understanding that discipline is not just self-control, it is self-respect. When you say less, you respect your time, your energy, your boundaries, your peace, and your growth. You begin to recognize that every word carries a cost, and every moment of restraint preserves your strength. Speaking becomes a choice, not a reflex. Silence becomes a strategy, not a void. The discipline of saying less becomes a powerful expression of who you are becoming. A calm awareness washes over you as you begin to notice the areas of your life where silence creates improvement. Calm shows you how much unnecessary frustration comes from speaking too quickly. Calm reveals the moments you once reacted emotionally, only to regret your words later. Calm highlights how silence allows you to regain clarity before you respond. This calm is becoming instinct. You pause naturally now. You breathe automatically before speaking. You let your thoughts settle before you choose your voice. Calm becomes the anchor holding you steady. Then tension rises, the tension between your growth and the world around you. You feel the pull to fit old patterns. You feel the temptation to respond immediately to someone's tone. You feel the instinct to defend yourself when misunderstood. This tension reminds you that discipline is not always comfortable. Growth rarely is. You're learning to break long-standing habits, and tension is the resistance that shapes your evolution. Instead of fighting it, you observe it. You hold through it. You let it strengthen you. Lean into this tension and notice what changes when you choose silence. People reveal their motives faster. Conversations become clearer. Emotional drama loses its grip on you. You begin to see that noise is often a mask, people filling the space to avoid truth. Silence exposes truth effortlessly. When you say less, you hear more. You hear the intention behind someone's words, not just their volume. You hear the emotional tone beneath the surface. You hear the details that others overlook. Silence sharpens your intuition. Then the command comes: firm, clean, grounding. Hold your strength, hold your silence, hold your standard. Why? Oh, do not lower your discipline just because someone else lacks theirs. The command reminds you that your silence is not about the other person. It is about you. It is about who you are becoming. It is about the standard you want to live by. You speak when it aligns with your integrity, not when pressured by someone else's emotion. You respond when you are grounded, not when your peace is disturbed. Hold your strength because your discipline is your foundation. The command relaxes into relief. Relief spreads through you as you realize you don't need to participate in every conflict. You don't need to engage with every comment. You don't need to validate every challenge. Relief teaches you that silence is a release, not a holding in, but a letting go. You let go of the need to prove yourself. You let go of the need to correct every misunderstanding. You let go of the need to perform your emotional reactions. Relief shows you that silence is often the most protective choice. From that relief rises empowerment, deep, grounded, undeniable. You begin to feel how much stronger you become when you speak from intention instead of emotion. You begin to see how your relationships shift. People treat you differently. They value your opinions more. They sense your boundaries. They feel your presence. Empowerment grows as you see that your silence is not weakness. It is wisdom. It is the sign of someone who knows themselves, someone who chooses direction over reaction, someone who moves intentionally through the world. Then the rhythm peak arrives, rapid, sharp, commanding, embedding this discipline deeper into your identity. Hold your peace. Hold your power. Hold your voice. Not every battle is yours. Not every comment needs response. Not every tone deserves attention. Stay centered. Stay calm. Stay intentional. Say less. Think deeper. See clearer. Speak with purpose. Act with strength. Live with discipline. Your silence is respect. Your silence is control. Your silence is growth. I decide who I become. These lines sink into your instinct, strengthening your commitment to restraint. You begin to carry silence not as emptiness but as mastery. You pause longer. You observe more. You react less. You discipline your voice because you respect the direction you're growing into. Your inner world becomes clearer, quieter, more controlled. Let the rhythm ease into calm. This calm feels different now, more intentional, more mature, more grounded. You recognize that discipline has begun transforming you at a deeper level. You feel more stable. You feel more powerful. You feel more aligned with the person you want to become. Silence is becoming your natural response, not because you're holding back, but because you're stepping forward into a higher version of yourself. As this segment closes, you rise knowing that saying less does not make you passive. It makes you powerful. You rise understanding that restraint builds respect, and respect builds identity. You rise anchored in the affirmation guiding every decision you make. I decide who I become. You enter this next segment with a deeper recognition that the discipline of saying less is not just a behavior, it's a transformation of how you move through life. You are learning to speak with intention, to pause with purpose, to let silence become an extension of your strength. Restraint is no longer something you struggle to maintain. It is becoming part of your identity. And in this segment, you discover how saying less gives you the power to shape your reality rather than react to it. A calm steadiness rises inside you as you begin to see how silence sharpens your perception. Calm shows you the details you used to overlook, the tone beneath someone's words, the emotion behind their reaction, the intention hidden in their behavior. Calm reveals truth, not through noise but through awareness. And as you start relying on this calm, you feel more confident in your ability to navigate conversations, relationships, and challenges with clarity. You no longer rush into responses. You no longer spill your energy into unnecessary explanations. Calm leads you toward grounded expression. Then tension resurfaces, the tension between your practiced discipline and the world's expectation of constant communication. You feel the pressure to respond quickly. You feel the urge to explain when someone misunderstands you. You feel the impulse to fill silence because others are uncomfortable with it. But tension is a sign of progress. It is the contrast that teaches you how far you've come. It challenges you to keep choosing restraint even when others expect impulsiveness. It reminds you that discipline is not built in easy moments. It is built in uncomfortable ones. Lean into this tension with heightened awareness. Notice how often silence gives you more power than speech. Notice how people reveal more about themselves when you resist jumping in. Notice how your restraint unsettlingly shifts. The dynamic, placing you in a position of quiet influence. You begin to realize that silence is not a passive state, it is an active one. It is the place where your intuition grows sharper, your perspective expands, and your emotional control deepens. Silence is where you observe your environment without losing yourself within it. Then the command arrives, steady, rooted, transformative. Choose your voice. Not every situation deserves your sound. Not every moment earns your reaction. You decide when your voice enters the world. You decide how your words shape the moment. You decide whether speech elevates or diminishes you. This command strengthens your internal boundaries. It reminds you that restraint is not about being silent, it's about being selective. You become more intentional with your voice because you understand the power it carries. The command melts into relief. Relief flows through you as you release the pressure to always participate. You feel the freedom that comes from not over-explaining. You feel the peace that comes from not forcing answers. You feel the clarity that comes from not allowing others' urgency to become your urgency. Relief reminds you that the space you create through silence is a gift to your mind, to your energy, to your emotional resilience. You realize you don't need to perform through words anymore. From that relief rises empowerment, deep, steady, undeniable. You begin to walk differently now, more self-assured, more deliberate, more aware of your presence. You feel your identity strengthening because you are choosing who you are in every moment. Power is no longer something you show through loudness. It is something you embody through discipline. People feel the difference in you. They sense the intentionality in your silence. They adjust their tone, their pace, their assumptions in your presence. Empowerment rises as you realize your voice carries weight because you have learned not to waste it. Then the rhythm peak enters, swift, sharp, electrifying, embedding discipline deeper into your instincts. Speak little. Listen deeply. Observe fully. Let silence guide you. Let restraint strengthen you. Let intention lead you. Not every thought deserves expression. Not every feeling deserves sound. Not every moment deserves reaction. Protect your peace. Protect your energy. Protect your direction. Say less. Mean more. Choose discipline. Choose intention. Choose identity. I decide who I become. These rapid-fire lines rebuild the way your mind approaches speech. You feel new instincts forming. The instinct to pause, the instinct to reflect, the instinct to select your words with skill rather than impulse. Discipline begins shaping your inner world with sharper edges, clearer boundaries, and deeper intention. Let the rhythm dissolve back into calm. This calm feels different now, more mature, more grounded, more powerful. You feel yourself stepping into a new version of who you are. Someone who sees more, feels more, understands more, not because you say more, but because you say less. Your silence is becoming your lens. Your restraint is becoming your strength. Your discipline is becoming your identity. As this segment closes, you rise knowing that the discipline of saying less allows you to express your truest self, not through noise, but through clarity. You rise with a confidence that doesn't need to be proven. You rise grounded in the affirmation that drives all your growth. I decide who I become. You enter the final segment of this chapter carrying the full weight of everything you've learned: awareness, restraint, clarity, presence. By now, you understand that saying less is not about withholding your voice. It's about elevating it. It's about deciding when your words matter, how they matter, and why they matter. This is the moment when discipline becomes identity, when silence becomes strength, and when your inner voice becomes your guide. Here, the discipline of saying less transforms from a practice into a permanent part of who you are. Deep calm settles into your mind, stronger than in any previous moment. This calm is not just emotional, it is structural. It is the foundation of your inner world. Calm tells you that your value does not come from noise. Calm shows you that your worth is not measured by how much you speak. Calm grounds you in the truth that your presence carries weight even when your voice is still. You begin to feel a quiet confidence forming inside you, a confidence that does not need validation, repetition, or explanation. Then tension rises, one final surge. This tension represents the last remnants of your old patterns, the part of you that once needed to speak to feel secure. You feel the lingering urge to defend yourself when misunderstood. You feel the desire to correct every inaccuracy. You feel the impulse to react quickly when emotions flare. But now, you see these impulses with clarity. You recognize them for what they are: leftover habits from a version of yourself you've outgrown. This tension is not a setback. It is a sign that you're on the threshold of mastery. Lean into this tension and observe how different you are now. You are no longer controlled by the urge to fill silence. You are no longer bound by the need to explain. You are no longer trapped in conversations that drain you. Instead, you listen with intention. You wait with clarity. You respond with purpose. You have become someone who understands the value of your voice. Someone who knows that words shape identity and therefore must be used with discipline. You begin to see that restraint is not the absence of expression. It is the art of choosing expression. Then the command arrives, strong, steady, defining: honor your silence, honor your discipline, honor your voice. You decide how much of yourself you share with the world. You decide which words represent you. You decide when to remain still and when to speak with impact. This command becomes the cornerstone of your presence. It reminds you that power is not in the noise, but in the intention behind your voice. You no longer speak for approval. You speak for alignment. You no longer speak to fill space. You speak to shape it. The command dissolves into relief. Relief, like a warm exhale, moves through your entire being. You feel how freeing it is to release the expectation of constant expression. No more frantic explaining. No more emotional spilling. No more reacting because someone else is uncomfortable with silence. Relief shows you that discipline liberates you from the weight of unnecessary words. It frees your mind, your energy, your emotional stability. You feel lighter. You feel clearer. You feel more in control of your direction. And from that relief rises empowerment, unmistakable, grounded, powerful. You begin to understand the influence you carry now. People sense your discipline. They sense your restraint. They sense your depth. They know that when you speak with clarity, not impulse, with strength, not insecurity, with intention, not noise. Empowerment comes from knowing that your voice is now an instrument, not a leak, a tool, not a reflex, a choice, not a habit. You have become someone whose silence is respected and whose words are taken seriously. Then the final rhythm peak arrives, crisp, sharp, defining, locking the discipline of saying less into your identity. Hold your silence. Honor your calm. Protect your voice. Choose your timing. Choose your words. Choose your impact. Speak only with intention. Speak only with strength. Speak only with truth. Restraint is power. Discipline is respect. Silence is clarity. Say less. Mean more. Stand in your presence. Stand in your purpose. Stand in your evolution. You are not who you were. You are who you choose to become. I decide who I become. These lines carve the final shape of your discipline into your mind. You feel them becoming part of how you breathe, part of how you think, part of how you lead your life. Saying less is no longer something you do. It is something you are. You have become someone who communicates with intention, someone who listens with depth, someone who protects their energy with awareness. Let the rhythm soften into one last wave of calm. In this calm, you recognize your transformation. You see how far you've come, from impulsive reactions to thoughtful restraint, from scattered speech to intentional communication, from noise to clarity. You have learned to value your voice enough to use it wisely. You have learned to value your presence enough to let silence speak for you. As this chapter closes, you rise with a new identity, disciplined, centered, intentional. You rise knowing that saying less enhances your strength, your clarity, your influence. You rise ready to carry this practice into every moment of your life. And you rise anchored in the affirmation that has shaped your transformation. I decide who I become. You are becoming someone powerful, someone measured, someone intentional, someone who speaks when it counts and holds silence when it matters most. Chapter 6, Power Leaks, where words steal your strength. You step into this chapter with a deeper awareness of your voice, your presence, and your discipline. Now it's time to confront the places where your power slips away, not through weakness, but through words. Power doesn't vanish in dramatic explosions. It fades through subtle leaks, tiny moments, casual conversations, emotional impulses, unnecessary explanations, gossip spoken in passing, venting disguised as release, emotional dumping mistaken for connection. These are the places where your strength drains without you noticing. This chapter reveals them one by one, so you can reclaim every ounce of your energy. A calm settles through your mind as you begin to understand that every unnecessary word costs energy. Calm shows you how much you've lost simply by speaking without intention. You begin to see the invisible transactions that happen every time you leak your thoughts into the world. Calm helps you slow down, observe, and recognize that your words are not just sounds, they are investments. Every sentence either builds your strength or drains it. Every conversation either fuels your momentum or steals your focus. Calm becomes the lens that helps you see these leaks clearly. Then tension rises, the tension of facing habits you may not want to admit. You feel the discomfort of recognizing times you shared too much, times you gave your energy to conversations that served no purpose, times you spilled your emotions hoping to feel lighter, only to feel emptier afterward. Tension pulls you toward old patterns. It reminds you how normalized these leaks became, how they were dressed up as bonding, coping, or harmless talk, but now you see the truth behind them. Tension is the resistance that strengthens your awareness. Lean into this tension and look at the first major leak: gossip. Gossip pretends to be connection. It pretends to be entertainment. It pretends to be harmless. But gossip is a silent thief. It steals your focus. It steals your emotional stability. It steals your sense of integrity. Each time you speak about someone else's life, you drift further away from your own path. Gossip drains your mental clarity because it pulls your attention into places where you have no power. When you talk about other people's business, you abandon your own business. And slowly, without noticing, you lose momentum. Then comes the second leak: venting. Society teaches you that venting is healthy, that pouring out your frustration will make it disappear. But that's a lie. Venting often inflames the emotion instead of releasing it. Venting repeats the problem over and over until it becomes a story your mind believes. Venting drains your energy because it feeds your frustration, keeping it alive long after the moment has passed. Venting may feel like relief in the moment, but afterward you are tired, scattered, unfocused. Venting is a leak disguised as therapy. The third leak rises next: emotional dumping. This is the moment when you unload your fears, your doubts, your insecurities onto someone else, not to gain clarity, but to escape the discomfort of holding them. Emotional dumping does not strengthen you, it weakens you. It drains your confidence. It spreads your emotional chaos outward. And often afterward you feel exposed, not lighter. You feel vulnerable, not supported. Emotional dumping gives your power to someone else, because you hand them your unfiltered inner world without intention or boundaries. Then the command drops into this awareness: clean, sharp, undeniable. Protect your energy. Guard your voice. Pay attention to where your words go. You are not obligated to speak your frustration. You are not required to narrate your insecurities. You do not need to empty your emotions into anyone who will listen. Protect your energy by choosing silence where noise once lived. Protect your focus by keeping your thoughts close. Protect your strength by refusing to leak your power into conversations that drain you. The command melts into relief: deep, steady, liberating. You begin to feel the freedom that comes with privacy. Privacy is not hiding. Privacy is protecting. Privacy safeguards your momentum. It keeps your goals, your struggles, your thoughts aligned with your purpose instead of scattered across every conversation. Relief shows you that the less you share, the lighter you feel. The less you speak, the more clarity you retain. The fewer leaks you allow, the more powerful you become. Relief reinforces your discipline. And from that relief rises empowerment: strong, grounded, unmistakable. You begin to see how silence becomes a shield, how privacy becomes strength, how restraint becomes elevation. Empowerment grows as you realize you no longer give your energy away mindlessly. You no longer scatter your focus in gossip. You no longer pour your emotions into venting. You no longer hand your vulnerability to emotional dumping. You reclaim every ounce of energy that once slipped through casual words. You grow stronger because now you speak with intention, not impulse. Then the rhythm peak arrives: rapid, sharp, commanding, etching this truth into your identity. Guard your energy. Guard your silence. Guard your focus. Not every thought must be spoken. Not every emotion must be shared. Not every story deserves your voice. Gossip drains you. Venting weakens you. Dumping exposes you. Stop leaking power. Stop spilling strength. Stop wasting words. Hold your center. Hold your direction. Hold your privacy. Focus requires silence. Momentum requires restraint. Your life requires discipline. These lines awaken a powerful awareness. You have far more control over your energy than you realized. Most people lose their strength through their mouth long before they lose it through their actions. You will. I'll not be one of them. You are learning to protect what is yours. Let the rhythm soften back into calm. You feel clarity rising through you. You feel your awareness sharpening. You feel your strength returning. This calm marks the beginning of a new chapter in your discipline, not just saying less, but leaking less. Not just speaking intentionally, but preserving your power. As this segment closes, you rise with the understanding that your words are not free. They cost energy. They cost focus. They cost momentum. You rise ready to seal every leak, reclaim every ounce of strength, and step deeper into the identity of someone who speaks only with purpose. You move deeper into this chapter with heightened awareness. Now you understand that power leaks are subtle, almost invisible. They happen in moments you barely notice: quick conversations, small frustrations, impulsive reactions. These leaks steal your strength drop by drop, day by day, until you feel drained without knowing why. But now you're seeing the truth with clear eyes. Every unnecessary word has a cost. Every unfiltered conversation carries a consequence. Words are not neutral. They shape your energy. They shape your direction. They shape your identity. This is where discipline becomes reclamation. A calm expands slowly through you as you begin to witness your own patterns from a new vantage point. Calm helps you see where you have been losing energy unconsciously, moments where you shared too much, moments where you talked about others instead of focusing on yourself, moments where you vented instead of solving, moments where you emotionally spilled instead of grounding. This calm is not passive. It is awareness. It is you stepping into observer mode. And from this place, you see that silence is not distance, it's preservation. Then tension rises because confronting your own leaks is uncomfortable. You feel resistance inside you, a tug to justify old habits. You remember times gossip felt bonding, times venting felt like release, times emotional dumping felt like connection. You feel the tension of letting go of comfort. This tension is a sign of growth. It means you're moving towards strength. It means you're building new standards. It means you are choosing evolution over familiarity. Do not run from this tension. Let it sharpen your awareness. Lean into this tension and look at gossip with a new lens. Gossip is not harmless. It drains your emotional integrity. When you speak about others, you weaken your focus. You divide your attention between your path and someone else's choices. Gossip steals discipline because it directs your thoughts toward what you cannot control. Gossip is the enemy of ambition because ambition requires focus and gossip destroys it. When you talk about the lives of others, you neglect your own direction. Gossip is the leak that disguises itself as entertainment, but costs you momentum every time. Then examine venting through the lens of discipline. Venting feels good in the moment because it releases pressure, but afterward something subtle happens. You feel exhausted. You feel scattered. You feel emotionally drained. Venting does not neutralize negative energy, it multiplies it. It makes you relive the emotion instead of releasing it. It makes the problem feel bigger, not smaller. Venting is a leak that disguises itself as therapy. But discipline teaches you that real healing happens in silence, in reflection, in structured thought, not in emotional outbursts. Next, confront emotional dumping, the most damaging leak of all. Emotional dumping is the unfiltered release of your internal chaos onto someone else. It is a moment of emotional panic disguised as connection. It drains your confidence. It creates dependency. It exposes your vulnerabilities without purpose. Emotional dumping hands your power to someone else by asking them to carry what you have not yet processed. This leak leaves you emptier, not lighter, more scattered, not supported. It is the emotional equivalent of spilling your strength onto the floor. Then comes the command, sharp, decisive, unshakable. Preserve your power, close the leaks, guard your voice, protect your focus. Your energy is not endless. Your strength is not disposable. Your mind is not a dumping ground. Preserve your power by choosing silence over gossip. Preserve your clarity by choosing reflection over venting. Preserve your confidence by choosing intentionality over emotional spilling. You are not meant to leak your energy into the world without purpose. You are meant to direct it with precision. The command softens into relief, warm, grounded, liberating. You begin to feel how much lighter you become when you stop leaking your strength. Relief comes when you realize you do not need to participate in every conversation. Relief comes when you understand that silence protects you. Relief comes when you see that privacy gives you control over your emotions, your direction, your momentum. Relief fill. Your breath as you detach from patterns that once drained you. You begin to feel your energy returning, your focus sharpening, your presence strengthening. And from that relief rises empowerment, quiet but undeniable. You begin to see how much clarity grows when you stop wasting words. You feel your mind becoming sharper, more focused, more disciplined. You start to notice how much more energy you have when you keep your thoughts private. Empowerment comes from recognizing that your strength increases when you stop spilling it into places that do not deserve it. You start to walk differently, more grounded, more intentional, more self-contained. You begin to feel like someone who owns their energy instead of scattering it. Then the rhythm peak arrives, fast, firm, commanding, driving this lesson into your identity. Stop leaking power. Stop leaking focus. Stop leaking emotion. Gossip drains you. Venting weakens you. Dumping exposes you. Hold your energy. Hold your words. Hold your strength. Preserve your privacy. Protect your momentum. Protect your mind. Protect your path. Every unnecessary word has a cost. Every leak slows your growth. Every silence strengthens your identity. Stay focused. Stay disciplined. Stay powerful. These lines strike at the very core of your instinct, reminding you that control over your words is control over your life. You feel the message carving itself into your awareness. You are no longer someone who leaks energy casually. You are becoming someone who holds power deliberately. Let the rhythm ease back into calm. Your breath deepens. Your clarity settles in. You feel yourself grounding into a new level of self-awareness. This calm feels earned. It feels strong. It feels like the beginning of a stronger version of you. As this segment closes, you rise with a deeper understanding. Your power is precious, and your words determine whether it grows or drains. You rise ready to protect your energy with discipline. You rise ready to guard your voice with intention. You rise ready to eliminate the leaks that once stole your strength. You move deeper into this chapter with sharper awareness. You've begun to see how words can quietly drain your strength, but now you go further. You begin to identify the subtle, hidden leaks, the ones that slip through your mouth before you even notice, the ones disguised as relief, connection, or expression. These leaks are small, but they are powerful enough to dismantle your momentum without ever raising an alarm. This segment teaches you to spot them, stop them, and reclaim the energy they've stolen from you for years. A calm spreads through your mind as you examine your relationship with your own words. Calm helps you step back from your patterns without judgment. Calm says, look clearly. And with that clarity, you begin to see how much of your exhaustion did not come from the work you were doing, but from the conversations surrounding it. You begin to understand that every unnecessary word is a withdrawal from your mental account. Every emotional spill is a drain on your internal battery. Calm becomes your doorway to honesty. Then tension rises, the tension that comes when you notice behaviors you once normalized. You feel the discomfort of remembering times you shared opinions you didn't need to share. You feel the weight of conversations where you complained out of habit. You feel the pinch of memories where you talked about problems instead of working on solutions. This tension is not a punishment, it is your signal. It tells you, here is where your power was leaking. This is where you lost momentum. The tension becomes the teacher you didn't know you needed. Lean into this tension with courage. Look closely at the next leak, over-talking your goals. You speak about your plans too early, too often, too openly. You talk about what you will do before it's done. And with every explanation, every announcement, every premature declaration, you release motivation. You lose the urgency to act because your mind mistakes speaking for progress. Overtalking your goals is one of the biggest power leaks you will ever face. The world doesn't need to hear your plan. The world needs to see your results. Move to the next leak, complaining disguised as self-expression. Complaints feel like relief in the moment, but they drain you long after. Complaining is the rehearsal of weakness. It is the repetition of your frustration. Every time you complain, you strengthen your attachment to the problem. You drain your emotional resilience. You drain your focus. You drain your ability to act. Complaining is not expression, it is erosion. And your discipline demands better from you now. Then shift to another leak, seeking validation through words. You explain your decisions hoping someone will approve them. You narrate your fears hoping someone will reassure you. You share too much because you want to feel seen. But validation is a trap. It leaks your power into the hands of others. When your confidence depends on external response, you lose authority over your direction. Seeking validation drains the strength you should be building from within. Silence protects you from this trap. The command drops in now, sharp, grounding, uncompromising. Seal your leaks. Protect your strength. Guard your voice. You do not need to announce your goals. You do not need to complain your energy away. You do not need to narrate your insecurities just to feel understood. Seal your leaks by choosing silence where noise once lived. Seal your leaks by keeping your plans private. Seal your leaks by strengthening your mind instead of spilling your emotions. You do not have to give your power away through words. You no longer need to speak. The command softens into relief. Relief flows through you as you realize how much lighter life becomes when you stop leaking energy. You begin to feel how much mental space returns to you. You notice how much emotional stability you regain. Relief teaches you that silence is not withholding, it is preserving. Preserving your drive, preserving your focus, preserving the fire inside you. Relief washes away the belief that talking will make you stronger. Action makes you stronger. Silence protects that action. And from that relief rises empowerment, radiant, steady, unmistakable. You begin to feel your energy staying with you instead of escaping through your mouth. You feel your goals gaining momentum because you are no longer explaining them away. You feel your emotions strengthening because you no longer drain them through complaint. You become someone who speaks when necessary, not constantly. Someone whose silence carries mystery, focus, discipline. Someone who commands respect without noise. Empowerment grows because you have stopped giving your strength away casually. Now the rhythm peak arrives. Fast, sharp, commanding, etching discipline deeper into your identity. Stop explaining. Stop complaining. Stop leaking power. Hold your words. Hold your focus. Hold your fire. Your energy is precious. Your momentum is sacred. Your silence is protection. Talk less. Do more. Share less. Build more. Let privacy fuel you. Let discipline shape you. Let restraint strengthen you. Your words are not free. Your words are investments. Invest with intention. Invest with discipline. Invest with power. These lines etch themselves into your mindset. You begin to understand that silence is not about hiding. Silence is about holding. Holding your vision. Holding your discipline. Holding your momentum. You are learning to live in a way that doesn't scatter your strength but concentrates it. Let the rhythm soften back into calm. You breathe deeply. You feel your awareness returning. You sense your identity strengthening. This calm carries a new clarity. You are no longer someone who leaks energy through unintentional expression. You are becoming someone who speaks with precision, someone who protects their power, someone who understands that focus requires silence. As this segment closes, you rise with the understanding that your words shape your strength just as much as your actions do. You rise with the determination to stop leaking your power into noise. You rise knowing that privacy protects momentum, and silence fuels your rise. You step deeper into this chapter with heightened awareness. You're beginning to notice how every word you speak carries weight, pulls energy, and shifts your momentum. Now you explore the power leaks that come not from emotional outbursts, but from the quieter, subtler habits that slip beneath your radar. The ones that seem small, the ones that seem harmless, the ones that drain you slowly. A leak here, a leak there, until suddenly you're tired and unfocused without knowing why. This segment brings those quiet leaks into the light. A calm expands inside you as you begin examining your daily conversations. Calm allows you to look honestly without judgment. You start to see how much of your exhaustion came not from big emotional moments, but from small verbal habits that accumulated throughout the day. Casual complaining, idle chatter, over-explaining, oversharing. These patterns scatter your focus like dust in the wind. Calm shows you that silence isn't only a practice for conflict, it's a practice for clarity. And the calmer you become, the easier it is to see where your strength dissolves through unnecessary speech. Then tension rises, the tension that appears when you recognize how deeply ingrained these habits were. You feel the discomfort of realizing how many times you told stories that didn't need to be told. You feel the pressure of remembering how often you spoke to fill silence, not to communicate meaning. You feel the sting of admitting that many conversations were simply noise. This tension is important. It pushes you into honesty. It asks you to confront what you once dismissed. It shows you that growth requires fasten. G yourself directly, without hiding behind words. Lean into this tension and look at another leak, oversharing your struggles. You are not obligated to hand your pain to anyone who asks, "How are you?" You are not required to narrate your personal battles to feel supported. Oversharing drains your emotional resilience. When you speak too openly, you hand your vulnerability to people who may not know how to carry it, or worse, people who don't deserve to. Power drains when pain becomes casual conversation. Your struggles lose their sacredness when you hand them out freely. Silence preserves your strength until you can process your emotions with intention. Next, you confront another leak, talking to be liked. You speak not because you have something to say, but because you want to be accepted. You want approval, you want validation, you want comfort, but talking for acceptance always costs more than it gives. When you speak to be liked, you shape your words around others' expectations instead of your truth. You stretch yourself thin. You bend your identity. You leak energy trying to fit in. Talking for acceptance weakens your authenticity. Silence restores it. Then move toward another leak, repeating your fears aloud. Every time you say, "I'm scared," or "I can't," or "I'm not sure," you reinforce that belief in your subconscious. Words are seeds, and fear spoken repeatedly grows roots. When you give your fears a voice, you give them permission to expand. You create pathways in your mind that make doubt familiar, comfortable, believable. Power is lost not in the fear itself, but in the repetition of it. Silence allows fear to lose momentum. Silence allows confidence to take its place. The command arrives now clear, direct, empowering. Choose your silence. Protect your power, guard your inner world. You do not need to share everything you feel. You do not need to narrate every insecurity. You do not need to shape your speech around others' expectations. The command reminds you that silence is strength, and strength is choosing what you reveal and what you protect. You build your life through intention, not impulse. Silence becomes a filter that keeps your energy focused and your mind clean. The command softens into relief. Relief flows through you as you realize how little you actually need to say to live powerfully. You feel the freedom of not explaining yourself. You feel the peace of not sharing every thought. You feel the clarity of not repeating your fears. Relief shows you that silence restores your mental space. It reduces emotional turbulence. It creates room for focus, for purpose, for direction. You understand that privacy is not a wall, it is a boundary that honors your journey. From that relief rises empowerment, solid, quiet, undeniable. You begin to feel the strength of being selective with your voice. You begin to feel the dignity of having an inner world that belongs only to you. You begin to realize that your silence creates momentum because your focus is no longer scattered. Empowerment rises as you understand that your life expands when your words contract. You become someone who speaks rarely but with impact. Someone who expresses truth, not noise. Someone who holds power, not leaks it. Then the rhythm peak enters, quick, sharp, commanding, engraving this lesson into your instinct. Stop oversharing. Stop repeating fear. Stop speaking to be liked. Hold your voice. Hold your truth. Hold your privacy. Your struggles deserve respect. Your fears deserve silence. Your dreams deserve protection. Say less. Feel more. Think deeper. Preserve your energy. Preserve your authenticity. Preserve your direction. Guard your inner world. Guard your power. Guard your momentum. Your silence is strength. These lines echo in your mind like a new internal code, one grounded in restraint, clarity, and self-respect. You begin to see your voice as a tool, not an escape, a choice, not a habit, a resource, not an overflow. Let the rhythm settle back into calm. You notice how different you feel, clearer, lighter, stronger. You sense how much of your identity is being rebuilt through silence. You understand that focus requires silence. Privacy protects momentum, and every unnecessary word is a cost you no longer wish to pay. As this segment closes, you rise with a firmer grip on your power. You rise knowing exactly where your strength once leaked, and how to seal those leaks permanently. You rise ready to continue deeper into this chapter, building a life aligned with intentional speech and unwavering focus. You step into this next segment prepared to confront the most deceptive kind of power leak, the one that hides inside your need to express, articulate, explain, and get things off your chest. These leaks don't just drain your energy, they shape your identity. Every unnecessary word becomes a thread pulled from your internal fabric, and over time, you begin to unravel without realizing why. This segment teaches you to recognize these leaks at the moment they form, and to seal them with discipline, silence, and intention. A deep calm settles over you as you start to observe yourself with more clarity. Calm gives you the distance you need to see your patterns without shame. Calm shows you that power leaks happen quietly, gradually, subtly, and that awareness is the first step toward reclaiming everything you've lost. Calm invites you to slow your reaction, to notice the energy shift that happens whenever you speak without purpose. You begin to feel the difference between words that build your strength and words that weaken it. Then tension rises, the tension between your new discipline and your old reflexes. You feel the pull to speak quickly when emotions rise. You feel the urge to vent when frustration emerges. You feel the instinct to release your thoughts through words the moment they appear. This tension is the echo of your past identity, trying to stay alive. It reminds you that emotional expression becomes a leak when it's driven by impulse instead of intention. This tension is your training ground. It challenges you to rise above your old habits. Lean into this tension and examine a major leak, arguing for the sake of being right. Every time you argue to win, rather than to understand, you drain your strength. You spend emotional currency proving a point that often doesn't need proving. You waste energy defending your ego when you could be directing that energy toward growth. Arguing from impulse is one of the fastest ways to lose power. Silence gives you the clarity to ask, does this need my voice, or does this need my discipline? Move to another subtle leak, speaking your insecurities aloud. Every time you verbalize your fear, you reinforce it. Every time you say, I'm not sure, or I don't know if I can, you strengthen the story of doubt inside you. The voice you hear the most is your own. And when you speak insecurity, your mind listens. It repeats it. It believes it. Words become reality. Silence protects you from repeating patterns that no longer serve you. When insecurity rises, silence allows you to observe it without amplifying it. Then another leak emerges, narrating your life instead of living it. You talk about your problems instead of solving them. You talk about your goals instead of executing them. You talk about what bothers you instead of changing it. Narration becomes a distraction disguised as productivity. Every word spent explaining your life is a word not spent building it. Silence forces you to take action. It replaces verbal loops with momentum. It closes the gap between intention and execution. The command enters clean, sharp, unwavering. Speak only when it strengthens you. Speak only when it serves your direction. Speak only when the words carry purpose. Everything else, hold it, protect it, guard it. Your voice is not a faucet to be left running. It is a resource to be preserved. You decide where your energy flows. You decide which conversations deserve your participation. You decide what leaves your mouth and what stays within your discipline. This command becomes the boundary that protects your inner world. The command softens into relief, deep and grounding. Relief washes over you as you realize you no longer owe words to every situation. You no longer owe responses to every question. You no longer owe explanations to every misunderstanding. Relief shows you that silence simplifies your life. It reduces conflict. It reduces exhaustion. It reduces emotional noise. Silence brings you back to your center where your strength is stored. You feel the heaviness leave your chest. You feel clarity returning to your mind. You feel freedom. From that relief rises empowerment, strong, secure, unmistakable. You begin to sense how your silence changes the way people interact with you. They push less. They listen more. They respect your boundaries without you having to announce them. Your silence becomes a signal of strength, not avoidance, not distance, but strength. Empowerment grows as you realize that you don't need to leak your power to be understood. You don't need to spill your emotions to feel connected. You don't need to explain yourself to feel seen. You hold your energy because you value it. Then the rhythm peak arrives, rapid, fierce, commanding, reinforcing your new mastery. Hold your tongue. Hold your strength. Hold your center. Stop arguing. Stop narrating. Stop feeding insecurity. Protect your power. Protect your focus. Protect your peace. Say less. Feel more. Act more. Grow more. Your words shape your world. Your silence protects it. Every leak steals momentum. Every leak steals clarity. Every leak steals strength. Seal them. Stop them. Own your energy. Own your direction. These lines carve a new discipline into your identity. You begin to feel more protective of your thoughts, more intentional with your speech, more aware of your inner world. You feel the subtle power of silence becoming second nature. Let the rhythm soften into calm. This calm feels wiser, deeper, more grounded. You feel a shift inside yourself, a shift from someone who reacted through words to someone who chooses their speech with mastery. You recognize how much energy you've reclaimed simply by becoming aware. You feel stronger because you are no longer leaking strength into noise. As this segment closes, you rise with the understanding that every unnecessary word is a step away from your power, and every moment of silence is a step toward it. You rise committed to protecting your momentum. You rise ready to continue deeper into this chapter, sealing every remaining leak. You step into the next part of this chapter with a new clarity forming inside you. By now, you've seen how gossip drains you, how venting weakens you, how oversharing exposes you, and how arguing steals your focus. But there is another layer to this, one far more subtle and far more dangerous. The way you leak power through constant narration of your inner world. The thoughts you give voice to. The emotions you announce. The doubts you express. Every word you release without intention becomes a doorway for your energy to escape. And this segment teaches you to close those doors for good. A calm settles into your chest as you begin to understand how many words you once spoke simply to ease discomfort. Calm helps you see that not every emotion needs an audience. Not every thought deserves expression. Calm reveals that you are giving away pieces of your strength one sentence at a time, unaware of the impact. And as this calm expands, you feel a new sense of control rising. You feel grounded in the understanding that silence is not suppressing your truth, it is protecting your power. Then tension rises, sharp, familiar. This is the tension of self-observation. You start noticing yourself mid-sentence. You catch the moments where you want to express frustration. You feel the seconds before you would normally vent. You hear the impulse to share something that doesn't need to be shared. This tension is not failure. It is awareness. It is your mind waking up. It is you recognizing your old patterns right before they take control. This tension becomes the friction that forges your discipline. Lean into this tension and examine one of the biggest leaks, talking about problems before thinking about solutions. You spill your frustration before you sit with it. You vocalize confusion before you attempt clarity. You express disappointment before you even know what it means. Every time you speak your problem too soon, you cement it deeper into your mind. You rehearse it. You amplify it. You give it power. Silence allows you to process privately before you speak publicly. Silence gives you the space to understand your challenges instead of broadcasting them. Then look at another leak, verbalizing your emotional reactions as they happen. You say, I'm overwhelmed, I'm stressed, I'm angry the moment the feeling appears. But saying it doesn't release it, it reinforces it. Your nervous system hears your words and intensifies the experience. Emotional narration is emotional multiplication. Silence, on the other hand, gives your system the space to settle. It gives your mind a moment to breathe. It gives you control over your inner world, instead of letting your words fuel the fire. Move to a third leak, talking about your goals before they're stable inside you. You speak about what you want before you fully commit privately. You share your dreams before they're strong enough to withstand other people's opinions. Talking too soon weakens your direction. It exposes your intentions to criticism before they develop roots. Silence protects your vision while it grows. Silence gives your ambitions the privacy they need to take shape. Silence shields your momentum until it becomes unshakable. The command arrives, clean, powerful, uncompromising. Protect your privacy, protect your emotions, protect your goals, guard your inner world. The command reminds you that you do not need to narrate every experience just because you feel it. You do not need to broadcast your dreams before you're ready to build them. You do not need to verbalize your reactions the moment they arise. Your power stays with you when your words stay with you. The command becomes your internal boundary against leakage. The command softens into relief, warm, steady, liberating. Relief washes over you as you realize how much emotional pressure you release simply by not speaking. You no longer feel responsible for feeding every feeling into the world. You no longer feel the need to narrate your journey for others. You no longer feel the burden of explaining your every step. Relief teaches you that silence is not withholding, it is healing. It is clarity. It is self-respect in its purest form. From that relief rises empowerment, calm, confident, undeniable. You begin to sense the difference between the person you were and the person you are becoming. You feel more stable because your emotions remain yours until you choose to share them. You feel more focused because you're no longer broadcasting your doubts. You feel more grounded because you are no longer handing away your internal world through constant narration. Empowerment grows because your voice is no longer reactive. It is intentional. Then the rhythm peak arrives, rapid, sharp, commanding, driving this new discipline deeper into your mind. Stop narrating. Stop leaking. Stop exposing your inner world. Hold your emotions. Hold your thoughts. Hold your dreams. Let silence protect you. Let privacy strengthen you. Let discipline shape you. Your feelings need space. Your goals need secrecy. Your energy needs protection. Say less. Observe more. Think deeper. Grow stronger. Every unnecessary word is a leak. Every leak weakens momentum. Every leak steals power. Seal it. Guard it. Own it. These lines carve themselves into your identity, shaping the way you speak, the way you move, the way you hold yourself. You begin to value your silence. You begin to trust your privacy. You begin to understand that your inner world is not something to spill, it is something to build. Let the rhythm fade into calm. You feel a deeper stillness inside you now. You feel more composed. You feel more intentional. You feel more powerful. You realize that your silence is no longer just a tool, it is a form of leadership. It is a form of self-respect. It is a form of personal sovereignty. As this segment closes, you rise knowing that the more you protect your inner world from unnecessary exposure, the more powerful you become. You rise ready to continue sealing the leaks that once drained your strength. You rise anchored in a deeper version of yourself, one who holds their energy with discipline, clarity, and purpose. You move into the next segment with heightened clarity. You now understand how overtalking, narrating emotions, repeating fears, and explaining your life scatter your power. But there is another layer, a deeper leak that drains you consistently if left unchecked. The words you speak when you feel uncomfortable with silence itself. Silence exposes things. Silence reveals things. Silence forces presence. And many people use words not to communicate but to escape that presence. In this segment, you learn how to hold silence without fear and how to keep your energy from leaking through discomfort. A calm presence settles over you as you begin to appreciate silence as a natural, powerful state. Calm shows you that silence is not emptiness, it's awareness. Silence is where your intuition speaks. Silence is where your strength regathers. Silence is where your mind resets. As you grow more comfortable with it, you realize how often people speak simply because silence makes them uneasy. Calm reveals that silence is not dangerous, it is revealing. And anything that reveals truth becomes a tool for your growth. Then tension rises, the tension of recognizing how often you spoke just to avoid feeling. You spoke to escape awkward pauses. You spoke to relieve emotional pressure. You spoke because the quiet felt too honest, too raw, too exposing. This tension is your old self reacting to the unfamiliar. It's the part of you that once relied on noise to feel safe. But discipline steps in now. You hold the tension. You breathe through it. You choose not to escape it with words. And in doing so, you strengthen yourself. Lean into this tension and explore another leak, talking to fill silence. You speak not because you have something to say, but because quiet feels strange. But every word you spill to fill emptiness is a withdrawal from your internal energy. Silence is not a void, it is a space where clarity enters. When you fill it with noise, you block your own insight. You drain the strength that comes from simply being present. Silence is not your enemy. It is your advantage. Now look at another leak, talking to manage other people's emotions. You explain to make them feel better. You soften your tone to avoid their discomfort. You fill the space so they don't feel awkward. But every time you carry someone else's emotional weight, you lose your own balance. Speaking for their comfort steals your energy. Discipline teaches you. You are not responsible for their comfort, only for your clarity. Then examine another leak, talking to avoid your own inner truth. You speak to distract yourself from what your silence would have forced you to face. You use words as a shield. You use conversation as an escape. But the truth is simple. The things you avoid in silence become the things that control you. This leak drains more power than you realize because you're leaking strength into avoidance. Silence, however, brings those truths to the surface where they can finally be addressed. The command enters firm, grounded, unshakable. Hold the silence. Let the quiet reveal what you've been avoiding. Let the space show you your truth. You do not need to speak to feel safe. You do not need to fill the air to feel worthy. You do not need to escape silence because silence is not emptiness. It is power. Hold it. Let the moment breathe. Let your presence deepen. This command strengthens the core of who you are becoming. The command melts into relief. Relief flows through your system as you realize that silence is not something to fear, it is something to trust. Relief comes from learning that you don't have to entertain the world with words. You don't have to manage other people's emotions. You don't have to hide behind noise. Relief gives you space to be, space to think, space to feel, space to rest. You feel the tension of constant expression lifting off your chest. Silence becomes a place of peace rather than pressure. And from that relief rises empowerment, solid, clear, transformative. You begin to see the strength of someone who is comfortable with silence. They do not rush. They do not break. They do not hide behind noise. They stand in themselves fully. You become that person, someone who can sit in silence without fear, someone who can let others feel their own emotions without trying to save them, someone who can hear truth rising inside without drowning it out. Empowerment forms because silence is now your ally. Then the rhythm peak strikes, sharp, decisive, energizing. Hold silence. Face yourself. Face your truth. Do not hide in words. Do not escape into noise. Do not leak your strength out of discomfort. Stay here. Stay present. Stay grounded. Silence is clarity. Silence is strength. Silence is your edge. Let others feel awkward. Let them rush. Let them fill the air. You do not. You hold. You breathe. You rise. Your silence is power. These rapid-fire lines train your instincts. You begin recognizing the difference between speaking intentionally and speaking to escape yourself. You start catching the moments where you would have filled silence out of fear, and you choose differently. You choose power. You choose presence. You choose stillness. Let the rhythm settle back into calm. You feel stronger now, more centered, more grounded. You realize that silence has become a place where you meet yourself, not a place you run from. You understand that the discipline of saying less is not just about words, it's about courage. Courage to be present. Courage to listen inward. Courage to hold your energy instead of leaking it. As this segment closes, you rise knowing that silence no longer scares you. It strengthens you. It sharpens you. It grounds you. You rise ready to continue into the next phase of this chapter, discovering even deeper layers of where your power is lost and how to reclaim it fully. You step into this next segment prepared to uncover some of the most underestimated power leaks, subtle habits so common that most people never question them. But you are not most people. You are becoming someone intentional, someone disciplined, someone who understands that power is preserved through awareness, and awareness begins with noticing what the world ignores. In this segment, you learn how seemingly harmless conversations drain your focus, your emotion, and your momentum without warning. A calm focus settles into you as you begin to observe your daily interactions with sharper eyes. Calm helps you identify the moments when your strength slips away quietly, the casual conversations that turn into emotional spirals, the small comments you respond to automatically, the unnecessary explanations you give to soften your presence. Calm brings these moments into visibility, and with visibility comes control. With calm, you begin to see that most of your lost energy didn't disappear. It was spoken away. Then tension rises, the tension of recognizing how often you give your attention to things that do not deserve it. You feel the discomfort of realizing that you allow small remarks to steal your peace. You feel the weight of remembering moments where you justified yourself to people who didn't matter. You feel the sting of recalling times you defended your choices to avoid judgment. This tension is real. It is raw. It reveals the emotional cost of caring too much about opinions that hold no power over your life. But tension is also your turning point. It pushes you to evolve. Lean into this tension as you examine another leak, responding to things that don't require a response. Not every comment needs your voice. Not every message needs your energy. Not every question deserves access to your mind. You leak power when you engage out of politeness instead of purpose. You leak energy every time you respond to someone simply because they demanded your attention. Silence is not rude. Silence is an assertion of sovereignty. You choose where your energy goes, not them. Move to another leak, explaining yourself when no explanation is required. You explain your decisi. Ons because you fear being misunderstood. You explain your boundaries because you fear disappointing others. You explain your silence because you fear looking distant. But every explanation chips away at your authority. Every explanation anchors you to someone else's expectations. Every explanation turns your strength into negotiation. You lose power by proving yourself. You regain it by trusting yourself. Then look at this leak, humoring conversations that drain you. You participate in discussions that bore you, irritate you, or distract you because you don't want to appear uninterested. But every forced conversation takes something from you. It steals time, it steals focus, it steals clarity. These exchanges are emotional pickpockets they take without asking, but you control the access. You control the engagement. You control the boundaries. Silence is the lock. Discipline is the key. Command enters firm, steady, unwavering. Stop responding to everything. Stop explaining yourself. Stop entertaining conversations that drain you. Protect your power by protecting your voice. The command reminds you that you are under no obligation to participate in energy-draining dialogue. Your silence is not absence, it is selection. You choose where your attention goes. You choose who gets access. You choose what deserves your voice. And with this command, you begin to feel your boundaries tighten and strengthen. The command softens into relief. Relief moves through your body as you realize you no longer owe the world constant engagement. You feel the weight lifting as you release the pressure to respond to everyone. You feel a quiet freedom growing, freedom from unnecessary explanations, freedom from people-pleasing, freedom from verbal obligation. Relief shows you that silence is not rejection, it is preservation. It is the way you keep your energy from scattering into places where nothing grows. From that relief rises empowerment, calm, confident, undeniable. You begin to feel the force of being someone who chooses when and how they speak. You feel the dignity of not just giving your energy away cheaply. You feel your presence expanding because you are no longer diluted by noise. Empowerment grows as you realize silence is not passive, it is a stance. A stance that says, I know my worth. A stance that says, I do not waste power. A stance that says, I decide how I show up. Then the rhythm peak arrives. Sharp lines, quick cuts, direct commands, carving this new discipline deeper. Do not respond to everything. Do not explain yourself away. Do not drain your mind on noise. Hold your boundary. Hold your silence. Hold your power. Not every question deserves an answer. Not every comment deserves a reaction. Not every person deserves access. Focus protects you. Silence preserves you. Discipline strengthens you. Say less. Engage less. Leak less. You are not at everyone's disposal. You choose your interactions. You choose your direction. You choose your energy. These lines settle into you like a new operating system, one built on intention instead of impulse, presence instead of pressure. You begin to feel stronger simply because you no longer give your energy away freely. Let the rhythm ease into calm. You feel that calm now as a deeper part of you. You feel more selective, more aware, more in command. Silence is becoming your filter, your way of determining what deserves your engagement and what does not. You begin to see how much power you save by not participating where you don't belong. As this segment closes, you rise knowing that silence is not emptiness. It is a boundary. It is clarity. It is sovereignty. You rise prepared to continue into the next segment, sealing even more of the hidden leaks that once diluted your strength. You enter the next segment with a sharper sense of the truth. Most of the power you lose doesn't disappear in dramatic ways. It vanishes through tiny cracks, silent, subtle, unnoticed. And now you're ready to face one of the most draining leaks of all, the way you speak about other people and the way their words influence your energy. Your voice is not only a reflection of you, it is a mirror for your focus, your discipline, your direction. This segment shows you how easily your strength can be drained when your words orbit the lives of others, instead of anchoring in your own. A calm clarity rises in your mind as you observe the conversations you've entertained in the past. Calm reveals that most discussions about other people have nothing to do with your growth. Calm reminds you that speaking about someone else, whether out of curiosity or judgment, diverts your focus away from your purpose. Calm helps you detach from the noise and see that talking about others lowers your frequency. Silence keeps you aligned with your path, and alignment is where your strength truly lives. Then tension surfaces, the tension that comes when you recognize your old patterns. You feel the pull of curios. The desire to check what someone else is doing, the urge to comment on someone's choices. You feel the familiar temptation to involve yourself in things that do not impact your life. This tension is not a sign of failure. It is an invitation to rise above old habits, an invitation to break away from the energy of distraction. Tension teaches you where your discipline must sharpen next. Lean into this tension and examine the next leak, speaking about people who are not in the room. Every time you talk about someone else's life, you leak attention, you leak focus, you leak discipline. Gossip, even when subtle or disguised as concern, steals your mental space. And when you give your mental space away, you weaken your direction. Talking about others places your energy where it cannot help you grow. Silence returns your focus to where it belongs, your own evolution. Then go deeper, seeking information about other people. You ask questions that don't matter. You chase stories that distract you. You involve yourself in conversations that serve no purpose. Every piece of irrelevant information you absorb steals space from the information you need, your goals, your responsibilities, your mission. Focus is fragile, and every irrelevant detail you entertain is a leak in your mental clarity. Silence is the filter that keeps your mind clean. Another leak reveals itself, responding emotionally to others' opinions. You hear what someone said about you. You react. You defend. You correct. You explain. But every time you do, you hand over your emotional state to someone else's words. Their judgment becomes your distraction. Their opinion becomes your inner noise. Their voice becomes your emotional trigger. This is one of the deepest leaks you will ever face because it drains confidence. Silence frees you from the need to react. Silence keeps your peace intact. The command enters, firm, clean, decisive. Stay in your lane. Speak only on what elevates you. Do not waste your voice on the lives of others. Do not waste your energy reacting to opinions that do not build you. Do not waste your focus on narratives that do not feed your purpose. Your lane is your sanctuary. Your lane is your mission. Your lane is your strength. And the moment you stop leaking your voice into other people's stories, you reclaim the momentum you've been missing. The command dissolves into relief. Relief washes over you as you accept that you don't need to know everything about everyone. You don't need to engage with every piece of information. You don't need to respond to every opinion. Relief teaches you that privacy is not only about your own life, it's about not absorbing unnecessary details from others' lives. Relief brings quiet to your mind, quiet to your emotions, quiet to your internal landscape. You feel lighter because you're no longer carrying narratives that don't belong to you. From that relief rises empowerment, steady, rooted, unmistakable. You begin to feel how your silence reshapes your identity. You feel stronger because your focus returns to you. You feel more grounded because you are no longer caught in the emotional webs of others. You feel more centered because your voice stays aligned with your purpose. Empowerment grows when you stop allowing the outside world to dictate your internal world. Silence is your power shield. Then the rhythm peak strikes, sharp, rapid, commanding, etching this discipline into your instincts. Stay in your lane. Stay in your focus. Stay in your purpose. Do not speak about others. Do not chase their stories. Do not fuel their drama. Protect your mind. Protect your energy. Protect your direction. Not every opinion matters. Not every voice deserves space. Not every noise deserves response. Silence is not weakness. Silence is strategy. Silence is elevation. Say less. Hold more. Focus inward. Grow forward. Your power belongs to you. These lines sink into your nervous system like a new code, one that prioritizes focus over distraction, discipline over impulse, and purpose over noise. You begin to feel your energy withdraw from the world's stories and return to your own. You feel your thoughts sharpening, your presence strengthening, your boundaries forming. Let the rhythm soften into calm. You sense a deeper stillness in your chest, a groundedness, a certainty. You are no longer someone who leaks power through conversations that do not matter. You are no longer someone who reacts to opinions that do not shape your life. You are becoming someone who uses silence to reclaim focus, refine direction, and strengthen identity. As this segment closes, you rise understanding that power is not taken from you, it is leaked. And now, you are sealing those leaks one by one. You rise knowing that silence is your filter, your protection, your discipline. You rise ready to continue into the final segment, where the deepest leak of all will be revealed and closed for good. You enter this final segment with a new sense of power forming inside you. You've seen how words can drain your focus, your clarity, your emotional stability, and your momentum. Now you step into the deepest leak of all, the one that silently shapes your identity from the inside out, the way you speak to yourself, the inner conversations, the whispered doubts, the stories you repeat in your mind. These unspoken words leak more power than anything you say aloud. And this segment teaches you to reclaim control over that inner voice, sealing the final leak that has held you back for years. A steady calm spreads through your body as you turn inward. Calm slows your thoughts so you can observe them clearly. Calm reveals the subtle background noise you once ignored, the quiet judgments, the self-criticism, the defeated phrases. Calm shows you how much of your energy has been wasted fighting battles inside yourself. You begin to understand that silence is not only external, it is internal. Inner silence gives you space to decide which thoughts deserve your attention and which thoughts drain it. Then tension rises, the tension of confronting your internal dialogue. You notice thoughts that tell you you're not ready, thoughts that question your capability, thoughts that undermine your direction before you even take the first step. This tension is uncomfortable because it reveals how much of your power has been leaking through your own voice. But tension is necessary. It is the doorway to awareness. It shows you the conversations happening inside your mind that you must now take leadership over. Lean into this tension and look closely at the first major internal leak, self-talk rooted in doubt. Every time you say to yourself, "I can't," or "I'm not enough," you drain your energy before you even begin. Doubt spoken internally becomes a silent command. Your subconscious doesn't argue, it obeys. If you speak limitation inside your mind, your body follows it. Doubt is not just an emotion. It is a leak that takes your strength drop by drop, thought by thought, until you feel depleted without knowing why. Next, examine another leak, mental storytelling that predicts failure. When your inner voice narrates negative outcomes, before anything has even happened, it steals your courage. It steals your willingness to try. It steals your belief in possibility. You leak power every time you imagine the worst and rehearse it mentally. Those stories become emotional rehearsals for defeat. Silence interrupts those rehearsals. Silence stops the narrative. Silence creates the space for new identity. Then move to another internal leak, replaying past mistakes. The mind loves repetition. It returns to old scenes, old conversations, old regrets, but every replay drains your emotional strength. Every replay ties you to the past. Every replay steals attention from your present momentum. This leak is one of the most common and one of the most dangerous because it keeps you anchored to moments that no longer exist. You can't move forward while your mind loops behind you. Silence breaks that loop. The command enters now, solid, powerful, unmovable. Lead your inner voice. Lead your thoughts. Lead your mind. You no longer allow your inner dialogue to run wild and drain your strength. You choose which thoughts stay and which thoughts go. You choose which stories continue and which stories end. The command reminds you that discipline must exist inside your mind first. If you don't control your internal world, your external world will always feel chaotic. Lead your mind with intention. The command softens into relief. Relief spreads as you realize you don't have to fight every thought. You don't have to argue with insecurity. You don't have to explain away fear. You can simply let it be quiet. You can allow silence to replace the noise. Relief teaches you that not every inner voice deserves your attention. Not every emotion demands expression. Not every thought must become a sentence in your mind. Relief brings stillness. Stillness brings clarity. Clarity returns power. From that relief rises empowerment, a deep, grounded empowerment you feel in your chest, your breath, your posture. You begin to sense the strength of someone who chooses their thoughts instead of being shaped by them. You feel yourself stepping into a new version of who you are, someone who speaks to themselves with discipline, who uses silence to regain control, who refuses to leak power through inner noise. Empowerment grows when your internal world becomes your source of strength rather than your source of exhaustion. Then the final rhythm peak arrives, sharp, direct, transformative, sealing this lesson inside you. Quiet your mind. Stop the doubt. Stop the replay. Stop the fear. Lead your thoughts. Lead your focus. Lead your inner world. Not every thought deserves belief. Not every fear deserves language. Not every memory deserves space. Silence the noise. Silence the doubt. Silence the past. Claim your strength. Claim your direction. Claim your identity. Your power begins inside you. Protect it. Preserve it. Own it. These lines imprint a new internal discipline into your mind. You begin to understand that the battle for your power is won inside your thoughts long before it is won through your actions. You feel the shift, the quiet reclaiming of identity. You feel stronger because you're no longer leaking strength into old stories and inner narratives that do not align with who you are becoming. Let the rhythm settle into calm one last time. This calm feels final, grounding, transformative. You stand in it as someone who no longer speaks carelessly, externally or internally. Someone who no longer leaks power into gossip, venting, distraction, or doubt. Someone who uses silence with intention, clarity, discipline, and strength. You understand now that your words, spoken and unspoken, shape your momentum. As this final segment closes, you rise knowing that your power is no longer slipping through your voice. You rise knowing that silence protects you from leaks. You rise knowing that discipline keeps your energy contained. You rise stepping into the next chapter with renewed strength, ready to build a life where your words work for you, not against you. You rise, rooted in clarity, repeating the truth that now guides your inner world. My power stays with me. You made it to the end. That already says something about you. Most people stop early. You stayed. If this audiobook challenged you, if it sharpened your focus, if it reminded you of who you're becoming, then don't let this be a one-time moment. This channel exists for people who choose growth, discipline over comfort, clarity over noise, progress over excuses. If you want more audiobooks like this, more mindset training, more leadership, more inner strength, subscribe, like this video so it reaches the people who need it, and share it with someone who's ready to rise but hasn't found the words yet. Stay consistent, protect your mind, and keep moving forward. This is only the beginning.